like me. Well, I'm on the road, high speed chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, and great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work, sweat. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, are you a conservative, ma'am? And like an old lady would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative. And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling, what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through. Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers. When everything changes. Oh, baby. When we tear out the pages. And only one word is left. Please let's just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Oh, baby. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how. They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them talkers talk. Why you walk the walk? They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. Then you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them smile, light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk. Why you walk the walk? They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk. Why you walk the walk? They don't really know what you all about. Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God, can you? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Okay, that might be
What the
COS.
fuck?
What the fuck? Okay.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you are doing much better than me. I have had a hell of a fucking 48 hours. If you were here, whatever, last stream, I, was complaining about my hip, like, the whole time. And I, like, didn't put it together that, like, I think I, like, strained something in my hip area, when I was picking up a box. So, that sucks for me. It hurts real bad. The first day, I could not walk. I could not walk at all. So that was fun for me. It still hurts really bad, but, I wanted to come back because there's so many things happening. Always so many things. I take 2 days off and fucking Andrew Tate gets out of jail. The fuck is this shit? Fuck is this shit? I mean, honestly. I haven't even actually looked into that at all. We're just gonna do the Philly D, real quick. But, yeah, I was pretty much just miserable in bed, stretching, slamming ibuprofen, trying to forget about the pain and showering. That's like what I've been doing for like 48 hours straight. Kind of fucked up, honestly. But you know what? It's getting a little better. It's improving a little bit. I can't really put that much weight on it. I like definitely tried too hard. I was like convinced at first that I just needed to pop. And I'm glad I didn't try too hard, because that could have like made it a lot worse. So fucking dumb, dude. So don't hurt yourself trying to pop something that is actually not poppable, but is in fact like a muscle strain. Don't do that. I do not recommend it. I was using like a golf club as a cane. Goddamn mess. A mess. I still need to change my primary doctor. I never did remember to do that. I don't know. I had a note somewhere. I wrote it down and just forgot about it entirely. So, I don't even have like a doctor I could go see right now. Fuck. What else? What else? I couldn't even post clips because, like, I couldn't walk. Fucked. So fucked. But I posted today, and there's new clips even, so we're doing our best out here, okay? We're doing our best. I need, oh my god, I need everyone to spam the channel points redeems for posture check and stretch, because I've noticed that, like, I sit really fucked up. When I couldn't, like, lift my leg, I was, like, always, like, compulsively trying to cross my legs. But I was like, ow, that hurts, I can't do that. So I really need to stop doing that so much. Like, not helping my posture, too, is, like, how I sit, and, like, my legs are always crossed or just, like, up. Or whatever. But don't be like me, folks. Get up from your chair and stretch. And definitely don't lift heavy shit like, cold. Do a couple lunges first. You know what I mean? Hi, Chase Eddie. I was just detailing my hip injury. I was just lifting up some litter. That's it. It was like a box that had like 2 boxes inside. I think it was 2. So it was like 50 pounds. But I think I had just stood up from like a long afternoon of editing and immediately tried to pick up this heavy ass box and fucked myself up. And like I couldn't even walk, man. Ah! It hurts so bad. I still can't walk. I'll show you my limp. For the content. That's at max speed, too. That's like the most I can do. It's so fucked. It's a good amount. Yeah, I think that's like the cutoff where they say you need 2 people, right? And like I can usually do it. I don't know. I'm just getting old, I guess. Oh god. But I'm glad I can walk again, you know, at least kind of. I do need to like pick up a spare cane. Just in case that shit happens again, because holy fuck. Like, using the walls and like furniture. Oh, it happens fast. Turn 30 and immediately just straight downhill from there. I don't think a good thing has happened since. Oh god. Yeah, I really need to fix my posture. I'm like the worst. Sit like a lady. Legs together. Don't cross your legs, cross your ankles. Etiquette. So annoying, dude. I didn't even take an etiquette class. I did not sign up for that. One of my teachers like snuck it in. It was, I think, computer science class? How did that even happen? She was like pretty old. So it is interesting. I wonder how she got that job. How did she end up with a computer science? Sure. Strange memories. But I did learn how forks work and stuff. I forgot most of it. What is it? I think he worked from the outside in. Something like that. I don't remember. Oh fuck, I forgot it all already. No etiquette. Stuff the left needs to focus on more. Women are delicate. We know. Yeah. Studying comp sci now. Get into the tech industry. My 30s too. Hell yeah. That's cool. That's as good a time as any. I guess until the robots. The robots ticker jips. But I guess they're gonna take all of our jobs anyway. But I guess there will always be the guy that fixes the computer. So. I was just thinking, like learning how to code or something, but like, God, it looks so hard. It looks so fucking hard. There is we have a majority report, with Sam Cedar about how we can all be hackers. I'm not entirely sure what this is about, but I was intrigued. They got me with the clickbait. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Oh yeah, we can start off with some brain rot. Hi Jesse, what's up? You missed the part where I was talking about my injury. I got super fucked up by picking up some litter. Hurt my hip. Couldn't walk. Doing bad. Feels bad, man. But a little better. A little better. Won't be coders for long. True. True. Once I learn, then it would be too late. Learning languages. That's true. That's true. Just get a Google Translate. Boiled Peanuts, hi! Hey, welcome in. What's up? Damn, it sucks. Yeah. Doing alright. Doing alright. But, definitely in a lot of pain. Where handle is, and I saw you in Gremlin Mari. Oh, yeah. I do be chatting. I can't help myself. I'm around all the places. I feel like I can never watch all the streamers I want to watch. So many good ones. Incredible. Yeah, everyone kind of knows each other. It's cute. I think it's so fun when I see someone come in here that I see around. Delightful. Delightful. Hope y'all are having a good night. Lots of shit to get to. I really want to talk about the border, because what in the actual fuck is happening there? There's barbed wire. I saw buoys with saw blades. I don't. Lots of fascism on the border happening. They're keeping people in, I think it was Arizona. They're keeping them like outside, the migrants outside in Phoenix right now. So that makes me really mad and sad. So we're gonna get into that. I guess let's start off with the rot. This shit is kind of fucked up. Trigger warning, transphobia. And just like kind of misogyny, I guess. I don't know.
5 things I wish I would have known before dating a trans woman. Number 1, this girl is every bit of a woman.
Starts off great. No problems.
And then some. Think of her as that Happy Meal with the extra special toy that you haven't played with yet. Number 2, you say,
The what? I'm sorry. The fucking what now? Like, textbook fetishization.
hey Adam, I've already got that toy to play with myself. Why would we need a second toy to play with at the same time? Did we need a second Ace Ventura Pet Detective movie? Did the Chappelle Show need a second season? Did we really need to clone Kanye West to make a second? Wait, that's a bad example. But moral of the story is, good things come in twos. Number
What? I don't even understand what he was saying there. What do you mean in twos? What? Is he suggesting that you have 2 trans girl friends? I don't even understand. The rod is too strong.
3. You ever have one of those nights where you want to have a little bit of fun, but your schlonga chimichanga doesn't want to show up to the big game? Well, who better to understand than a woman who has dealt with those same complications? So now when she says, oh, it's okay, baby.
Bro, you know cis women can have empathy too, right? What? I know this is supposed to be like lighthearted, but like there's a lot to read into here.
Babe, it looks cute. You know she's coming from a place of empathy and not pity. Number 4. No, this does not make you gay. Listen, this is a little bit different than those sleepovers you and your bros used to have when you were younger. That was a little gay.
Men will do anything but go to therapy. You have a PP and then she has a PP, then it's better because there's 2 PPs. Oh. Jesus. I mean, please seek therapy.
Being with a woman of any kind means every part of her is feminine. And while I can't fully explain it, that feminine energy is the hottest thing in the world.
I'm like gripping my hands like, what is he gonna say next? What is he gonna say next? Fuck.
You'll figure everything else out later. Number 5. This is a woman, and a very powerful woman, that's been through a lot to work towards the body and image that she identifies as.
Sure.
So if you want a conversation with sustenance,
just straight up transmedicalism,
and not just a conversation about the avocado toast she had earlier, spend some time with a trans woman and you'll meet.
Wait, what? Avocado toast? Oh, because cis women are just dumb and vapid, but trans women are smart because they have a man brain. That's what he's fucking saying right now. Girl better be getting the bag. Please, God, I hope so. I hope so. Oh, it's so fucking gross, dude. God, I hate him so much.
So if you want a conversation with sustenance, and not just a conversation about the avocado toast she had earlier, spend some time with a trans woman and you'll meet one of the most beautiful women you've ever met. So follow me for more dating advice with some of the most beautiful women in the world.
101 reasons to be a chaser. Wow, that was much stronger rot than I was expecting. I read the captions for 30 seconds. I was not expecting it to get that bad, dude. Oh, I wish I didn't speak split transphobia and hoggery sometimes. I know. Bless your heart. Bless all of our hearts. Okay, so I missed this part where Andrew Tate is freed. Speaking of transphobia, I guess that is a perfect segue into this, actually.
Freedom? Why the internet? Today we're talking about Andrew Tate winning his freedom, why the internet is raging at Mia Khalifa, we got US lawmakers waging a water war that could devastate the nation, and why there's such a controversy right now around spaceflight regulation. We're gonna talk about all that and that like button, and let's just jump into it. Starting with,
what is this? Philly's just thirst trapping now. I missed this.
As of recording this, Andrew Tate is a free man, or at least he is now free to roam Romania after a judge lifted his house arrest order on Friday. Though notably, he's still barred from leaving the county that surrounds Bucharest, where he lives. Or with all of this, of course, connected to the investigation into him, his brother, and 2 other women on human trafficking, rape, and organized crime charges, with prosecutors formally indicting the 4 back in June. And in a statement outside his house on Friday, Tate said,
"In January, when I was thrown into a jail cell, the media reported and told the world that I was a terrible person. They said that I hurt
Oh, well, because you are a terrible person. That part's true, for sure.
people, and I make a lot of money from criminal enterprise, and here we stand 7 or 8 months later, and I've not seen a single victim on the news. I don't know if you have. I've seen lots of girls sticking up for me, lots of people defending me. I've not seen a single person stand up and say that I have hurt them. Not one."
So there, prosecutors have chosen.
Yeah, there's at least 7. And I think 2 in the UK, if I remember correctly. May I'll help Mr. Tate. Sure. Yeah. Full-on male stripper, dad, Steve Irwin. Yeah. honestly. You know what? Good for Philly. He's living his best life.
Chosen to keep the names of the 7 alleged victims in the case anonymous. With that also likely for good reason, because 2 who claim
I don't know why you didn't know you streamed earlier. I love the vibes of your stream. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I haven't had the chance to stop by your stream yet, but I do want to. I'll be there.
to be on the list were reportedly doxxed online by some of Tate's fans and then forced into hiding. As well as there being other situations like you had 2 other women earlier this year saying their names were wrongly listed as victims in the case. They're reportedly
Oh shit, hi. What's up, the beacons are lit?
it's still unclear if their names actually
Thank you. Thank you for spreading the word.
are on that list. But regardless, we have seen women speaking out, including 4 in the UK that are now suing Tate for sexual and physical assaults. But for now,
there's 4 in the UK.
eyes are still on this looming trial and the ultimate verdict that's going to come down from it. And then, why is the internet pissed at Mia Khalifa, and why are people comparing her to Tom Brady? Well, it's because Mia went absolutely viral after responding to a comment from someone who said they got married at 18, divorced at 20, to which Mia was like, oh, I can one-up that.
I'm Tom Brady at this game. Married at 18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30.
And then she just basically says, even
Rowling Gremlos. Gremloverse, yeah. Let's go.
if you have a ring on your finger, you always have the right to leave a relationship if you're not happy.
We should not be afraid to leave these men. We are not stuck with these people. Marriage is not a sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork. It's something, it's
literally just paperwork now. Like, you're free to attach whatever extra meaning you want to it, but like, it doesn't have to be that for everybody.
It's a commitment you make to someone, but if
I didn't know what Mia Khalifa. I mean, that's probably better. That's you know, if you knew who she was, that's a bit of a self-report. I mean, no shame in consuming sex work, but a very famous sex worker.
you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go.
And with that, saying, you know, life can be hard, but this is your life and you shouldn't feel stuck with someone. And that video,
Internet royalty. I mean, honestly, yeah. No. I love her. For sure. She's an OG. Movie actor? I mean, she may have done movies. I don't know. I think she's done a lot of stuff.
went absolutely viral, though likely not for the reason she intended, with it mostly blowing up because people were mocking her, which to sum up the majority of the arguments being, you know, because she is divorced and she formerly appeared in porn, she shouldn't be
That's such a basic fucking argument, dude.
giving out this kind of advice. Or something it's an absolute joke, saying she's gotta be top 10 worst people on the planet to receive marriage advice from. But then on the other side, you had people
Or maybe the best. Maybe the best. I mean, her biggest fans are probably married men. So I think she might know, you know, more than most, actually.
people saying you're just weaponizing her former profession, and saying it's an important message to get out there, that it's not a crime to, you know, get out of a marriage that makes you unhappy. And then tell other women that they have the power to do the same, especially because a lot of people look at divorces as like these massive failures, right? Saying things like, funny thing is that all Mia Khalifa is saying here is don't force yourself to stay with someone you don't love. Meanwhile, the check marks are acting like she's saying something insane, as well as most dudes find it threatening that a woman would tell other women to get the fuck out of toxic relationships. Her work history is irrelevant. Nobody bats an eye when priests who can't get married give advice. At least Mia Khalifa has relationship experience. But ultimately, as far as my takeaway here, I kind of got 3 main things coming to mind. The first being that if you're immediately dismissing anything Mia Khalifa is saying here because she used to be a sex worker, I think that's really fucking stupid. Just a really ignorant mindset. 2,
Yeah, no, she's just right.
I do think it's an incredibly important message to get out there that if you're just like fucking miserable or you don't feel safe in your marriage, get out. And well, for many of you watching, I think you think that's common sense, but I've seen like an increasing number of like dude bro podcasts, like a lot of those ones where they're debating, where there have been conversations about physical or emotional abuse, and they're like, no, you suck it up. You figure out how to work through it. No, if someone's abusing you, get the fuck out. Or give any marriage enough time, it can get hard. But you use common sense about what you can work through and what you can't. But all of that bringing to 3, where I have a mindset that doesn't necessarily line up to, I think, the message Mia's giving here. Because I feel like one of the lessons there is do not rush into marriage. Like, in no world am I an expert, but like when people get married after a year, I'm like,
Dude, God, I hate this so much. It makes me so angry. Like, the pressure to stay in an unhealthy marriage is so fucking toxic. Like, you're trying to save something, and like, if you are in an abusive situation, then you're gonna repeat the cycle of abuse more and more because you have like this idea that you can like save it, or like it's good sometimes. Like, oh, it was fine like a couple of months ago, you know, like he stopped drinking for like a month and it was good. Everything was great. He loves me. Then, you know, like it just repeats itself. All because like everyone is telling you like, no, like you can probably work through it. Like, oh, just like go to marriage counseling. Like, no. Like, half the time, even the marriage counselor will be like, no, you need to leave. Like, if they're good, you know. It's like, we know this already. We know this. Generations of women have told us this.
Good luck, man. You've only been in a relationship with 1 to 3 versions of that person. Like, we're always growing and changing. And I mean, have you ever taken a trip with that person for like 3 weeks? And also, I think it's a healthier mindset to not look at marriage like some people do, where it's like success. Like that was a goal. It's not. It's an aspect of your relationship, and also something that I don't think everyone needs to be in. But ultimately, that's a story, some of my takeaway, and now I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Where do you stand on this? And then, would you accept a flight on a rocket or a spacecraft if there were virtually no safety regulations for passengers? And I ask not because this is ocean.
Depending on the day, maybe.
Gate's new venture, but rather because in many cases, that's actually how it's been for 20 years for companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic. However, that's actually all set to change in September as long as Congress just sits on its ass. Which, hey, on face value might seem like a good thing, but industry experts actually argue this lack of regulation is completely necessary to keep the private space industry booming. Because technically, there are safety regulations in place for passengers on spacecraft, private crafts included. However, in 2004, Congress wanted to make sure that smaller private companies actually stood a chance of making advancements in the field and felt that taking commercial astronauts or space tourists gave them a better chance of growing. So while they did keep the rules about launching spacecraft and other aspects of the industry in place, they exempted companies below a certain size from rules surrounding occupant safety, and thus giving them what's known as a learning period. And the idea was that this period of lax regulation would give them the experience, expertise, and ability to grow to the point that when they had to comply with the regulations, it wouldn't be nearly as big of a burden, with passengers on these flights just needing to sign what's called an informed consent waiver, with George Neal, the former head of the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation, describing it like this, saying anyone who wants to fly on these rockets needs to be thoroughly briefed on all the hazards, all the risks, all the things that could go wrong, that they could be injured or even killed on these flights. Then, if they're still willing to go, they sign the piece of paper and they're allowed to fly. But now, with those exemptions set to expire in just a few months, industry groups are trying to get Congress to extend them. With a seeing Karina Dries, president of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, urging law.
Please, we want to go on our fancy flights. We want to.
Makers at a House Science Committee hearing to take action, saying allowing the learning period to end this year would lead to
We learned nothing from the Titanic submarine. I mean, honestly, let them. Let them fucking go. I'm not stopping them. Are you stopping them? We can send Elon next. I think he should do that.
Regulations that inadvertently freeze development before industry has had time to mature, and adding that letting the exemptions expire will also hurt any future company wanting to break into the industry, saying we want to enable an industry that allows entrepreneurs to flourish and that allows new companies to come online with new capabilities, and it's very difficult to do that if the regulation is already in place. Otherwise, under her framework, the private spacecraft industry is pretty much stuck to SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic, which together have taken 10 private passengers total into space across the last 2 decades. Also, another issue that
Elon's gonna blow out his already ruined neck on the Zuck fight. Do you think the neck thing is real? I think he made that shit up. I think he got scared.
Many industry experts have pointed to is that actually writing effective regulations might be too hard, right? As there are currently only 3 companies engaging in these flights. And making matters worse is that each company uses wildly different designs, so a one-size-fits-all set of rules may not work as intended. However, not everyone's actually in agreement that letting the exemptions finally retire means the industry is just going to crumble. With a random—
No, that's fine. I think that's fine, actually. Let the billionaires suffer the consequences of their own fucking deregulation. All of that deregulation they've been pushing for and benefiting from for decades and decades and decades. Let them see. Let them fuck around and find out. Let them cook.
corporation actually recommending their expiration in a study from April, arguing that doing so doesn't mean regulations will or even should suddenly be in place a day after they're gone. And Kevin Coleman, who leads the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation, seeming to agree, saying, "We don't have a drawer full of regulations ready to go. Far from it. We would just like to engage with industry and figure out what the future regulatory framework ought to look like." So in some sense, there may not be a noticeable change at all, at least in the near term. And Neil actually added on to this, saying that a balance should be struck where regulations surrounding specific design features should be avoided, and instead, regulations about processes or redundancies should be focused on. With his biggest fear being that some kind of accident's going to happen and then lead to a reaction by the public and the FAA, even comparing a hypothetical space accident to that of the recent Titan submersible, where now you have so many calling for the private submersible field to be more heavily monitored. And while he does think that regulation should happen, he said, "My view of this is that rushed regulations are bad regulations. Let's take our time, but let's get started and see what we can come up with in terms of an overall framework." And it's argued that
No, you can rush it. I think that's fine.
there is time here because currently the entire question really doesn't affect too many passengers, although that might change kind of. And that is because NASA is actually considering using some of these crafts to help train its astronauts, with the problem there being that NASA has...
You're kidding me. You're fucking kidding me, dude. Oh my god.
much stricter regulations in place that it follows, with reports saying that NASA is currently toying with the idea of, instead of forcing those regulations onto these private companies, instead having them submit reports for certification. And after that, if NASA thinks it's sound, it'll let its astronauts onto the craft. Which, I mean, that alone could be a huge boost for the industry, like we saw with SpaceX when they got a contract.
Huge boost. Okay, so we've just defunded NASA, given subsidies to private companies just to let NASA use the product from the private company. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Sure. Yeah, I would do that too. That's the most obvious answer.
To fly NASA astronauts to the ISS, although notably there, NASA had them follow their strict regulations from the start, so things will be even looser for the new project. Wars in America are getting crazy, and politicians on both sides of the aisle are making it worse. Because, y'all, we could be on the verge of a serious water crisis, and it could happen in any number of places. And at the center of this, you have $2.3 billion. That's the amount of money initially allocated for federal water funds that lawmakers have funneled towards their own pet projects instead, just in the last 2 years alone. And those actions have come at the expense of poorer and needier communities. With the data obtained and analyzed by the Post finding that 38 states and territories have been shortchanged about $660 million in federal water aid, illustrating how the system often has rewarded politically well-connected lawmakers in some of the wealthiest areas nationwide. So one of the biggest questions here is, how the hell does this happen? Well, it turns out, as part of the annual appropriations process each year, Congress allocates money to 2 different federal water funds under the EPA, with those then tasked with giving out grants to states to provide clean and reliable drinking water. You know, think replacing lead pipes, updating water storage systems, general clean water infrastructure. And since last year, the federal government has set aside around $5.5 billion.
Yeah, who needs that? Yeah, great. Why? Where did it go? They just gave it to the states they liked better?
$1 for those 2 EPA water funds. And while that might seem like a good chunk of change, it actually provides less than 1% of the estimated $625 billion needed to address the backlog of clean water projects. And then even that is just a fraction of the money that's needed for those projects. And those funds get whittled down even more before they even go out to states through a legislative tool called earmarks. Right? Because under the earmarking process, members of Congress can effectively skim off the top of the funds and reserve the federal water funding for certain projects in their home states and districts. And only after that's been done, then the government splits up the rest of the aid among the states with the
That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. That's so fucking stupid. What? You just have to call dibs? We have dibs for water in Congress? What are we doing, man?
Post explaining, in some parts of the country, the result of that congressional meddling is a net cut in funding, creating in effect a system of water winners and losers. Take, for example, Illinois. Recent federal analysis shows that Illinois has some of the most intense water needs of any state, including having the second most lead pipes in the entire country. But according to data and records compiled by the Council of Infrastructure Financing Authorities, or CIFA, the state received $14.7 million less than it would have been given in clean water funding because of the earmarks process. And those losses were even worse for Puerto Rico, which also doesn't even have a voting member in Congress, with earmarks stealing around $26.6 million that should have gone to the territory, even as it struggles to rebuild after the
something, no taxation, something representation.
absolute devastation brought on by a series of hurricanes. But again, those are far from the only places impacted, with the Post also reporting. Over the past 2 fiscal years, Pennsylvania similarly received about $36 million less than it would have received if lawmakers had not allowed earmarks. For Indiana, the cut totaled roughly $45 million, and noting in Texas, the reduction exceeded $65 million. Meanwhile, on the other side of this story, the lawmakers that have been siphoning away funds and earmarks have used them to directly fund pet projects in their homes. Like in California, where the state's 2 Democratic senators, Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla, obtained $32 million in water-related earmarks just last year alone, with an analysis from CIFA showing that since 2022, the state has secured roughly $43 million more than it would have if lawmakers had not earmarked the funds. And notably here,
Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you so much. Christ. Dude, Feinstein didn't even do that. Like, someone just, like, whispered in her ear, hey, like, submit this. Well, okay. God. This shit makes me so mad.
Here, a spokesperson for Padilla defended the earmarks.
It's not like we can take time figuring this shit out. Like, the water crisis is upon us.
Part of the senator's ongoing work to, quote, address decades of underinvestment and the needs of the 40 million Californians he represents, including nearly 1 million who are without access to safe drinking water. This was also echoed by Alaska's Republican Governor Lisa Murkowski, who is largely responsible for the $73 million increase in water funding her state's received in the last 2 years, mostly because of her earmarks. And actually, in an interview with the Post, Murkowski even acknowledged that, quote, some would look at last year's accounts for Alaska and say, that's rather eye-popping. It seems out of line given Alaska's population. But she still defended the move, arguing that her state's been under-resourced based on the formula that normally gives out water funding, and adding what far too many people fail to recognize in my state is we're not repairing existing infrastructure. We're not replacing, we're putting in water and sanitation for the first time. But then even beyond all that, the Post also found that congressional earmarks appear.
Wait. Alaska still doesn't have basic sanitation? Is that right? That seems kind of crazy. What?
To benefit wealthy communities over needier ones, raising the specter that the process could be worsening the country's racial and economic divides. And according to an unpublished analysis that was circulated within the Biden administration and then obtained by the Post, in multiple states, including Maryland, Massachusetts, and Virginia, less than 20% of water funding earmarks went to communities that are considered to be disadvantaged during the 2023 fiscal year. And while states usually provide water funding in the form of loans, the earmarks were provided in the form of grants. And in a letter to the Biden administration in March, Timothy Mayle, the executive director of the Environmental Policy Innovation Center, he estimated that 200 earmarks in 2023 went to communities that are wealthier than the statewide average income. Also adding that those cities and towns would have been eligible for loans, but not grants if lawmakers hadn't interfered. With this including the city of Bel Air, Texas, where the average household income is more than $200,000 annually, from getting $2.4 million to replace its water line. And while Bel Air may have usually needed to take out a loan for the project, it just received a federal grant thanks to its Democratic representative, Lizzie Fletcher. But one of the craziest things with the situation, and a big part of why we need to talk about this, is it could get much, much worse. Right? Even with the earmarking process, most states and territories have still been able to pay for their water projects because of the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure bill, with that notably allocating around $55 billion to improving water access, supply, and treatment. But that also fell short of America's water needs. Take, for example, lead pipes, a problem that was infamously the cause of the Flint water crisis and still plagues millions of Americans nationwide. While the infrastructure bill provided a solid $15 billion to replace lead pipes, that is not nearly enough to address the issue, with various analyses from groups such as the Brookings Institution finding that it could cost 3 times that amount to actually fix the problem. And what's more, the money—
That's, like, not something you can fix later. You know, if you already have lead poisoning, you just have lead poisoning now. It's just, like, in your body. It's the same with any heavy metal. Your body can't, like, get rid of it. It's heavy metals. Like, and that's why it gets, like, so toxic to your brain and your organs and stuff, because it builds up. So the fact that we could replace this all, like, in a year, everywhere, just a little lead, yeah, it's fine. It's just been, you know, tied to increased violence and learning disabilities, but it's just a little lead. Never hurt nobody. Back in my day, we grew up licking lead paint chips, okay? I'm fine. No, really, though. It's, mostly in, you know, low-income neighborhoods that the lead pipes still are. Of course.
money set out under the infrastructure law is only temporary. It was just a one-time boost to increase funding over a 5-year period. Or to put it another way, we are now inching closer and closer to a massive water cliff. And if we fall off that cliff, it could create a series of crises. And experts saying that lawmakers diverting funds to their own homes through earmarking are seriously exacerbating the problem. With one top official at the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency saying that states are worried about this trend, the direction that it's going, and adding, if it continues and our grants continue to be reduced and the bipartisan infrastructure law money ends, then what do we do? And unfortunately, there's even more, and that more is bad news. Because for some stupid fucking reason, House Republicans are now trying to pass measures that will make the situation even worse. With us seeing in just the last few weeks, Republicans advancing legislation that would massively cut federal water spending by more than half. And nearly all the money that is still left would be reserved for earmarks, effectively creating a combination of fiscal constraints next year that state officials have described as devastating. But Republicans, for their part, have argued that the cuts won't be bad because the infrastructure bill still gives states extra water funding. But according to reports, if the bill becomes law, though, CIFA predicts that 43 states would each receive less than $1 million in drinking water aid to use as they see fit. Something that's been described as a staggering drop that some states just...
Oh, so we're all dying. Oh, so we're all fucking dying. Sure. I don't know, dude. Is that right? I feel like that's not true.
Can't afford. And that brings us to the end of this Sunday Daily Dive into the news, but
can't afford. Can't afford. Bitch. Please. Oh, God. Just take, 1 billion. 1 single billion of the $1 trillion defense budget and give us fucking water. Can we have water? Please? Oh, God. Oh, God. I guess the water wars, are upon us. Indeed. Alright, we've got another Philly. More Philly. The Maui fire and the Tory Lanez. Sentencing. And such.
Today, we're talking about why Hawaiians are jumping into the ocean to save themselves from being burnt alive. Lil man Tory Lanez getting locked up for 10 years for shooting Meg Thee Stallion. Why Barstool Sports being sold back is such a massive deal for the industry. And Ohio voters overwhelmingly fought back. We're gonna talk about all that and so much more in today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news. But first, that said, we got a lot of news to talk about today, so let's just jump into it. Starting with, if you haven't seen the videos coming out of Hawaii right now, they are downright apocalyptic. With the Hawaiian island of Maui getting burned to the ground by unprecedented
Yeah, have y'all seen this?
wildfires. We've got so much dry brush and low humidity mixing to form this powder keg, and once lit, it grew out of control partly because of Hurricane Dora. As while passing 500 miles to the south, it whipped up winds reaching over 60 miles per hour that helped spread the flames across the island. And it also knocking out power, rattling homes, and grounding firefighting helicopters. And as of early Wednesday, over 14,000 people in Maui were reportedly without power, and the downed power lines as well as fallen trees are blocking fire trucks from reaching inland blazes. And so with all that, you have acting Governor Sylvia Luke issuing an emergency proclamation, activating the Hawaiian National Guard to fight this thing. And we've seen them working tirelessly to save Lahaina, a tourist town with...
So fucking bad, dude. Like, a tropical climate is not supposed to look like this.
The population to 12,000 on the northwest tip of Maui, with much of it now utterly destroyed, and shocking videos showing a terrifying wall of fire ripping through Front Street, which is the heart of the town's economy. You also had the Coast Guard saying that it rescued at least a dozen people who jumped into the ocean to escape the smoke and flames. Meanwhile, we're seeing others who weren't so lucky being airlifted to hospitals on the other islands to treat their burns. And this is more residents are looking to escape before it's too late, but now traffic is clogged as cars are all pouring onto the roads at once to evacuate. And then in West Maui, 911 services were down, with officials telling residents to call the police department directly. And with all this, to pull back, it is too early to get any clear sense of deaths, property damage, or evacuees. Though there, several shelters have opened, and the largest reportedly contains more than 1,000 people. But after all of this eventually simmers down, the question remains, how much is going to be left to go back to? And then Tory Lanez's little ass is going to prison for 10 years, with his sentence coming down yesterday after he was found guilty back in December, and all of that connected to him shooting Megan Thee Stallion back in 2020. And that sentence coming down after an emotional state.
It's really crazy. It's really crazy. Like, there were multiple witnesses. I don't know why he fought this.
Statement from Meg, who actually didn't attend the hearing to read it herself, instead having her attorneys do so because she simply couldn't bring herself to be in a room with Tory again. Since I was viciously shot by the defendant, I have not experienced a single day of peace. Slowly but surely, I'm healing and coming back, but I will never be the same. And prosecutors have been seeking for Tory to get a 13-year sentence. And with that, claiming that he used misinformation to launch a campaign to humiliate and re-traumatize Meg. But on the other side, you had his attorneys arguing he should...
Wait. 13 years. That's a long time. I mean, 10 years is also a long time. A long-ass time. Wait, did they get him on attempted murder? I haven't been following them. Okay.
Just be given probation and instead be sentenced to a substance abuse program, saying in a memo that assuming the allegations are true, his psychological, physical, and childhood trauma were a factor in the commission of the offense. And Tory himself speaking yesterday and telling the judge, "I'm standing in front of you as a father to a 6-year-old who needs me every step of the way. There's been this misconception about me being this monster, not having remorse. That's just not true. I truly am just trying to be a better person. If you allow me the chance, I'll prove that choice makes sense." But in the end, the judge gave him 10 years, likely because the "I want to be a good dad" stuff was outweighed by the reports that on the day of the incident, as Megan began walking away, she heard Lane shout, "Dance, bitch," and he began shooting a 9mm pistol at her feet, injuring her so that she dropped to the ground and crawled to safety, firing 5 shots at Megan, who then was just on the ground bleeding in a random driveway. And so with this, while you still had some people defending Tory Lanez, you had a lot of people calling this a victory for black women. You've also seen op-eds popping up saying those things, and it makes sense because, while understandably there is a conversation about the incarceration of black men, really one of the biggest stories here was how the world treats violence against black women. Right? Meg Thee Stallion's one of the biggest stars in the world, and you saw people just spewing so much misinformation online, which also really makes me wonder how many of the people that were carrying Tory's water, like the people that are news, who were reporting and then deleting blatantly false allegations, like I wonder if there's going to be lawsuits. Violence against her and the harassment that followed, like not everyone would have been able to survive that. With all that said, what are your thoughts regarding?
It's really been insane. I have seen like some of like the back and forth since he shot her, but I think like misogynoir, it really hits different. It really does. Just like so much violence. Outright violent rhetoric towards black women all the time. So yeah, I mean I could totally see how this is a huge win.
Regarding Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. And then, in huge business, gambling, and sports news, we got to talk about what just went down with ESPN, Penn Entertainment, and Barstool Sports. Because it's got a lot of people cheering and a lot of people ringing alarm bells. Right? Because Penn Entertainment just sold Barstool Sports back to Dave Portnoy, the guy that started the whole thing. And that as Penn inked its own sports betting deal with ESPN. With Portnoy putting out an announcement video yesterday.
Oh, thank you, Chase. We got assault with a firearm, illegal possession of a firearm, negligent discharge. Oh, it was illegal. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, just like shooting someone alone, I think is not 10 years, right? I feel like that would stacking the charges.
Saying he never plans on selling the company again, and in that video having nothing but positive things to say about Penn Entertainment, but explaining that logistically it just didn't work. We're saying they had big ideas of how to grow together, with Penn being a
huge deal. Yeah. Normie friends. Yeah. They had, what was it? I only watched one of their things. Call Her Daddy.
Major casino and gambling company, and with that you had things like Barstool Sportsbook. But because of its ties to Barstool, Penn started facing scrutiny from regulators, with Dave explaining.
And we underestimated just how tough it is for myself and Barstool to operate in a regulated world where gambling regulators, the New York Times, Business Insider hit pieces with the stock price. Every time we did something, it was one step forward, 2 steps back. We got denied licenses because of me, you name it.
And with that saying, the regulated industry is probably not where Barstool and its content belongs.
For the first time.
Yeah, no fucking shit. You're Dave fucking Portnoy. Yeah. I could have told you that. Yeah, of course you hate rules. Of course you hate a regulation. Like, of course. Look at your fucking office, dude. I mean, come on. 10 years is a lot, yeah.
I mean, forever. We don't have to watch what we say, how we talk, what we do. It's back to the pirate ship.
And when you look at all the details in this story, it's kind of jaw-dropping what a massive win this whole situation has been for Portnoy. Or like, it's not a Mark Cuban selling broadcast.com for $5.7 billion to Yahoo sort of historic, but it's still huge. Because for some background here, Penn first got a stake in Barstool a few years ago and then gained full control earlier this year for over $500 million. So Dave joined the 9-figure club, and now he's essentially bought the company back for nothing. nothing, with outlets reporting that The Verge said the Penn sold it back to him in exchange for certain non-compete and other restrictive covenants. Right, that, and if Portnoy decides to resell Barstool, even though he said he's not, Penn gets half of the deal, which is some saying that it sounds like Dave paid $0 to get Barstool back by agreeing to sign non-competes and giving up to 50% of a future sale. And explaining
insane.
so Penn paid $500 million plus for Barstool and might give it back for free if Portnoy never sells. That's crazy. Though notably,
That's an insane deal.
you have other outlets like Variety reporting that financial details of Portnoy's buyback of Barstool weren't disclosed.
no
Though
way.
notably, Portnoy himself has also seemed to suggest that he got it for nearly nothing. Writing a blog post this morning primarily focused on calling out his staffers for being late to the office, but writing, "No wonder Penn gave it back to me for pennies on the dollar." And so with
How fucking brain dead are my employees? Wait, what was the rest of that email?
calling out his
What
staffers
was
for being
this
late to
tweet?
the office, but writing, "No wonder Penn gave it back to me for pennies on the dollar." And so with all
Damn it, Philly.
that, you also have Barstool fans so
9 figures is entirely too much money. Yeah, way too fucking much. What are you doing? Penn gets to write off as a 700 million loss, though. True. So they won't really feel it. Yeah, I was wondering, like, why would you do that? But yeah, it's just a huge write-off. Why can't Lyft just be banking like this? Literally, why? We're bad at finance, I guess. Got no mathematicians on the left. I don't know.
incredibly happy, especially as they've been angry about a number of things, including certain employees that have been fired. But now with Dave back in control, you saw some rehiring. But on the other end, you have people going, this ESPN situation
I mean, I guess the real answer is ethics. When you have ethics, you're not making $1 billion on anything.
is sketchy, because Penn is now working with ESPN and it's going to be rebranded ESPN Bet, with Penn reportedly set to pay ESPN a total of $2 billion over the next 10 years in exchange for the media, marketing, and branding of this venture. And ESPN Bet reportedly set to launch this fall in 16 states where Penn already has sports betting licenses. So with this, we've seen a number of people in the space saying, isn't this a conflict of interest? Pointing out things like in the past, you've had people that actually work for sports books speculating about things that were going to happen, like people like where they were going to be drafted, which notably was also something people could bet on with the sports books, right? Turned out to be absolutely bogus, and that sports book likely made a ton of money because of that reporting. So what happens when ESPN, the biggest sports news company out there in the world, has a connection to sports betting? Right? Can you trust that there's going to be some sort of walled garden before the content creation and the sports book aspect? And this, as social media companies like the website formerly known as Twitter is paying people.
What happens when Kick is formally associated with Stake, a gambling website? Curious, what happens then? It's kind of the same idea, I guess.
For engagement, right? You just throw out some bogus information or speculative bullshit, you get people commenting, boom, you get paid. But with all of this happening in the space, I gotta ask, what are your psychology is woke leftist garbage? Or at least that's the message coming out of Florida right now, where several school districts have dropped their plans to offer AP psychology courses this year. And that after state officials told superintendents they can only teach the course if material concerning sexual orientation and gender identity is removed.
So fucking stupid.
But with that, the College Board warned that if you took those materials out, the courses wouldn't be eligible for AP credit and couldn't use the AP label. And so what we saw was this sudden change a week before school was set to begin, throwing educators across the state for a loop. Because hundreds of schools have already enrolled thousands of students in these classes and hired faculty to teach them those classes, and now they're scrambling to figure out what to do, with the choices being to either give up the AP credit, risk violating state law, or finding some alternative that charts a middle path between those two. And so far, we're seeing 8 of the 11 districts with the largest enrollments in the class switching to alternate courses, 2 still reportedly deciding, and only 1 keeping it. With this making AP Psych the second such course to be effectively banned by
Only 1 is keeping it, dude. That's so fucking dumb. I would be so pissed. I would be so pissed. Dude, what if, like, you've been doing AP Psych for, like, 2 years, and then you just can't get the credit? No. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Florida after AP African American Studies earlier this year. And even within classes, educators are restricting content so as to not run afoul of state law. With, for example, Hillsborough County Public Schools only exposing students to pieces of Shakespeare rather than the whole text, reportedly because of sexual content. Right? Several of his plays use suggestive puns and innuendo.
Portnoy knows me. I like a fucking bandit. Yeah, he really is. Classic fucking Portnoy.
And it's implied that Romeo and Juliet have premarital sex. But what students are now being shown instead has actually become far more controversial. And that's because Florida's education department recently approved videos from PragerU, a conservative group co-founded by radio host Dennis Prager for use in the classroom.
Dude, when I saw this, at first, I was scrolling on Twitter, I thought it was a goddamn meme. Thought it was a meme. So I showed up at Gremlo's fucking stream the next morning, and he's covering this. No, it's not. It's not a meme. It's not a joke. It's not a haha. they're not joshing. It's not sarcastic. It's not parody. This is really happening in real life. PragerU is actually curriculum now. The brain rot is legislated.
Which, just to give you an idea of who these people are, one of their videos that has stirred up some uproar is a cartoon in which two children go back in time to interview Frederick Douglass. He was an ex-slave, an abolitionist who spearheaded the movement to end slavery leading up to the Civil War. And in the video, a voice pretending to be Douglass says that our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil and wrong and they wanted to end it, but they just simply couldn't. With him explaining,
I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but the founding fathers made a compromise to achieve something great, the making of the United States. Our system is wonderful, and the Constitution is a glorious liberty document.
With him finishing by advising kids to stay away.
Yeah, Grim watched that entire thing. I could never. I would punch my screen. Like, no. No?
Away from radical activists who aren't willing to work within the system and compromise. Then, fast forward to the 20th century, and a video argues that MLK was replaced by pretenders like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, who turned the civil rights movement into an industry, if not a racket.
And what have these racketeers accomplished? A lot for themselves, and very little for their constituents. Racial gaps in income, education.
Where's the fucking racket? What do you mean? Where's the money at?
And home ownership were narrowing in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. But after King was replaced as the spokesman for Black America by the likes of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and others, these gaps began to widen in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s.
And those are just things with race and slavery, right? The videos span a range of topics from history and economics to science and religion, with nearly all of them pushing a right-wing...
Just bullshit that they don't cite any sources. They're just pulling shit out of their ass.
If not far-right perspective, sometimes even outright lies, like in their denial of climate change. But if you ask PragerU, they just claim that they're trying to introduce balance to the classroom by countering its supposedly dominant leftist ideology, and arguing that the state isn't forcing teachers to include this content in their curriculum, it just gives them and their districts the choice to use the videos as supplemental material. But even Dennis Prager himself said in a speech last month that it's true that he indoctrinates kids, arguing that
I do not want it to be up to whether or not my child's teacher is brain rotted or not. I don't want that to be the decision on whether their curriculum is from a history book or, I don't know, some fucking PBS bullshit or Prager fucking you. Like, I don't want to gamble on that. Like, I don't even have kids, and like, that's fucking insane. That's insane.
That it's not a bad thing. And with that, you have teachers fearing they could see parents or so-called parental rights activists demanding that the school boards insert PragerU content into their curriculums. Now, as far as this school year, it's unclear whether any of the videos are actually going to make their way into the classrooms, but in the coming years, it looks like they may even spread outside of Florida, with PragerU's CEO saying 10 more states are in the process of granting the same approval. So, just more fun culture wars in school. And then, democracy prevailed in Ohio last night, with voters overwhelmingly rejecting Issue 1, which is a ballot initiative that would have increased the number of votes needed to approve a constitutional amendment from 50% to a 60% supermajority, which would have made it so much harder to pass constitutional amendments, including one that's on the ballot this fall that aims to codify abortion protections, which is exactly why Republicans were forcing this last-minute special election, despite the fact that they literally had banned August elections mere months before because they knew and argued they have historically super low turnouts. But because people got the word out, that was not the case with yesterday's election, because this thing gained widespread national attention and was largely seen as a proxy fight for abortion rights. And so it was reported that you saw an unprecedented number of Ohio voters for an August election. I mean, nearly 3 million people voted in this election, which is so much bigger than the 1.66 million who voted in the state's 2022 primary elections. And the margin here was not close. With nearly all the votes counted, the initiative was struck down by a margin of 57% to 43%. So, of course, the fight is not over in Ohio, because voters will still have to decide the ultimate question of whether abortion rights should be enshrined in the Ohio Constitution this November. But also, it's believed that because Issue 1 has been so inherently connected to the upcoming abortion ballot initiative, pro-choice advocates and Democrats have hailed this as a major victory. Victory that shows once again that American voters, even in conservative states, want to protect abortion rights. And abortion rights are massive mobilizers to get people to turn out at the polls. With the New York Times explaining, Ohio becomes the fourth red state along with Kansas, Kentucky, and Montana to have voted for the abortion rights side of a referendum since the Supreme Court overturned.
It's almost like it's widely popular, widely supported for people to have abortion rights. Wow.
Roe v. Wade last summer. But despite voters clearly showing Americans' majority views on abortion, Republican state lawmakers are still working tirelessly to try and restrict access. And notably, Ohio is far from the only state set to vote on this issue this year, with a similar initiative expected to get enough signatures to make the ballot over in Florida. Though very notably there, Florida has already implemented that same law that Ohio just rejected, with 60% of the Florida popular vote being needed to pass a constitutional amendment in the state. Because you know, that is the state of Florida currently. Also, literally just yesterday while Ohioans were still voting, a coalition of pro-choice groups officially launched a campaign to get abortion on the ballot in Arizona. So those two will probably be the most watched measures moving forward, but there's also other efforts trucking along.
In Arizona? What? I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but you know, I hope so. I hope so.
In Missouri and South Dakota, as well as slower moving attempts in a handful of other states. And then Americans are having a crackdown effect on the drug business in Mexico right now, with the Mexican Navy now shutting down 23 pharmacies in the Cancun region for selling Adderall, oxycodone, and Percocet to foreigners without prescriptions. And that move coming after a U.S. research report looked at 55 pharmacies and resorts across the region and found that nearly half were ignoring Mexican law and leading to the U.S. State Department to issue a travel warning about it. Making matters worse was the fact that many of the drugs were—
A travel warning? What do you mean a travel warning? I think we've known. We've known. Hey, DEA? hey, U.S. Department of Travel or whoever the fuck? Guess what? We fucking know. Okay? We know. You don't have to warn us that there are drugs in Mexico. Guess what? We go there on purpose. We go there on purpose because it's too fucking expensive to buy them here. The things that people need.
were found to have actually been expired, which matters because it can often make medications unstable or react unpredictably. Though the reality of the situation, if you look deeper into it, this is like hardly a tourist area problem. Right? I mean, for example, at the start of the year, researchers from UCLA found that 68% of the pharmacies they visited in northern Mexico sold Xanax, Adderall, and Oxys without a prescription, and that 27% of them sold fake versions of those drugs. And when they were fake, they were often laced with illicit drugs or even fentanyl, which is already easy enough to overdose on when you know you're taking it, let alone when you have zero idea that's what you're putting in your body. And that leading researchers to warn against buying drugs from places that aren't asking questions. And notably, this is actually just the latest story about Mexico's medical industry often cutting corners to
Hey, maybe you should regulate drug prices in America then. Crazy idea, huh? Is that something we can talk about then? Maybe? You're interested in talking about that conversation?
make things cheaper and to attract Americans. Because while many Mexican hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies are completely legit options, it's very important to remember that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And that's where today's daily dive into the news is going to end for you. But friendly reminder, rush on over to beautifulbastard.com now to grab what you can while you can, 30% off. That sale will be done in the next 36 hours. And then for more news you need to watch right now, I got you covered right here or in those links down below. And if you've already seen everything, don't worry, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow with...
Oh, I love your face. I love your face. Oh god. Okay, it's time for the border. Are we ready for that? Emotional? Alright. Oh god, I'm already so mad. Maybe just a little, something make you happy. A little, opium before the doomer. YouTube, why are you broken? Stop. We're gonna do the J.K. Rowling gets removed from the museum of pop culture. Rip those out.
Hey there, interwebs! I hope you're all doing well. So I am currently hanging out here with all 5 of my jiggies from Banjo-Kazooie. I got them all. Where's my jiggy? Because I just want to have a quick discussion surrounding yet another one of the ongoing culture war discourses of J.K. Rowling being canceled by the leftist, liberal, woke media who just wants to silence women for just speaking her views around trans people, which, as many of us know, is just the narrative that the anti-trans media often goes with in order to obfuscate J.K. Rowling's ongoing attack and harm against the transgender community, and using the cancel culture narrative to deny accountability for said actions on her part. Now, normally I would not throw my hat into the ring on yet another one of these discourses. They happen almost weekly, just to continue to draw attention to her anti-trans views and keep her in the news media. But I wanted to talk about this situation in particular for two reasons. The first of which is that this particular situation is surrounding the Seattle Museum of Pop Culture, which, for those of you who don't know, is a place that I actually used to work several years ago as a...
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, I've actually been here. It's a super fucking cool museum. Very fucking cool, as you can see. Incredible architecture. Beautiful museum. Yes. Yes.
Videographer and video editor, and the people who are currently being attacked for canceling J.K. Rowling are people who are friends of mine, particularly the LGBTQ staff at the Museum of Pop Culture. And that makes me very angry, because these are wonderful and amazing people who do not deserve this for just having stood up to J.K. Rowling's horrific harm. And two, because I wish to talk about how discourses like these constantly create a binary antagonism and binary setup that creates a space unsafe for transgender people, even in discussions that are supportive of trans people, by making the system that ultimately perpetuates and stokes these culture war discourses invisible. So to give you the background on this situation, the reason that the Museum of Pop Culture is currently under attack by anti-trans folks and J.K. Rowling stans is because the Museum of Pop Culture is a great museum up in Seattle that houses many music and pop culture exhibits. I love their museum a ton, and I'm not just saying that because I worked there. I loved them even before I worked there.
Yeah, no, I remembered that. And I went there when I was like 13. Just like on site immediately. It came back to me. Very cool.
And one of their exhibits, among many amazing exhibits, they even have like a science fiction one that looks like a spaceship, is a fantasy exhibit where they house many props from different fantasy movies like Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, and also Harry Potter. And in a blog post several months ago, Chris Moore, who I worked with, is a queer person that works at the museum, revealed that the...
She who must not be named. Oh my god. Oh my god. I do enjoy calling her Joanne. Listen, Joanne.
Museum of Pop Culture, after many talks inside the organization, decided to remove references to J.K. Rowling's name on the signage around the Harry Potter movie props that they have in the fantasy exhibit. But they also revealed that one, they weren't going to be fully removing the Harry Potter props from the exhibit, and two, they also revealed that they were going to be leaving J.K. Rowling up as one of the inductees to the Science Fiction and Fantasy Hall of...
Oh, wait, I got so excited. This isn't even good news. Wait. God damn it. Okay, I guess that's hard, right? Because you're a museum. If you have in your collection a bunch of Harry Potter props, are you not going to show them? Are you really? Are you not going to put them on display? That's hard. I'm sure it's a huge part of the attraction now. I don't think it was there when I went, but, yeah. Oh. I think as long as JK is alive, I think it's unethical to profit from her IP and, like, also, like, feed into her fandom that gives her wealth to fund anti-trans movements. You know?
Fame that is housed at the Museum of Pop Culture. And they revealed for that one in particular that they actually don't have the full ability to just remove her because that Hall of Fame inductee list is something that is also made in conjunction with several other groups. So this has led to criticisms from everybody. On the one hand, you have, again, the anti-trans folks sort of saying that the Museum of Pop Culture is canceling J.K. Rowling. Now, this blog post was done several months ago. and no one cared. No one gave two craps. And the only reason that has come up now is that someone, I believe at the Telegraph in the UK, found out about this blog post, found out about this news, and decided to make a huge stink about it online in order to, get clicks for their website, and also to stir up the anti-trans crowd to go and harass the Museum of Pop Culture. And it just showcases how performative and shallow and meant to be sort of the cynical drive for attention that these culture war moments around J.K. Rowling really are. Because, like I said, no one cared for the longest time that she was removed from the museum. They only care now because they wish to make a stink about it and draw attention to J.K. Rowling, make it seem like she's the victim here, make it like she's like the one being hurt, instead of the trans people that she continually attacks.
I mean, yeah, it was probably her fucking publicist that, fed it to the Telegraph or whoever it was. She loves to be fucking relevant. Which is well, I don't really like to talk about her that much. Because she is, overall pretty relevant. But she's also very powerful. And I hate that.
All that has happened here is her name was removed from signage. And the props are still there. Harry Potter is literally still in the exhibit, the thing that she made. She's still benefiting from the exposure because she still makes money off of Harry Potter. And everyone knows that J.K. Rowling made Harry Potter. So this is the shallowest of shallow things. And it doesn't really hurt her at all. But they wish to make a stink out of it in order to, again, draw attention to her anti-trans views and make her seem like the victim while framing trans people as...
Yeah, that's just an aesthetic choice at most. They just don't want to get in trouble with the libs, I guess. They got too many letters from the libs of Seattle. The libs of Seattle. Great band name. HP is the saddest thing for me. I loved Harry Potter so much as a kid. Rowling ruined shit for me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think a lot of people had that experience. I liked the movies and everything. I never read the books, so I wasn't that into it. So it was much easier for me to let it go than others, I think. It's so shitty. I had that experience with Kanye. So I do know how that feels. It hurts. It really hurts. I thought you were better. I thought you were cool, and you were not cool.
The bullies, and again, justifying the attacks on the transgender community. It's how all these culture war discourses go on. From, Target having pride merch, oh, look, they're trying to groom the kids, making trans people look like the bullies and the bad people and the awful folks around stuff that really no one would give a crap about if you just encountered it without the culture war nonsense and fervor.
I can't let go of Yeezus. Oh my god. Oh my god, I found another Yeezus lover in the wild. Oh my god. In my entire life, I've never found another person who loves Yeezus. Oh my god. I feel like you're my soul sibling. Mostly let go of Kanye, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't listened in a long time, but I do. If I go back to anything, it is going back to Yeezus. 100%. Yeezus or My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. It's one of those two. But yeah, I can't believe you left that album too. It's such a niche love. We can talk about it later, yeah.
Being stoked. And what it results in not only is just a general discourse around trans people that continually harms us, but attacks on trans people specifically. I know Chris and many of the LGBTQ folks at the Museum of Pop Culture have been getting a lot of harassment. As someone who has also experienced a lot of harassment from these made-up culture war discourses, like we saw when I, talked about Hogwarts Legacy and saying, maybe don't support it, and it created this whole freaking narrative that led to me continually, to this day, still getting harassed around that stuff. This is what they're also getting at the Museum of Pop Culture. They're getting harassed there, and I know from personal experience that it's a lot. And it leads to now these trans folks are going to continually be marked by the community. This will follow them for a long time. And they are, not as terminally online people as I am. So, it will, probably die down a little bit for them. Whereas I, as an ongoing transgender apprentice, it'll follow me for a much longer time. But I also know that they're going to face this harassment for a long time. And it can be very damaging to mental health. And again, as people that I care about, it pisses me off. And it pisses me off that this is continually what happens with these cynical culture war discourses that target all trans people.
It's so dumb. They get so mad. Like, they just removed her fucking name and face from the exhibit. That's it. That's it. Are you that big of a Joanne stan? Oh my god.
And specific trans people, and just create an atmosphere to make us unsafe. Now, that all being said, that's nothing new. This continually happens over and over and over again. I've said this story before. The reason that I wanted to talk about this situation specifically beyond, showing concern for my friends, which is people who are trans supporters saying, well, why didn't they take down the exhibit? Why didn't they remove J.K. Rowling from the, Hall of Fame? And this leads us to a discussion of people trying to do their best within bureaucracies and larger capitalist forces. The Museum of Pop Culture, like I said, I worked there, and I know from personal experience how much of a bureaucracy it is, and how frustrating it is for trans people, for anyone really, to try to go and have a larger conversation where there's 10 million people who have a say in something. If you go and say you want to change the signage of something, 20 million people have a say. And I know, I was not at the Museum of Pop Culture, I wasn't working there, so this is a presumption on my part, but I also kind of know that this movement for the removal of J.K. Rowling...
If they just removed it and didn't make a statement, would anyone have noticed? Who's going there every single day like, oh, I'm gonna go revisit the Harry Potter Joanne Rowling exhibit. Oh no, they removed my favorite person. Like, I don't know if it would have been that big of a deal.
His name was pushed for by many of the people who are both queer and trans there, and by people who are trans and queer supportive. And they were encountered by people saying like, well, we can't remove it because it's a big money getter for our company. It's, there's probably contractual obligations that we have to go for. And it's frustrating because I know that this was a compromise. This was the compromise that came up with like, hey, Jake, we're going to remove her name. But we can't remove everything from the exhibit. And the reasoning that Chris gave in the blog post was like, well, we still want to celebrate, some of the actors and people that worked on the film because they were supportive to trans people. And on that hand, I get it. But I'm also frustrated, and I agree that yes, they should remove it. They should remove it completely. They should remove J.K. Rowling from the inductee Hall of Fame. She doesn't deserve it anymore for the harm that she has caused. She deserves to lose all of those things. She deserves to lose every platform that she has. And it is frustrating that, you constantly see these people at the top saying like, well, we want to support trans people, but we can't remove these things. And I'm not trying to burn bridges in the Museum of Pop Culture, but I just know that that's how bureaucracy works. Look at Warner Brothers. They constantly were like, they put out this very weak, limp message when J.K. Rowling said her stuff saying like, oh, well, we support everybody, because they didn't want to upset anybody. And they knew trans people will still support, other Warner Brothers projects, but they didn't want to upset the transphobes, so they make this, wiffly-waffly message in the middle, which ultimately serves the harm being caused towards trans people. And so I understand that frustration. But what also is constantly happening is that frustration is then vented at the trans people too. I know from personal experience that like when people talk about these things, it is the people who are trying their best to stand up for stuff that face the brunt of the frustration. I'm not going to talk about my specific experience, but I worked at organizations during the Hogwarts Legacy stuff where I know there were many people that worked at those companies that were like, we would rather not talk about J.K. Rowling at all. But we are also forced to do so because of the bigger bureaucracy. And fuck the bureaucracy, fuck the system, but I also know that there are the specific people at those organizations, like the people at Museum of Pop Culture, who are facing the brunt of it. No matter what happens, the system gets made invisible, and trans people take the brunt of it. Either trans people are the villains in right-wing media narratives, who are like the ones canceling J.K. Rowling, or they also become the targets of criticism saying you didn't do enough. When often the trans people are trying their best to navigate a system that will not even allow our voices to be heard. It's easy for me to say, take all these things down, fuck the system, we should be destroying it. That's what I believe, and I certainly want that to happen. But I also have sympathy for trans people who are just trying to live their lives and trying to do what they can in a system that will never allow them to do what's best. And this is constantly how the system perpetuates, this endless infighting of this.
It's fucked because, like, it is a political statement either way. To show the props or not to show the props. It's political either way. So if you are going to make a political statement, I would prefer that it's one that's supporting trans people. I think that would be cool and based. But, like, as a business, Like, how much of their foot traffic is due solely to the Harry Potter stuff, you know? Like, I can't imagine that it's that much. So, like, I don't think they would lose that much if they took it down. And after Joanne dies, after her estate is dissolved or whatever, you know, then fine, put it back up. You know? As long as her children, does she have kids? I don't know. Her estate is no longer propagating transphobia, then fine, put it back up. It'll probably still have value. It's probably going to be one of those IPs that fucking Disney buys and just reprises forever. It'll be fine.
Us versus them narrative that just leaves marginalized people in the middle getting attacked. This is what neoliberalism ultimately always tries to do. It's saying, oh, well, we need to argue with the fascists. We need to fight them in the marketplace of ideas, and it constantly just creates this battle back and forth that removes the system from culpability and makes it about individuals, leaving marginalized folks getting harmed.
And the solution to these things is just to let them die in silence. Don't give them the time of day, remove them, cut them out of our lives, and just move forward. Actually ignore them, not performatively ignore them, actually ignore them. Fight them when they cause actual harm, but in stuff like this, where it's all just about the cynical performance of creating this discourse that devolves into just causing harm to trans people.
A museum is an interesting place for discourse to occur, right? Because it is solely aesthetics. Museums are pretty much nothing but aesthetics. There are some like interactive types, but this one specifically is only a visual experience, audio visual. But like it's the aesthetics of aesthetics. You know what I mean?
You do not give them the time of day. You instead focus on the next thing, the more beautiful thing, the things that we can build, rather than just getting caught up in their constant narratives.
So I just wanted to say that, and I want to be clear, I have had no contact with Chris Moore specifically about this situation or anyone at the Museum of Pop Culture. I just want to talk about it because I know from both personal experience, from working at Museum of Pop Culture, and knowing writ large these situations. So I just wanted to talk about it and how ultimately these discourses always on either side of the discussion creates a place where it creates a binary discussion that harms transgender people and constantly degrades transgenders' rights and just transgender people specifically's well-being.
We turn now to Texas, where the
W Jesse. All right, it's time. Time has come. We have to confront the reality that is the U.S.-Mexico border. We've got Amy to guide us through this.
The Republican governor, Greg Abbott, is escalating his crackdown on asylum seekers at the southern border. The Houston Chronicle reports Texas troopers recently changed their policy and are now separating migrant families at the U.S.-Mexico border under Abbott's Operation Lone Star. At least 24 families have been separated. The policy's been widely
Operation Lone Star. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not the Wild West. Shut the fuck up.
Condemned by immigrant rights advocates for its abuses. Attorneys with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid say most of the separated families, separating the mother and children from the fathers, are from Venezuela and plan to turn themselves in to U.S. border officials to request asylum. Instead, state troopers with the Texas Department of Public Safety arrest the fathers on trespassing charges. Other family members, including their young children, were separately detained by Border Patrol. The practice violates the Abbott administration's own border enforcement guidelines. Advocates are calling on the Biden administration to intervene and immediately reunite the families. The campaign, #WelcomeWithDignity, said in a statement, quote, "The world can now see that Governor Abbott's cruelty knows no bounds," unquote. Just last month, Biden's Justice Department sued Governor Abbott after Texas installed barrels wrapped in razor wire in the Rio Grande to block asylum seekers from crossing the river. Dozens of migrants, including children, have suffered severe injuries and lacerations after being cut by razor wire. Last week, the body of 2 asylum seekers were found in the Rio Grande. One of them...
Monsters, dude. Heartless, soulless, goddamn fucking monsters.
Trapped in the razor wire barrier. The first reported deaths linked to the buoys include a victim identified as a 20-year-old from Honduras. Meanwhile, the blistering heat wave in Texas has also been deadly for migrants crossing through the region, with a whistleblower recently revealing Texas border officials were ordered to deny migrants drinking water, even in the brutal heat. For more, we go to El Paso, Texas, where we're joined by Marisa Limon Garza, Executive Director of Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, though not under these circumstances, Marisa. Can you describe what you understand is happening at the border? People might say they thought under Trump they understood the separation policy, still dealing with perhaps 1,000 families that have never been reunited. But it's continuing to happen?
Indeed, it does seem like it's continuing to happen here at our southern border. We believe in the safety and well-being of all people, and that's an understanding that is shared by many Americans. And we all know, including Governor Abbott, the incredible harms and lifelong damage that is caused by this kind of separation. We know what happens to children, the psychological damage to adults as well. And it's not surprising, unfortunately, that he has continued to ratchet up the response in many measures to gain political points. And so we see this separation occurring, we see the harms that it causes, and it's incredibly difficult to continue to have that happen here at our southern border. When you pair that with the horrors of this buoy system and everything that we're seeing in Eagle Pass with razor wire and the lacerations on people and the harm that that causes, it just goes back to a tired trope that people continue to try to pursue, which is a deterrence practice through cruelty. And this cruelty continues to be augmented and built upon in horrific ways that we know are just not effective. People are on the move across the globe. This has not deterred migrants from coming. If anything, these practices put people into more harm's way when they're just trying to seek asylum, their legal right. And so it's horrific to see, and we call on the Biden administration to continue their efforts to make sure that Governor Abbott stops this practice, that Operation Lone Star is ended, and that we can no longer have the separation of families on our watch. It's unconscionable, and it goes against all of our values.
And Marisa, can you explain further? They're arresting the men on trespassing charges?
Yes, the trespassing charges is the tool that the governor is using with Operation Lone Star to be able to put the men, that's one of the very few access points that they have, as a way of legally operating through the Department of Public Safety. And so this mechanism results in separation of families. And those families are actually supposed to be all presented together to Border Patrol officials and not have this separation occur. And so there's certainly some kind of breakdown between Border Patrol and DPS in what's actually happening at the southern border. This has caused the communities in Eagle Pass to respond in different ways. There's been reporting recently about different people in the community, landowners and others, having real issue with these practices. And the city council actually had privatized a park, and now that's become public again because there wasn't a real understanding of the great lengths that the Abbott government would go to make sure that there was harm placed on migrants.
So I want to go to this issue of the razor wire. You're in El Paso, and I want to ask you about the response in the border city of Eagle Pass, Texas, where residents gathered Monday night along the Rio Grande to commemorate asylum seekers who've drowned in the river. This is Jesse Fuentes, who is pursuing a lawsuit against Texas over new river barriers covered in razor wire they installed and their environmental impact. He spoke to the Dallas Morning News.
I don't know what it's going to take to get our park back, to get our river back, to let our river heal. That is a destroyed island. It'll make a comeback if we just remove everything that's there. We got to let the river heal. We got to let our community heal. And we need to remove all these impediments out of the river. That's a federally protected river. None of that stuff should be there.
And this is the Mexican President AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez.
Yeah, it's a fucking river. No shit. Yeah, none of that shit should be there. Agreed. Agreed. It's just fucking inhumane. It's inhumane. And frankly, un-American. Like, I've put the inscription of the fucking Statue of Liberty up. Just in case anyone fucking forgot.
Obrador, speaking last week, condemning Texas Governor Greg Abbott's immigration policy.
Their nationalities are being investigated. The people found at the Rio Grande River as of yesterday, and action is going to be taken. We already are demanding the removal of these buoys, which violate our sovereignty and our human rights. He, the Texas governor, Gregory Wayne Abbott, shouldn't act like that Texas migrant policy. It's inhumane. You don't treat any person like that. No one should be treated like that. That's not something good people do.
So what is happening on this front?
That is not something good people do. Couldn't have said it better myself, dude. Like, you just don't see these people as people. Like,
Marisa Limon Garza. Is there any move to remove the razor wire? I know the federal government is saying they're taking
the crime of being a refugee.
Taking action. What exactly are they doing?
The federal government has, through the Department of Justice, is seeking, litigation against the Abbott administration to remove these barriers and to make sure that this is not happening here at the southern border. We here in El Paso know very well what kind of a scar militarization is on our regions, and that extends from San Diego all the way to Brownsville. This is a reality that we face every day when we see concertina wire at our ports of entry, we see border wall construction, steel bollard fencing, we see drones overhead, checkpoints out of the region, and it's no wonder that Eagle Pass is suffering these grave harms with this horrific new iteration of a way to increase militarization on pieces of land, environment that have been protected and have been really enjoyed by flora.
Yeah, and they literally talk about it like it's an invasion. But it's not an invasion. These are people seeking refuge. Like, there's no need for a military response when people are simply seeking refuge from war, from climate disaster, from shit that America has caused.
Fauna for millennia, and so to see these kinds of atrocities really flies in the face of everything that we believe in and value in. And so it's time for that federal government to take more of an active response, continue to push for more action to make sure this practice ends, and so there can be an attempt at healing both from the environment as well as from communities. I know members of Congress will be visiting the southern border this week, and so we call on them to really take action and to push the administration forward on ending these horrific practices.
Now, your organization, along with 200 civil, human rights, and immigrant rights organizations, have written to the Biden administration, which has been using the decrease in migrant crossings between ports of entry as an example of the asylum policy working. What are you calling for in this letter?
We are calling for an end to these practices. We know that the decrease in numbers is not really an actual representation of what is happening, and it cannot be attributed to this new policy. We know that the policy...
Yeah, if you hate illegal immigration, then guess what? Give them a legal path to immigration. A legal path to refugee status. Hello?
People take time to see what kind of impact it's going to have. And the reality is that people are continuing to be on the move. We're calling for an end to the use of all of these detractions that are getting in the way of people being able to seek protection, and making sure that people have access to territory that they should be able to seek protection with them. We join many other organizations across the country in unison, really calling for an end to these practices, especially all of the things that are related to the circumvention of lawful pathways, the policy that the Biden administration has put into place, and really against the use of the credible fear interview and expedited removal that's caused incredible damage and an erosion of due process for anybody trying to seek protection while in the custody of border officials.
Finally, Marissa Limon Garza, the issue of the desperate heat and what migrants face, if not the razor wire, the deadly heat.
The heat is horrific. You know, today, yesterday in El Paso, I believe we reached up to 112 degrees. We've had the longest streak of over 100-degree temperatures in our region. And the reality is that migration doesn't stop. And so there are limited resources for people. It's caused grave harm and danger, ultimately resulting in death in many instances. And it's a reality of migration that shouldn't be part of what happens. A lot of the deterrence through cruelty practices push people to more dangerous and remote parts of our border. And that results in increased loss of life and damage and harm when it comes to heat-related illnesses and other problems. So it's another element that's only ratcheting up the other consequences that we have when it comes to these kinds of practices and these kind of deterrents.
And the issue of border guard not only not providing water, but sometimes taking water that humanitarians leave for people who might be seeking refuge.
Yeah, they'll take the water. They will also, if they catch people leaving water for migrants, they will charge them with littering. For leaving water. Drinkable water. Litter.
Yes, I mean, it's devastating. There are calls throughout the community for people to be able, just regular folks, to be able to have access to water. We have cooling stations in our community intentionally so that people can cool off. And yet those kinds of protections don't extend, it seems, to migrants, which is inhumane and horrific. And so to hear that families intentionally, knowingly are being left without any kind of water, a basic human right, is devastating. And so that's something that we're certainly against and in favor of a real humanitarian response, which is what the response to migration should be first and foremost, is recognizing that common humanity and what we all feel as we're going through this scorching summer as a result of the climate crisis.
Marissa Limon Garza, we want to thank you so much for being with us, Executive Director of Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, speaking to us from El Paso, Texas.
I'm Amy Goodman. Fucking...
So I wanted to stay on the immigration because if you were in the U.S. Senate, you might be voting on issues, of course, far beyond the borders of Texas. And I wanted to look at Arizona now with a related story. The Intercept has revealed U.S. Border Patrol agents are holding migrants in outdoor cages amidst a record-setting heat wave. On Thursday, Intercept reporter Ryan Devereaux and photographer Ash Ponders observed about 50 migrants inside a chain-link pen at the Ajo Border Patrol Station, which is about 2 hours west of Tucson. The migrants...
That's torture. This is literally fucking torture. What?
Border Patrol immigration, because if you were in the U.S. Senate, you might be voting on issues to look at Arizona now with a related story. The Intercept has revealed U.S. Border Patrol agents are holding migrants in outdoor cages amidst a record-setting heat wave. On Thursday, Intercept reporter Ryan Devereaux and photographer Ash Ponders observed about 50 migrants inside a chain-link.
Sorry, I just want to Google the temperature that day. Wait, did they say where this was? Fuck, I'm sorry.
Pen at the Ajo Border Patrol Station, which is about 2 hours west of Tucson. The migrants could be seen huddling in a small area where there was a bit of shade on a day when temperatures reached 114 degrees.
Oh, I should have just trusted Amy to inform me. 114. Yep, can conform. 114. Holy fuck, dude. Literal torture.
Degrees in the area. Meanwhile, the group Humane Borders says the bodies of at least...
Yo, that's fucked. You can see them, like, all hiding in this sliver of shade. A sliver. Oh.
14 degrees in the area. Meanwhile, the group Humane Borders says the bodies of at least 13 people have been found over the past month in the Sonoran Desert, which many migrants cross. In addition to State Senator Roland Gutierrez, we're joined in Tucson, Arizona by Ryan Devereaux, investigative journalist for The Intercept. His new piece headlined, "Border Patrol is Caging Migrants Outdoors During Deadly Arizona Heat Wave." Ryan, welcome back to Democracy Now! Please describe what you've seen.
That has got to be illegal, right? I mean, I know Border Patrol can do whatever the fuck they want. ICE can do whatever the fuck they want. I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but fucking hell, dude.
Thanks for having me, Amy. Last week I got a tip that the Border Patrol was holding migrants outdoors in some sort of enclosure at the Ajo Border Patrol Station, and this was surprising for two reasons. Anybody who knows anything about the desert in southern Arizona knows that this portion of the desert is as deadly as it gets, and as you mentioned at the top of the show, we are right now experiencing a record-setting and deadly heat wave. So I drove out to the Ajo Station with photojournalist Ash Ponders. As you said, it was 114 degrees that day. We hiked up to a ridge where we were able to see into the Border Patrol station. We had
Bro, did you notice how they were all looking away from you? Did you notice that? Did you notice how they didn't want to be documented, and then you just documented them anyway? Okay.
a telephoto lens and binoculars, and we were able to observe roughly 50 migrants being held in a chain link enclosure under a sort of carport style structure that cast a small strip of shade on the ground. The ground was loose rock, the shade was minimal. People were crowding themselves into the shade that was available shoulder to shoulder. I observed roughly 30 migrants.
They set this up wrong. They had to have done that on purpose. Like, why wouldn't you do it like east-west? This is just letting sun in all day.
It was minimal. People were crowding themselves into the shade that was available shoulder to shoulder. I observed roughly 30 migrants being marched off to a separate section of the facility, and roughly as many staying behind. The ground was littered with water bottles. There was one large fan and a misting machine set up, and the only furniture in the pen was a set of bleachers, metal bleachers that were in direct sunlight and appeared to be scorching hot. The fan and the misting machine were pointed in an
Yeah, I'm sure everything is fucking scorching hot.
area with direct sunlight, so they weren't being used. People were largely quiet and still. There were folks there who were there when we arrived and still there when we left. We observed the scene for roughly an hour there. And as I've gathered more information, before and after the reporting, the Border Patrol station there in Ajo has been seeing a lot of migrants coming in. Folks are presenting themselves for asylum down near the border wall south of Ajo, roughly 200 to 300 people a day. But last week, in a 24-hour period, there were 800 to 1,000 people who showed up. Humane Borders and other humanitarian groups.
It's all men, too. So I wonder if this is related to the story she was talking about, like men being separated from their family.
Trying to provide aid down there at the border wall, but are overwhelmed at the moment.
Were they men, women, children?
From what I could tell, it appeared to be mostly adult men, but age and gender were sort of impossible to be absolutely certain about from a distance. But the 30 or so migrants who I saw marched off appeared to all be men. However, at the border itself, there are absolutely families showing up, children showing up. And as you mentioned at the top of the show, in the past month, the remains of 14 migrants have been found in the desert, and that's, on top of the 4,000 plus that have been recovered over the past 2.5 decades. And all border researchers agree that that is certainly an undercount. I mean, you really can't overstate how deadly this ecosystem is. And when you combine that with the heat wave that we're experiencing now, it's absolutely a recipe for disaster.
You write, Ryan, on Wednesday, officials in Maricopa County, north of Ajo, reported at least 18.
More than disaster, just outright murder, mass murder.
People have died from heat in Phoenix this year, with 69 other cases under investigation. We're not talking about uncomfortable heat. We're talking about deadly heat.
That's absolutely correct. And the area that we're talking about where these migrants are being held is as rugged as it gets. It's as remote as it gets. And even under normal conditions in the summer, this is a part of the desert that you absolutely do not trifle with. And under these conditions, with this heat wave, it is otherworldly. It's extraordinarily hot and extraordinarily deadly. And that desert will take your life in no time.
Yeah, no, people just on hikes die. Just on a casual hike. Because they don't, realize how much water they need, or that it's simply too fucking hot to be outside right now. A lot of, out-of-towners. They might die because a monsoon hit. I hear about that all the time. People go hiking, don't know that it's gonna rain in a few hours, don't get back to their car in time, get swept away in a monsoon. It is incredibly deadly, and it's just being made even deadlier and less safe with all of these fucking measures.
A spokesperson for Customs and Border Protection sent a statement to the Intercept that said the agency, quote, is prioritizing expeditiously transporting non-citizens encountered in this desert environment, which is particularly dangerous during current weather conditions, to U.S. Border Patrol facilities where individuals can receive medical care, food, water. Ryan Devereaux, your response.
Yeah, it's the sort of statement and response that we would expect from CBP. It's fairly boilerplate. I think the biggest unanswered question here right now is how is it that a multi-billion-dollar agency, CBP, receives more funding traditionally than ATF, FBI, DEA combined? How is it that this agency does not have the resources to handle the arrival of migrants?
Yeah, they should have more than enough fucking
migrants that is totally predictable. I mean, this happens multiple times a year. It's been happening 4 years, and yet what we're seeing is a reaction that is what you would expect from somebody who's seeing this for the first time. So this is a very well-funded agency, and yet they're telling us that they don't have enough resources to avoid putting people outside in a historic and deadly heat wave.
So in Texas, you have the Republican Governor Abbott. In Arizona, you have the Democratic Governor, Katie Hobbs. When it comes to the border and treatment of immigrants, does it matter whether it's a Democratic or Republican governor?
I mean, I think...
No. Different forms of fascism.
If you look at the events on the ground and how things shake out, we've seen over, administration after administration, Democrats and Republicans, the core elements remain the same. The U.S. strategy on the borders.
Well, yeah, isn't U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, ICE, those are all federal agencies, right? So what the fuck is a state governor gonna do? What are they gonna do? They can advocate for more resources for migrants once they make it into Arizona, but they're obviously not making it that far.
Funneling flows of migrants into the most remote and deadly stretches of the desert. And this particular area that we're discussing today in the sort of west desert of southern Arizona has turned into an absolute graveyard as a result of that bipartisan policy.
Finally, I wanted to ask Texas State Senator Rowling Gutierrez. We first talked to you after the Uvalde massacre of children at the elementary school. There, hundreds of Texas law enforcement moved in and did nothing. Here you have Texas law enforcement pushing children back into the water. Can you comment overall on what needs to happen? And if you became U.S. Senator, what is the kind of immigration reform we need to see?
Well, Amy, we need to revamp the whole system. And I don't know that people in Congress are ready to do this, but we are facing an aging population in the United States. We can absorb literally millions of jobs in hospitality, construction, agriculture. Right now, our farmers and ranchers are struggling with our H-2A visa program. We need to revamp this whole program, take immigrants.
Yeah, I was reading up about this, and it's not just hard labor jobs that migrants take. Migrants are more likely to start a business. They're more likely to succeed in business. They're more likely to go into STEM field. Like, they're also like highly educated workers. It's not like what people call like unskilled labor, which doesn't exist.
Immigration outside of the border, remove it to countries of origin, go to the U.S. consulate and where you imagine an office that says we need 10,000 jobs in hospitality, and we start filling those jobs from abroad. We can do this in a right way. We just need to have people currently in Congress that are willing to do it. Additionally, there's 13 million migrants in the United States that have been here for more than 30 years. We need to address that issue. We need to give them a pathway to residency, first off, and citizenship beyond that. We have 1 million dreamers that we haven't settled. All of the issues on immigration are right there in front of us, and they're solvable. It just doesn't seem that people on either side of this aisle want to fix this political football. Republicans less so. I think that they see him as some future voter that wouldn't vote for them. But, you know, we've seen...
Instead of trying to win the vote.
The fixes come from a Republican named Ronald Reagan many, many years ago with amnesty. We have to get down together and figure this out. Every association of business, chamber of commerce, and agricultural group across this country wants to solve this problem. It can be solved if we do it in a smart way.
Democratic Texas State Senator Rowling Gutierrez now running for the U.S. Senate against Republican Senator Ted Cruz. And Ryan Devereaux, reporter for The Intercept, based in Tucson, Arizona. Ryan, we'll link to your new piece. Border Patrol is caging migrants outdoors during deadly Arizona.
I do want to read that. I don't know if I'm gonna read it tonight. We still have another piece on the border to get through. He's a Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking little liar, dude. Summarized the piece. Did not link the piece. Damn it, Amy, do I have to do everything? Kidding. I'm kidding, I don't mind. Order. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Rude. Devereaux. Devereaux. There we go.
Heat wave. The U.S. Department of Justice is threatening to sue Texas after Republican Governor Greg Abbott installed barrels wrapped in razor wire in the Rio Grande in an attempt to block migrants from crossing the river and entering the...
Is he fucking Jigsaw? What the fuck is this shit? It's on fucking Little Liar.
United States. Texas has also placed large coils of razor wire in the river. The Justice Department has given Abbott until 2 p.m. today to begin removing the floating barriers and related structures. Humanitarian workers and local news outlets report numerous migrants, including children, have suffered from lacerations after being cut by the razor wire. Oftentimes, they couldn't see it was underwater. A whistleblower state trooper at the Texas Department of Public Safety recently decried the state's inhumane policy.
Fucking nightmare. God, getting trapped in razor wire when you're underwater. Actual nightmare shit. The worst thing you could do to a human. Like, one of the worst things. Like, forcing them to drown trapped in razor wire. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
In a letter to superiors, Nicholas Wingate wrote, quote, "The wire and barrels in the river needs to be taken out, as this is nothing but an inhumane trap in high water and low visibility," he wrote. Last week, the U.S. Justice Department sent a letter to Texas stating, quote, "The state of Texas's actions violate federal law, raise humanitarian concerns, present serious risks to public safety and the environment, and may interfere with the federal government's ability to carry out its official duties," unquote. Texas Governor Greg Abbott responded by writing on social media, "Texas has the sovereign authority to defend our border under the U.S. Constitution and the Texas Constitution." Abbott went on to say, "We will see you in court, Mr. President." We're joined right now by Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez. He recently announced he'll run against Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, State Senator, at least for now. It's really important to have you with us on this critical day. Can you talk about...
Let's go. Let's go. I didn't know he was running against Ted Cruz. Fuck yeah. He seems kind of cool, actually. I don't know much about him.
These flesh-ripping razor wire barriers in the water. And
flesh-ripping. That is painfully descriptive.
What you think needs to be done at this point?
Well, thank you, Amy. First off, I mean, it's obvious that what's happening on the border is inhumane, as Trooper Wingate suggested. These people are made in the eyes of God. And no one should have to go through this kind of torture. And it is torture. Let's be very clear. The wire that is in the water cannot be seen. It's lacerated people. It's caused problems. And worse yet, Trooper Wingate describes a situation where people have tried to get beyond the buoys and beyond the razor wire, sadly in deeper parts of the river. He talks about a mom who lost her child underwater. Her and her other child succumbed at that point. They rescued the mom and the daughter.
That's like a horror movie, dude. Unimaginable fucking tragedy.
But they sadly died at the hospital. And so we have to understand that what's happening at the border in Texas right now is criminal. There are state crimes, there are federal crimes, and there's international crimes. We have to understand that what's happening right now is of such a degree that troopers are acting under the color of law, and that not only are taking people's rights, but people are dying or being injured very seriously.
This is a fucking war crime.
Seriously from this. Greg Abbott needs to stop this flippant attitude and understand that what he is doing is harming people, and nothing he is doing has anything to do with any kind of immigration policy, because they have shown no metrics under Operation Lone Star. It has been stunt after stunt after stunt, and unfortunately, this one is leading into the deaths of migrants and migrant children.
How many construction workers got injured setting this shit up, too?
There were a number of other incidents that were described in the email. The 4-year-old migrant girl and a pregnant woman having a miscarriage found with severe injuries as they crashed into the barbed wire barrels while crossing the river. The young girl had also passed out from heat exhaustion. Wingate also wrote that the migrant mother, as you described, and one of her children drowned. It looks like the other one is not found. drowned, a child being pushed back into the water by one of these Border Patrol?
Yes, Amy. I mean, all of those actions that you just described.
Fucking Nazis. Fucking Gestapo. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Are absolute crimes that need to be prosecuted. I have talked to the local district attorney. As you know, I've asked the Justice Department to step in. They have suggested that they're indeed doing that. They've asked the governor to remove the obstacles in the water. The Department of Public Safety's director, Steve McCraw, I spoke to him immediately as these...
It's gotta be bad for, like, the animals in the river as well, right?
Reports came out, which was last Monday, and he suggested there's going to be an audit. I don't think he understands the severity of the situation. This is not about an audit. We need to have an investigation as to who gave what commands and when, how high from the Department of Public Safety did those commands come from, who knew about it. He claims, of course, that he didn't know anything about it. But, you know, any kind of audit or investigation of any sort from this agency is, I just question, because this is the same agency that failed all of those kids in Uvalde, Texas over a year ago. And here yet we have no accountability from this agency at all in the last year and a half on that incident. I think that we have to take a very serious look at what's considered immigration policy and what isn't. The last 2 months, we have seen a success in the re-implementation of Title VIII, cutting down crossings down to half. The fact is, Greg Abbott doesn't want to have that discussion. He simply wants to talk about the chaos that he's created.
And you've announced you're running against U.S. Senator Ted Cruz. What role does Cruz play in all of this, representing the state of Texas?
Amy, the best I could say is cheerleader, I guess. Cheerleader to Greg Abbott. He likes to come down to the border, doesn't talk about any of the benefits that are happening in the...
Cheerleader, I guess. I love him. I love him.
Communities along the border, doesn't talk about trade. He likes to talk about, you know, this invading horde. He scares people with this notion that, you know, people are just carrying fentanyl across our borders, which is just simply not true. Fentanyl product is coming in from all sorts of ports of entry across this country.
Yeah, usually on ships, because it's easier to sneak it in on a shipping container than on a vehicle.
No doubt fentanyl is a problem, and no doubt immigration to a certain degree is a problem. But those immigrants are not responsible for the major problems that are happening in Texas in education and healthcare, infrastructure, and beyond. And really, quite simply,
I haven't even heard of this guy. I gotta look him up.
Lack of opportunity. Ted Cruz has done nothing to solve this problem, nothing to offer an idea how to solve this immigration problem that we're having. Luckily, under President Biden's administration, the last 2 months, as I said, after the re-implementation of Title VIII, we've seen border crossings cut in half.
You are going...
Wait. Wait, you know that's not good, right? Wait. Wait, did he say illegal boarding crossing?
Biden's administration, the last 2 months, as I said, after the re-implementation of Title VIII, we've seen border crossings cut in half.
You are going to run for the U.S. Senate against Ted Cruz, Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez.
I'm Amy Goodman. Okay, I will be right back. Momentito.
meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home, I guess I'm okay, I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. At the piano roll, had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling, but we were good. Standing still, right beside me, you were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame 2 ways. By the wayside, you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space.
No, keep going. Anyway.
I miss you or a memory, someone or something I couldn't call it.
I'm sorry, I have to play this song.
Is it your smile in the morning, or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Way at now, did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving. Few years flew past you, and you worry. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described them. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move him at all.
I love that song so much. I'm hooked on the Welcome Cafe. But hey, we made it through the sad, bad stuff. Well, wait. No, there's one more. Potentially a few more. But mostly good things. And we have Fear Rand.
A restaurant in Oregon has a new employee, but it's...
Wait, no, that's not the right one.
Your book really does center around people's firsthand stories here in the US in terms of displacement from climate change. Hundreds of thousands of people in the United States displaced from their homes every year due to the effects of climate change. Like, how did you come upon that structure? Did you go into writing your book with that intention, both making it more of like a personal focus on people's experience and also making it US based?
Yeah, so I thought that it would be useful to, what I wanted to do at the start was just to try to document what the present tense, effects of climate change in the US were, because I thought that, people tend to conceive of it as a problem that will either happen, in the future, the distant future, or, somewhere else, like sort of very, very far distance across the globe. And especially with the, phenomenon of housing displacement or migration, I think people tend to think of it as something that is just not really like a US problem. And so what I was just trying to do is show, okay, after these climate disasters that, sort of appear and disappear from the news cycle relatively quickly, like what are the long-term effects on the community?
Brilliant. Love that. I love a data nerd. A stats nerd. Data is beautiful, it turns out.
Communities where these disasters happen, and what ends up happening to people who get, temporarily displaced from their homes, how many of them make it back, and how many sort of end up moving somewhere else, whether voluntarily or involuntarily.
I really also liked how your title is a reference to the Great Migration, the 20th century migration of Black Americans from the South to other cities around the country. And that part obviously must have been intentional as well, right? Because your book does do a great job of focusing on the racial politics of climate displacement in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of trying to draw there's both a similarity and a distinction, right? And one is that, the similarity is that, like the Great Migration, climate migration in the United States, it cleaves people along lines of race and class very distinctly. But there's also a dissimilarity, right? Where the Great Migration was a relatively sort of one-directional movement of people from a very specific region of the country to a very specific other region.
God, they're both too cute and I can't focus. Having bisexual panic. Being serious. Very serious.
There was both a push factor and also a pull factor of, wages, the promise of better treatment in northern cities. And in the case of climate displacement, it's much more chaotic, right? Like sort of happens everywhere in different parts of every region. And there's by no means like a single destination or coordinated direction of this movement. And so in the book, I kind of liken it to like when a pot is kind of like churning as it reaches a boiling point. It's more like there's a kind of chronic, generalized instability in certain places.
Literally just the atmosphere starts boiling, so they move.
Is that over time leads people to fly off in all different directions. So there's both a really distinct similarity, and that's like the racial and class divisions. And then there's a dissimilarity, which is like it's just not by any means so coordinated or recognizably directional as the Great Migration was.
Have you considered what Ben Shapiro posed years ago, that people who are experiencing flooding should just sell their homes, and then that kind of solves everything?
You know, it's...
Sell their homes to who? Fucking Aquaman!
It's a very funny video that I watched several times while writing the book, and it's very interesting because like there's an element of that's actually currently baked into the actual functioning of the housing market in coastal places, right? Which is like when people do buy a home in a risky area, they sort of have the assumption that they are going to be able to sell it to someone else, not Aquaman as the video says, but you know, somebody else will go. And in part, it's because there's just not enough information in the market about what the potential risks are, and we don't exactly know what the timeline is. So sea level rise, it's very difficult to predict. So when I start a 30-year mortgage in, Miami, I don't really know how many 30-year mortgages there are left before the home is underwater. So yeah, I mean, there's a kind of like, I think I wanted to liken in the book to like when Wile E. Coyote like runs off the cliff and he doesn't notice that he's running on air until he looks down, but then as soon as he's down, he starts falling. So like that Ben Shapiro's mistake is actually kind of like really, really insightful in a reverse way, because it's actually the way that the market works right now. And at some point that will change.
Yeah, I mean, you particularly focus on it, I would say, or maybe the one of the more relevant parts to this particular talking point is your Santa Rosa example, where there was this massive housing shortage after wildfires. It's different than flooding, but it is an example of housing being at the forefront of this. And like my aunt lives in Santa Rosa. I have heard a lot about what that experience has been like through my family, like what facing those wildfires and how that created such insecurity there. But of course, for people on the front lines, it's devastating.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Like, just regularly getting evacuated, regularly dealing with shitty air quality. It's not fun. Yeah.
Talk a bit about that chapter in your book. How wildfires affected the housing market there.
Right. Yeah, I think this is like it's a really, really important example, because there was a really, really dire existing problem in that area before the wildfire, which is that there's just this extreme shortage of housing. It had one of the lowest vacancy rates in the country, and we can go into all the reasons why that's true in Northern California and California generally. But that wasn't caused by climate change, obviously. But then you have a city where there's already really no vacant rental housing, and then suddenly 4,000 or 5,000 homes get wiped off the map, and those are not only apartments but also relatively large homes that were owned by relatively wealthy people. And so it took this existing problem and made it like it sort of supercharged it, right? Where you have these wealthy people who lost their homes and they're looking for a place to go. So maybe they have a second home and they suddenly say, okay, well, we're gonna kick our renter out of our second home and live there, or we're going to go to our vacation home. And there's this downward pressure that happened where renters and people who had the least equity in their homes already, they ended up basically getting pushed out of the market because there was no longer space for people at the top. And so everyone got crowded down. And so I spoke to several people who, they rented one apartment for every 6 months for years, and they paid, 3 times what they'd paid before the fire. I spoke to people who just gave up on California. They ended up moving to places like Kentucky where they had family. So yeah, it's just like created this sort of insane chaos for years. And the prices have never really stabilized because it takes so long to rebuild that supply. And in the meantime, more people show up, sort of undeterred by the fire. And so it's just like it's a mess, right? And that's the sense I was trying to capture in that chapter of just like those first few months and that first year after the fire, people were paying, 10 grand a month just to get a place to live. And there was just this like chaos and trauma of living through that market, almost more traumatic than the experience of fleeing the fire itself for many people.
The shock of having to essentially run through your savings just in a second to get housing after a climate disaster. Right, I mean, these states like California, New York that have kind of blue legislatures need to get to the forefront of creating some sort of fund for people to not even relocate them, but get some subsidy for finding housing during that period, because like you speak about as well in the book, the rising insurance premiums in a lot of these areas of the country. I mean, this is just going to become a huge problem as more climate displacement happens. Insurance not being able, people being priced out of insuring their homes in this way. Can you talk about that dynamic?
Yeah, this has also been an issue in California and Florida, especially, where basically the insurance companies, they have difficulty. They're answerable to shareholders, so they have to turn a profit, and they kind of can't turn a profit, or they say they can't, at least in California and Florida, because the amount they have to pay out in damages and claims and what's called reinsurance is more than they take in from the premiums, right? So basically, they say, well, if we can't raise prices to really, really high levels, we're just going to kind of have to get out of certain areas, these like mountainous areas of California, for instance, where it's just like too risky, they say, to insure. And so the state, like California legislature and the insurance office, they've tried really hard to tamp down this sort of like runaway problem in the insurance market. But it's really, really difficult to find out a way to bring the companies to heel without driving them out of the state altogether, right? Because they could also say, we just don't want
bitch ass companies. Do it or we'll shut your ass down. Easy. It's called motherfucking regulation, bitch.
We don't want to write here, period, right? Let alone just like in those specific areas. But I think like in general, in all the places where this happens with different perils, fire, hurricanes, windstorm damage, what you kind of see is that there's the kind of, it really, really raises the threshold for who can afford home ownership, as opposed to renting, right?
Yes,
so
which is already insanely high given the quality of life for the generation that isn't.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think people who are my age would say, well, I couldn't afford a house anyway before climate change. But like there's this serious thing where like we think in the United States of like the middle class, upwardly mobile homeowner as somebody who saves up and they put equity in a home. It's an investment. And they're supposed to be able to keep up with it and then use that to like ascend the income ladder. And that, because of, housing supply shortages, and then because of insurance especially, it's kind of become like an illusion for a lot of people in the riskiest areas, right? Where the cost of insurance is just so much that it's impossible to keep up with most mortgages, even in, relatively affordable areas. That's like a serious like spiritual problem for the country as well as a policy problem, where it's like this sort of much touted class of people, the middle class.
Nobody gets to have a house. Yeah, that is a spiritual problem. Yeah, sure, you could call it that. I would call it a very material housing problem. But yeah, you can make it spiritual, I guess. Sure, whatever. We're doing whatever.
It's sort of being eroded by the cost of climate change.
Yeah. Juniper J, one of our IMers, writes in and said, also consider that in Florida, homeowners cannot get home insurance. DeSantis called for a special session to address this, but passed fascist legislation instead. I wasn't aware of that homeowner insurance element. Is that something you're up on?
Yeah, so years ago, like about 3 decades ago, after a hurricane in 1992, the insurance market in Florida basically collapsed. And it was like, I mean, this is like a controversial way to put it. It was basically partially socialized. Like there's a public option for insurance, for windstorm insurance in Florida. And there's all these small private companies that still offer, but they have sort of started to flee in recent years as the cost of hurricanes has gone up. And like Juniper's right, there's a lot of people who can't get insurance except for through this public option, which is really expensive. It's not very good coverage, and everybody's going to it. So it's like this enormous burden on like the public purse. And I think the big question for the very conservative Florida legislature is how do you manage the system where basically the taxpayers are now footing the bill for, there's basically a public subsidy for insurance in risky places. And can they like turn it back into a normal market, a functioning sort of the free market that a conservative wants? I kind of think the answer is no. But in either case, right, like it's like you're basically transferring the risk of people who live in really, really risky areas, not often through fault of their own, but you're transferring that to everybody, even people who don't own homes, right? So basically like you're taking a person who maybe owns a car in Orlando but rents an apartment, and their tax burden is in part the burden of like a person who owns a mansion in Miami Beach. So
okay, then make the landlords stop leeching off of the people paying rent. That seems like an easy answer. Is she not going to push back? She's not. There's only 20 seconds. Emma.
That's like a very, very difficult situation that I don't know that the legislature is quite equipped to address. They don't seem super interested in like a comprehensive solution.
Yeah. No shit. They don't care about solutions. Have you met the government? First day? Oh. I don't like that guy. I don't like him.
Outside of the of this event.
Oh yeah, this is a surprisingly based story.
That where RFK Jr. was extolling Israeli democracy and extolling how measured their military is. There's a group called Neturai Karta, and I've mentioned this before, but it's really interesting. And you can actually find this within Israel in a section of Jerusalem called Mea Shearim. There are ultra-Orthodox Jews who believe that the state of Israel should not exist, that Jews should not return to Jerusalem until the Messiah arrives. To be clear, Jews don't believe that the Messiah has come yet, so it's not a return. It would be a first, a first time.
Okay.
Put the cart before the horse.
Yeah, right.
Basically.
As opposed to, Jesus return. The Christian Zionists want Jesus to come back the second time, and then for all the Jews in Israel most of them.
Christians believe that Jesus, when Jesus showed up, he was the Messiah, and that prophecy was fulfilled. That's why the Jewish Bible is considered the Old Testament, and it got a refresh with the Messiah coming. Jews are still waiting.
Remix
For the other Messiah, and these Jews do not believe that Israel should exist without that. But what I find interesting here is that they're not arguing from a religious standpoint. It is interesting because their complaint is religious, but they have also seemingly absorbed, sort of some of the just. And I'm not saying that they're being disingenuous. I mean,
what's the history
humanist
of this?
perspective?
This sort of always exists alongside Israel, or is it developed?
I know that when I was in Israel in 1980, in Jerusalem, you could see graffiti in this area, Mea Shearim, that would say Zionism and Judaism are diametrically opposed. I don't think they say that Jews can't be there.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Based.
There, but they're just saying that like there cannot be a Jewish state before the Messiah shows up.
There shouldn't be any ethno-religious state.
On religious terms. Here we go.
Authentic rabbis always oppose Zionism and the state of Israel. We appreciate solidarity with Jews, but the state of Israel is not the answer to anti-Semitism.
it seemed like the media accused this politician of being anti-Semitic, and now he's trying to prove that he's not anti-Semitic by saying how great Israel is. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me because, like I said, this is the general perception that's given very successfully done by the Zionists as a ploy to gaining support and to stifle any opposition to the state of Israel is by equating and convoluting and the two concepts of Judaism and Zionism, even though it's really both contradictory, and it's just so blatantly wrong. Judaism is to serve God, to be peaceful, to be loving, to do kindness. Zionism is a truly selfish political movement of occupying another people. So wrong, so vicious, so
Wholly based. So wrong, so vicious. Yeah, exactly that. It is. Wait, I thought we were supposed to be peaceful. What are they doing over there?
What Judaism is all about, and it's totally humiliating to us as practicing Jews to see and hear what is being done in our name.
Supporting Israel is not support for Jews! Supporting Israel is not support for Jews! Supporting Israel is not support for Jews!
AIPAC, for instance, and the other Zionist organizations.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Conservatives will still try to say that if you oppose Israel, you are anti-Semitic, when Jewish people themselves are saying, hey, no, we don't support that shit.
Organizations makes it a point of attempting to have every single faction in the United States or around the world, any political group, whether it's Democrats or Republicans or independents, it really doesn't matter. They want to actually equate and convolute the issue of Judaism and the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and try to create the mirage, a concept that if you're opposing the state of Israel, you're anti-Semitic. And in truth, Israel and Zionism, what they're doing is the greatest exacerbator of anti-Semitism around the world.
Now, I don't, fully subscribe to much of what this guy says.
Yeah.
Like my issue with Israel is not founded in a some type of religious precept of as to why whether Israel can exist based upon God's law. I do think, and I'm not convinced that the existence of Israel.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, that's why it's such a strong argument. There is a religious argument for it, as well as like a practical one, a basic human empathy one of, yeah, you shouldn't genocide Palestinians.
Is needed to exacerbate anti-Semitism. I think probably the existence of Israel is an attempt to address anti-Semitism that had been around for several thousand years and led to a mass genocide. But nevertheless, the idea that AIPAC, in particular in this country, has equated criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism is true, and it is really detrimental, I think, to Jews writ large, but also incredibly detrimental to Palestinians. And I do think, though, and one of the interesting things about Marone Rappaport, what he was saying is that it had never really occurred to me that the money, it's one thing to condition the military support and the aid that we give Israel, but that the president has the ability to unilaterally pull back on the cover that we give Israel in international organizations. And in many respects, that is far more important. I mean, I've seen quotes, Israel might be able to get money from other sources, might be able to get weapons from other sources, might be able to develop it themselves, whatnot. But the veto power in the Security Council, the protection in these other international tribunals and whatnot, that to me seems to be a very, very a potentially productive, point.
Yeah,
right.
This is from 2001, but a history of the U.S. blocking UN resolutions against Israel over the past 5 decades is from Al Jazeera. The United States has vetoed at least 53 UN Security Council resolutions critical of Israel.
Free Palestine. Okay. I think it's time for AI time. Robot and AI? Yes. Yes. Okay. We're doing it.
A restaurant in Oregon has a new employee, but it's not a person. It's a robot server who brings food to customers. Name of the restaurant is the Cazadero, and the robot is named Play-Doh. I don't know if that's a philosophical thing or it's because he carries plates, but let's take a look at Play-Doh in action.
Play-Doh is a robot.
Play-Doh, like plate. Oh. God damn it, I hate it.
Bot that is a tool to help my servers and my bartenders and the customers. And so when we are very busy, we don't have a tree.
Tool.
We're backup servers.
Just to help them, copium.
And bartenders.
Just to help them.
On it. So in order to best serve the customers, what our bartenders and servers are able to do is be with our customers, be with our guests to get their orders and answer questions. And if somebody else's food is in the window, Play-Doh will be able to take it out rather than it getting cold in the window. He's there as a tool to help assist our bartenders and servers.
I like Play-Doh. I think he's pretty neat. I say hi to him every time he comes by.
Oh, look at this man. Look at this man. He is delightful. I love him. I say hi to it every time it comes by.
I know he can't answer, but no, Mama told me to be polite.
There he is. You rub between his nose and his eyes turn like into hearts or something, and he smiles. Just a look on their face, it kind of surprises a lot of into
They
hearts.
love it. These old men love their robot.
You rub between his nose and his eyes turn like into hearts or something, and he smiles. Just a look on their face, it kind of surprises a lot of people. And the little kids love him.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Their face, it kind of surprises a lot of people.
I mean,
and the little kids love him.
You know what? Hell, if it means I get my food faster, sure, fine. But if it means you're firing all of your waiters, maybe don't do that. Maybe not so pog.
Okay, so you can see there some of the patrons of the Cazadero liking it. Some apparently like it. Heads up, lots of people are not a fan of this, and so we're gonna have a little debate. First of all, the owner is Sherry Andrus, says that the minimum wage in Oregon has gone up nearly $4 since the restaurant was originally bought. Food prices have skyrocketed, and it's hard to get servers. So that's all of the argument that's being provided for why Play-Doh.
Have you tried paying them more?
Is needed, but when they posted about it.
Oh wait. Minimum wage is $14.20. They probably still can't afford to live in Portland and shit.
On their Facebook page, hundreds of comments poured in. Here's a representative one. I will never go there again. No, thank you. Get rid of this. We live in a small town. A town, why on earth? Okay, go. Calm down. You're not there. Play-Doh is not in the room with you. But they're not happy about it. I have thoughts, but I'm gonna give JR first crack. What do you think about Play-Doh?
I was wondering, I'm still curious about your thoughts, but fine. So
this is one of the things we understand why people would be upset about it, because look, it's taking away a job. We see this gonna be happening more and more and more, and especially when it comes to, as they mentioned, minimum wage going up. We don't want to pay humans. We'd rather invest how much money into these robots than if they break, invest more money in fixing it or replacing it, whatever it is. We know how updates in technology goes. But in this particular case, the one part where they got me is how remote this particular, at least that's what the ownership is saying. This isn't believing everything the owner is saying, how remote the restaurant is and how it's kind of hard to get someone to make that drive and take that job. So if that's the problem and you don't have anyone serving, then it's kind of like the next last ditch effort you can go for. But that's not, that's a very specific case here, is it spreads to other things at your local Applebee's, which is right 5 minutes from your house and along the same community in your neighborhood, then that's when it's becoming more of a problem, because it is taking the place of servers that do live nearby that would be willing to take a job if you pay them a living wage, which again is the minimum wage there, $14.50 or something like that. So
pay them, bitch.
That's the struggle with it. But that's also why, as far as our entire economy getting better, it enhances all of these ships instead of just
$14.50 is not a living wage, by the way. 25 and above would be a living wage.
Just picking and choosing here and there, and then we have people suffer. So we worry about small businesses, but then again, once big businesses take it over, it hurts small businesses too. But we don't see that problem.
Look, I don't know to what extent I believe the rationale. I'm sure it's a part of it, but again, like everyone who has a business is gonna try to replace people if they think it's gonna be cheaper, regardless of whatever other things. I think, yes, they're cute. I think some people will like that because they're cute. That's fine. I think that's why robots are gonna pop up in a lot of different places. I get that. As a server though, in an earlier part of my life, a server and a busboy and everything, I do have some issues with it. They say specifically, if it's busy, then it can take food from, if it's just on the line, they can take it out there. No, it can't. Where its hands. It takes a person to put the food on there. And at least in the one restaurant I've been to that has something very indistinguishable from a Play-Doh, a person had to be with it, because you're not supposed to take the plates off of the Play-Doh. A person walks with the Play-Doh and then puts the plates, it's just taking the place of a tray at that point. I was a waiter. You just put it on a tray, you put it, and then you unload it. This doesn't seem much faster. It seems like it's a test to roll out. Will people
Well, if you're on the floor serving, right, and another order comes up while you're serving, and the new order comes out before you go back, then it could be handy. But that also seems like a nightmare, a logistical nightmare, personal.
Accept this so that more and more can be replaced, but they still at this point require people anyway. It seems like you're mostly trying to remove tipped positions potentially. I'm not 100% against the rope.
Yeah, I think that's the case. If I'm correct, I think Portland pays minimum wage and then tips on top. But like, those aren't your fucking tips. Not for you, bitch.
Robots, but I'm also super suspicious of what business people's true motives are when they start rolling them out, literally.
Yeah, definitely don't trust it. But yeah, I didn't know a waiter had
Do
to
you think they're gonna tip a robot? Because they are not.
walk with Play-Doh. If that's the case, then that's just.
I mean, maybe not there, but at least at the restaurant I went to, and for there, so like you talk to your waiter, you ask for other things, you mention if there's an issue. What is Play-Doh gonna do with all that? It's not a person. I don't care if it winks at you when you rub its nose or rub its whatever. It's not a person. We've got those. Let's use them.
Check out the Damage Report podcast each day, wherever you get your podcasts, whether Pocket Casts or Stitcher or iTunes.
When you rub its whatever. Plush.
As the 2024 election approaches, community organizations are already...
Okay, I just assumed that this was going to be about AI, but I'm not entirely sure that it is. This is just indisputable, talking about how misinformation is going to be much worse. This coming election cycle, be prepared, be on the lookout, keep your eyes peeled. Use those critical thinking skills. Develop media literacy.
Preparing for what they expect to be a worsening onslaught of disinformation targeting communities of color and immigrant communities. They say the tailored campaigns challenge assumptions of what kinds of voters are susceptible to election conspiracies and distrust in voting systems. And there's more background, really just a reminder. I know you're saying we were there, we remember, but the details, looking back, just stunning. Leading up to the 2020 election, Facebook ads targeting Latino and Asian American voters described Joe Biden as a communist. Local station claimed a Black Lives Matter co-founder practiced witchcraft. Doctored images showed dogs urinating on Donald Trump campaign posters, although none of these claims were true. They scorched through social media sites that advocates say have fueled election misinformation.
Okay, I don't care if that's funny, if that's true, it's just funny. It's funny either way.
In communities of color, the AP.
I mean, the dog urinating on the Trump sign one, not the others necessarily.
Associated Press with the details here. Sarah Shaw, Director of Policy and Community Engagement at the advocacy group Indian American Impact, which runs the fact-checking site DesiFacts.org, says they're getting more complex, more sophisticated, and spreading like wildfire. She continued saying what we saw in 2020, unfortunately, will probably be fairly mild in comparison to what we will see in the months leading up.
Yikes. Did you hear that? It's gonna be mild what we saw in 2020 in comparison. It's gonna be a fucking wild ride, dude.
Up to 2024. Jenny Liu, Miss Disinformation Policy Manager at the nonprofit Asian Americans Advancing Justice, says growing subset of communities of color, especially immigrants for whom English is not their first language, are questioning the integrity of US voting processes, subscribing to Trump's lies of a stolen 2020 election, and still these communities are largely left out of conversations about misinformation. Jenny Liu also says, when you think of the typical consumer of a conspiracy theory, you think of someone who's older, maybe from a rural area, maybe a white man, she said. You don't think of Chinese Americans scrolling through WeChat. That's why this narrative glosses over and erases a lot of the disinformation harms that many communities of color face. So deliberately constructing misinformation, in addition to general misinformation themes about voting machines, mail-in voting, groups are catering their messaging to communities of color, experts say. For example, immigrants from authoritarian regimes in countries like Venezuela, or who have lived through the Chinese Cultural Revolution, may be more vulnerable to misinformation, claiming politicians are wanting to turn the US into a socialist state, said Inga.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's a loaded topic, and it's also just so fucking far from the truth. It's so far from the truth. Biden busted a fucking union discussion. He made them just get back to work. I don't think socialism is coming to America anytime soon. Don't worry.
Traffic, head of research for the Propaganda Research Lab at the Center for Media Engagement at the University of Texas at Austin. Laura Zomer, co-founder of the Spanish language fact-checking group, Fachiquedo, sure I mispronounced it, but here's the drill. She says disinformation efforts often hinge on topics most important to each community, whether that is public safety, immigration, abortion, education, inflation, or alleged extramarital affairs. It takes advantage of their very real fear and trauma from their experiences in their home countries. Several misinformation experts told the Associated Press that other vulnerabilities include language barriers and a lack of knowledge of the US media landscape and how to find credible US news sources. Many immigrants rely on translated content for voting information, leaving space for bad actors to inject misinformation. Misinformation can also arise from mistranslations. The Brookings Institute, a nonprofit think tank, found examples of mistranslations in Colombian, Cuban, Venezuelan WhatsApp groups where progressive was translated to progresista, which carries far left connotations that are closer to the Spanish words socialista and communista.
Oh man, come on. Come on. It's so manipulative. It does seem like way more targeted.
Now, beliefs in disinformation, many of these efforts have surged as Asian American, Black, Latino communities have grown in political power, said Maria Teresa Kumar, founding president of the nonprofit advocacy group Voto Latino. She says disinformation is at its core meant to be a sort of voter suppression tactic for communities of color. It targets communities of color in a way that feeds into their already justifiable concerns that the system is stacked against them. And the tactics also feed into a history as old as the Jim Crow era of attempting to disenfranchise people of color, going back to voter intimidation, suppression efforts after the Civil Rights Act of 1866, said Atiba Ellis, professor of law at Case Western Reserve University School of Law. Traffic also raised concerns about how layoffs and instability at social media platforms like Twitter may leave them less prepared to tackle misinformation in 2024. While many of the same recycled claims around alleged fraud in the 2020 and 2022 elections are expected to resurface, experts say disinformation campaigns will likely be more sophisticated and granular in attempts to target specific groups of voters of color. And democracy is at stake, folks. These are non-monolithic groups. Disinformation is very specifically tailored to each of these communities and their fears. So we also need to be partnering with grassroots organizations in each of these communities to tailor our approaches. If we don't take the time to do this work, our democracy is at stake. Clara Jimenez Cruz, from the Associated Press. David, I feel like the wrongdoers, the mischievous people out there who love AI, controversy, and cheating are so out in front in this race. I don't know. It really scared me, the headline here, because this is happening. And this time, these thieves of democracy, these lack of integrity people have just learned how to do it better.
These lack of integrity people.
Hey, Sharon, you're absolutely right. I mean, it used to be, let's say 20, 30 years ago, where the weekend before Election Day, African-American communities, Asian American communities, Latino communities, they might be blanketed with pamphlets or with papers stuck on car windshields saying, Election Day has been moved. It's no longer next Tuesday, it's the following Tuesday. Or if you vote and you happen to know somebody who's got an arrest warrant or you haven't paid your rent, then you'll be arrested. I mean,
yeah, that shit, it's never true. It's never true. They are never moving Election Day.
And all sorts of nonsense. Well, now imagine this being delivered by Joe Biden's voice in terms of a phone call. And somebody who, and you get this phone call and you think, my God, that's President Biden telling me the election's been moved. And it's not, it's artificial intelligence. But that's how good the technology has become. The methods are, of course, the same, to try to frighten people, to frighten communities, and to get them not to vote on Election Day, to get them to think that they can vote somewhere else or that they shouldn't vote at all. And unfortunately, I think you're right, Sharon. I think the artificial intelligence, the people who are doing terrible things, they have outpaced our ability as a society to keep up with it.
Yeah, you're dead on. And there's this too, because I feel like in the past, there's been a segment who disagrees, of course, with these people who are doing this and trying to impose their will and dictate to the rest of us. They're just stupid. They're targeting people who want to believe this stuff, don't have a clue, or ignorant. But at the end of
yeah, I mean, it's always been targeting people who who like already believe it and don't have a clue, but like it's just much more efficient at doing it now with AI.
the day, I feel like this stuff is so sophisticated now. Again, targeting, knowing what your sweet spot is, extramarital affairs, okay? Black men, don't trust. They're so sophisticated now that decent people, smart people, they can get caught up too. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And again, the ability to churn out the stuff. I mean, whereas in the past it would take, you needed a printer and you needed, to go to the Kinko's or Xerox machine, whatever it was. Now it's literally just a couple of clicks to be able to do a lot of this stuff. And so it's so much easier and so much more sophisticated. And so as a result, you can target people by area code. You can target them by zip code. You can customize the message to literally millions of people at a time.
I don't know what can be done about this because this is my last comment on it, but I feel like before the universe balanced itself in some way, right? Let's say 2020, when someone had to exit the Oval Office after saying, don't vote early, mail in this and that. And of course, all these states reacted and changed laws. And now I see 45 in between indictments, David, he's doing a commercial saying, vote early. This is your friend, mail-in voting. So I don't know if there's anything that's going to rescue us. I sure hope so. Your thoughts?
I think the only thing that really can rescue us is to sort of improve our own sort of election system to make it easier for people to access the ballot. If that means more early voting, if that means voting electronically, voting.
Hey, how about we just get rid of the Electoral College? I think that would be a good step. How about that? Also, yeah, we do need like AI tools for detecting AI video. And we need to like normalize people fact checking that way.
Online, and yes, with all the various confirmation systems that a society should expect, but we should be making it easier for people to cast their ballot as opposed to more difficult. Because if you do make it more difficult and it takes having to wait in line for 7 or 8 hours, or you feel like, oh my God, there's not going to be a precinct near my house because they've taken the voting machines away. If it's already that difficult, then it also makes it more easy for somebody to find an excuse not to go. And that's when some of this false information can really be effective.
Absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. We'll see what transpires here, but buckle up.
Yeah, I mean, propaganda has always been very good, but now it's even gooder.
To the extent that people have had, your average person has had any experience with AI, to the extent that they have, it may be some version, maybe, I guess, arguably of like a Netflix algorithm, maybe, or...
Well, it's Netflix, it's Facebook, it's Google. I mean, every time something on the internet recommends something to you, there is an AI algorithm behind it. It might be a primitive AI algorithm, but there is something that is deciding what you should see next. That is how most people are interacting, but also other ways. I mean, AIs are making decisions on who gets government services. They're making loan decisions. They're making, and this is not good, bail and parole decisions sometimes.
They're making hiring decisions too.
Sometimes they're making college admission decisions.
Pre-crime in some cities around the country.
Right. So predictive policing, where to deploy your police in advance of crimes. These are all increasing.
What the fuck does this mean? Sorry, this is a sidebar. Tonight or tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna go live and just get all. Any lies are floating around, and before this comes, it becomes a massive game of telephone. I owe it to you guys and myself to clear up what the fuck is actually going on. Duke. What? Okay.
Being done by AI. If you've been in a driverless car, right, the AI is deciding when to apply the brakes.
So hopefully.
Well, it is deciding. We just hope it's deciding well.
So what is, I mean, what are the implications relative to your conceptual framework in terms of AI?
So hacking is a creative endeavor. Think of the person who discovered the carried interest loophole or that double Dutch Irish sandwich, right? It's a person, it's an accountant, it's an attorney who's pouring through the letters of the law and says, aha, I found something. And then he goes to his bosses at Goldman Sachs or somewhere, and everyone says, whoa, that's a good idea. And now they package it and sell to their wealthy clients, right? That's the way it works. So that's a creative process that an AI could take over. And just as AIs are now finding vulnerabilities in computer code, they can find vulnerabilities in the tax code. I mean, not yet, but this is probably pretty near term, right? You feed it. The tax code is a bunch of algorithms. It's formulas. Right. So you feed it the nation's tax law, the world's tax law, and say, figure out how I can pay less tax. And then it chugs along. And it's interesting. Will it figure out you should register your ship in Panama? You should incorporate in Delaware. You should do these things we never thought of. And I think there's the possibility that this kind of AI will find all sorts of new tax loopholes that we've never discovered. All right.
Of course. Oh God, of course it will. Yeah. That's the thing. It could be used as much for evil as it can be for good. That's what they've all been warning about. That's what they've all been trying to say.
So that's on the bad side. But on the good side, we can do that in the interest of transparency. Somebody like me, you, a university, the press, a public policy organization, could do this with the tax law in an effort to find and expose tax loopholes so they can be fixed. Or take a new tax bill and do it with the new bill and say, here's where the loopholes are.
Okay. Wait, that's actually kind of five-head. Gotta think outside the box. Think ahead of them.
Doesn't guarantee they get fixed, right? Politics is complicated, but they become public, they become part of the debate. So I think an AI that can find loopholes has really the benefit of helping the defense as well as the offense.
But won't that run in, and you tell me, because I have no idea of like what resources one needs to run a program like this. But that's sort of, I mean, the similar sort of like dynamic, will you tell me, is that not similar to the dynamic we have now? Like, I mean, if there are accountants out there whose job it is to find a tax loophole for their clients, theoretically, there could also have been government accountants who are said, like, scour through this, find out where the loopholes are, send us a report down to Congress, and when we do the next tax bill.
What? What, you think the IRS is using AI? Dude, they're still on floppy disks.
This is something we're going to look at. The resources are, you know, if I'm a billionaire, I have a lot more, you know, like I can expend a lot more money to save myself a lot more money than maybe the government is incentivized to try and figure it out, because they also know we can figure this out, but we got to take the guy to court and it's going to cost us. How much access will we who don't have the power, how leveling will AI be, or will the dynamic that exists now where hacks for the powerful are more obscured and less addressed than the not powerful? Will AI level that playing field, or that dynamic stay the same?
So this is bigger than this conversation. And right now, the AIs are being created by powerful corporate monopolies, right? It's OpenAI, which is really, really Microsoft now. It's Google, it's Facebook, Amazon's is coming online. And this is what we're seeing. So right now, if there is going to be an AI trained on hacking the tax code, it's in the basement of, you know, a large multinational financial firm. It is not going to be run by a university.
Yeah, it may never see the light of day. Not until they have the new one, you know?
Or the press or the government. Now, I don't know if that's probably going to change. Right now, it takes an enormous amount of computing power to build one of these models. The models themselves aren't very big. I mean, Facebook's model was stolen a few weeks ago, and it runs on a powerful laptop. So you could run yours, but creating it creating GPT-4 is probably the single most complicated computation in human history. It is enormously resource intensive. And we do not know yet if that is essential or if that is just the blip where we are today. Right, you know, we're doing the software for the moon landing was incredibly computation intensive, and now you can run it on your phone, right? So things are going to change. But as long as these AI...
Yeah, they're going to change and change quickly. It is literally exponential growth at this point. Because AI will help us assist the the advancement of technologies like this
are being controlled by these corporations, what you'd speak of is going to be a problem. But they're not going to do the work of the people. They're going to do the work of their corporate masters. So I think it's real important for us as society to get some of these models built in universities, in government labs, that are built by us and for us and not being controlled by a corporation. That is bigger than us. But at least in theory, we can imagine there being a model that you have access to, that you can do this on. There's nothing about AI that makes that infeasible. It's just that we have not decided as a people to fund a public model. We're just letting corporations do what they want. That is probably a mistake.
That sounds like definitely a mistake to me. It hadn't occurred to me, but when you lay it out that way, to make this tool an exclusive, de facto exclusive tool used by the most powerful in our society, I don't think that's going to work out for the vast majority of us.
I mean, a lot of us played with ChatGPT, and OpenAI decided, to make that model available to us to play with because it wanted to use all of our play to improve GPT-4.
Of course.
Right. I mean, it's not benevolence. That was, all right, you world, why don't you do some development testing for us? We'll watch, and then we'll make the next model better.
That's what Alexa and Google Talk and Siri are all doing the exact same thing, right? They're just like, we're going to use you to train our technology.
And I worry about, the Siri and Alexa and hey, okay, Google, whatever that one is, that, they're doing things for us, but in the end, we don't control them. And we do not know if advertisers are allowed to manipulate the results. We don't know whether we're getting fair answers. We certainly know if we go on Amazon's website to buy stuff, we see the stuff that people pay Amazon to show us. We 100%. Don't see the things we search for.
Yes.
Right? These are not systems that are working in our interest. We really do need AI, or at least an AI that does work in our interest. It's very powerful for us to have an AI that can advocate on our behalf. That will be enormously beneficial to us. But we have to know it'll advocate on our behalf.
Is there no initiative whatsoever in our government to develop this or research funding? None?
No, we don't do that. We let corporate America do the research.
That's amazing because, you look at how many technologies the government has initiated and the idea.
Yeah, but none recently. That's 1960s thinking.
Interesting.
Right? That's skunk works. That's, our.
Huh? The government made the internet. They made the internet in the 80s. What are you talking about, my guy?
Getting the nuclear bomb, the space program. What has the government done for us since space food stamps?
Literally the internet.
I don't know.
Going to the moon. I don't know. Surely some other shit.
I guess the internet. But that was a while ago.
I guess. The internet.
Is there anybody that you've seen in Congress that is like raising the alarm bell on this? Or is it just,
we're seeing more. I don't know no details, but people are starting to talk about this, that there should be some alternative. I think we're going to have some really interesting conversations about AI in the coming months. And I actually want to caution all of your listeners and readers and watchers that anything you see today that's a limitation of the systems, don't think of them as essential. There's going to be an enormous amount of progress in the rest of this calendar year. And I see things that don't work very well, that are sloppy. ChatGPT is dumb, it hallucinates. That's not essential. That stuff's going to get better very, very quickly.
Wow. It's a little bit scary to me.
A little bit scary.
True. At least I hope it gets better, and doesn't keep being wrong about shit.
You've taken the Well, the concept of hacking, I guess, and sort of, I don't know if you've redefined it. I mean, I think many people sort of perceive hacking as to be to be perceived as sort of like a someone, an outlaw, if you will, breaking in.
Wait a minute. This is the same segment. I got you baited.
You're not breaking the rules. We're rules. First, stop talking. We can't get anything done. Right? So he's looking at the rules and using them in a way they weren't anticipated. That's the flavor I like.
It's interesting as you raise that, because I many years ago.
Some of these loopholes can be closed by the IRS. So their best to ensure that.
It's literally the same segment. They just put two different titles, and this one's 39 seconds shorter. I guess that's an A/B test. Interesting. Okay. We got the good old.
You might not be familiar with Guillermo
Rebozo.
Online, but you're probably familiar with the company he co-founded. It's OceanGate Expeditions. Remember them? Remember when the news was just about them for a couple of weeks because of their disastrous trip to see the Titanic? Well, unfortunately, a former colleague and friend of Guillermo's, also co-founder of it, Stockton Rush, died in that, as well as 4 other people. So the company's been in a little bit of chaos since then. It's obviously really bad for public relations. They still theoretically have some trips planned, but going to the Titanic might not be their future. So they've reassessed. Guillermo's come up with a new plan, and they're doing something a little bit more achievable. The plan is called Humans to Venus. Can you guess what they're gonna do? Yeah, they're gonna send humans to live in Venus's atmosphere. And not just a few of them. None of these 5 billionaires or whatever. They want to send 1,000 humans to live in Venus's atmosphere by 2050.
What?
And he maintains in an interview with Insider that his plan is not as crazy as it seems. Quote, I think it's less aspirational than putting 1 million people on the Martian surface by 2050. Okay.
What?
But that plan seems crazy. Like, what kind of thing? Oh, you think this is crazy? Well, it's not nearly as crazy as me trying to eat, 20 pugs in one sitting. Granted, but they're both crazy. Anyway, if it's not clear to you why this is a difficult ask to send 1,000 people to live in Venus, well, wait until you meet Venus. It's actually the warmest planet in the solar system. Its atmosphere is mostly carbon dioxide. Its surface temperature could melt lead, and sulfuric acid rains down from its clouds. Oh, also, it's an intense place, like really intense. Like the atmospheric pressure is 90 times worse than Earth. So when you're there, the pressure is akin to what it would be like on Earth if you were beneath 900 meters of the ocean, which I think is a lot. Also, you might be
that should be fine.
Wondering, wait, why is it the hottest planet? It's not the closest to the sun, isn't Mercury? Yeah, Mercury is like perched on the sun's front porch. But because of the greenhouse effect, Venus is actually much hotter. And if you want another example of the greenhouse effect making a planet inhospitable, what you're gonna need to do is look out your window and just wait. Anyway, there's also basically no water there, and it's a weird place to live because did you know that a Venusian day is longer than a Venusian year? It actually works out that way. Anyway, Sabrina, we're gonna give you some more details, but what do you make of this plan to send people to Venus?
I didn't know that about like the day versus the year. That does confuse me a little bit. I don't know that.
I don't understand that. I think I learned this in elementary, but I forgot.
That much about Venus, but I do know that it does not make sense to send people there, especially why would you be talking about this so soon after your soda can just crumbled in the ocean on the planet that we're already on, that we already know that we can live on. I don't know what's going on with this guy. What on earth is he thinking? But if anybody like volunteers for themselves by 2050, let them. That's a suicide mission.
It was small thinking to send 5 billionaires to the Titanic. I think 1,000 billionaires should go to Venus. It would.
Send all the billionaires.
Be a great experiment. You know, you could do some selfies or something. It'd be really interesting. Anyway, look, obviously I don't want anyone to get hurt, and I don't think this is actually going to happen. And to the people, I see the people in the chat like, John, research this more. It's not impossible. Look, you think I don't know about the plans to eventually colonize Venus? You think I haven't read Kim Stanley Robinson? You don't think that I know about, yeah, they're gonna have a habitat that's floating in the atmosphere and all that. No, I know all of that. I'm not saying that it's not possible someday that we could go to Venus. I'm saying he ain't going to Venus in 20 years. That's what I'm saying. I believe we're gonna colonize all sorts of stuff someday, assuming we survive that long. I'm just saying I don't think it's gonna be a couple of deranged rich people who are gonna knock this thing out, you know, before the end of House of the Dragon.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not that. You know, if we could get the billionaires to Venus ASAP, that would be cool, but I don't think that's happening, so.
That's what I don't think. I'm not a doomer on space travel. I want us to be able to do all of this, but I do think our best minds need to be behind it. And I'm just saying this company's track record, not amazing recently. That's all I'm saying.
No, the company that's notorious for cutting corners, yeah, they're not getting anybody to Venus safely in, 20, 30 years.
I would doubt it. It would be so complex. Look, he points out there's a sliver of the Venusian atmosphere about 30 miles from the surface where you could theoretically survive, and it might be possible to, again, have some sort of habitat there, but there would be a lot of difficulties with that. And when he says, I think I've been driven to help make humanity a multi-planet species since I was 11 years old. I had this recurring dream of being the commander of the first Martian colony. Yeah, I get it. And to some extent, maybe that's admirable or whatever, but.
Oh my God. So you were a kid once with childlike dreams? Wow.
I just think that we've suffered a lot of billionaires with massive overinflated egos lately. And I'm just saying that's not the only way that you explore space. There are other, you could have teams of scientists do it. Not one person who wants to be Tony Stark on the surface of Mars or something. So that's my concern. And by the way, we'll close with this. And apologies to Ashley, because we're not going to get to that last story. And I made my peace with that a couple minutes ago. On their website for Humans to Venus, the question is not why Venus. It says perhaps a better question would be why not? To which I will give you an even better question, but why? I don't know. Let's fix the problems that we have here. You know what I think we should do? Terraform Earth. That's what I'd like. Make Earth more Earth-like. And then maybe someday humans could live on Earth. Thousands, even millions of humans could safely live on Earth. It seems impossible, but I think with our best minds, or even just our billionaires, we could make it happen.
For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of activism, and me trying my hardest to care about the occasional big celebrity news story, subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The Damage Report. And you can ring the bell wherever it is so you don't miss anything.
Hi. Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to YouTube.
You gotta be ready for the come. And
Hi.
We've been talking about.
Oh my God. It's Jaina. Hi. Oh my God. I keep forgetting to do this and take it out of followers mode. Oh, I did it twice. Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Jaina Raiders. Hi, Jaina. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lainey. I do political recs and I use she, they pronouns and we're just chilling. We got Noah Sampson, and then I was gonna do Furiand probably after that. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream.
Boys and men on the internet since the internet started, but masculinity is a new hot topic trending in the last few years. Oh, is it toxic? Oh, what's going on with these guys? Ooh, can we redefine it and make it better? Blah, 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 blah. I don't know about any of that crap, but what I do know is that there's some fun hot takes out there about masculinity that people send around, and I want to check them out today with you all and expose you to them. Sorry. Also, yes, I'm aware someone made a big video about me and I'm gonna respond soon, but right now it's gonna take a little bit because it's a big video.
Short one to chill out and paint a little before sleep. Right on. I was hoping I could stop by, but I always plan too much shit. Gonna hang out while I get ready for sleep. Right on.
All right, let's get started. Masculinity hot takes. Let's go. Most of these are from the Twitter account @masculinetakes. I think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty fun, but also I think they're indicative of what a lot of boys and men think about what masculinity is. For the most part, some of them are just wacky. Light beer was a hallmark of American masculinity. It united blue-collar workers, frat guys, soldiers. Everybody could unite around a bar and order a Miller, Coors, Busch, etc. The new managerialist can't allow that symbol to continue, so
Managerialist. For me, that's new. Love that.
they're destroying it. Okay, first off, Alaric the Barbarian.
Oh, hi, Tech T.
You're a blogger. Let's get that straight. You're speaking for blue collar guys through posting. But even if you weren't, there's nothing stopping you from meeting up with your fellow bloggers and grabbing a bush. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna drink the beer. You're gonna get a little buzz. Dylan Mulvaney is not gonna pop out from behind the bar with a shotgun and blow your head off. You'll be all right. Funnily enough, the people destroying the beers are you guys. Look at all this beer going to waste. It could be drunk.
Literally. You're the ones destroying the beer. They want to be oppressed so bad. They really do. They want to be victims. And I never understood this. Anything Bud Light sales went up because everyone was shooting it. You know what I mean? I don't think they suffered at all.
By some boys after the factory work, but instead these guys are destroying it. That's bad for society. What are you doing if Tate, that's Andrew Tate, calls you to a meeting but you're already on a date with this chick? Pictured here is a lady, blonde lady, hi, and then a big group of some boys chowing down on some food. Some of them are shirtless, most of them are chowing down. The fun part about this one here is that he's a sex criminal. Allegedly. Self-admittedly, actually. Allegedly. That sounds like fun. Him and all his buddies, who all do similar
He literally admitted to it on camera, but allegedly. Caveman? Yeah, pretty much.
things. The other question is, what am I meeting with Andrew Tate about? I don't want to talk. I don't want to meet with him. Meeting, more like meat eating, because they're
got him.
The only thing scarier than the fact that somebody earnestly asked this question is the way some people responded to it. Gotta go. Brother needs me. Bye. If she understands, she's a keeper. Sorry, I've got an important meeting. You might not understand that it will be good for you, but eventually you will. It's gonna be good for you because he's gonna teach me how to sex traffic you. And don't worry, if you make any money, I'll be taking it all. So the man knows what's best. He leads with leadership in a relationship because he's a man and a masculine boy. Notice all the most freakish replies are from people who
A very big masculine boy with very little insecurity.
Subscribe to Twitter Blue. Excuse me, ma'am. It's been a lovely date, but unfortunately something has happened that needs my attention. I've called you a cab and paid the bill. We can catch up sometime later this week. Let's say Friday. Sorry about this, but I'll see you again soon. And then it's sort of a gee emoji and a brain. He's gonna be giving brain in a robe.
I was actually once driving my date home, and she said to me,
Holy dank.
I don't need a man. I said, are you sure? She said, yeah. I said, so get the
Wait, I think there's a filter on this audio. I think they made it sound bad on purpose.
out the car and hitchhike. Turned out.
They're on Rode microphones. They added a fucking filter. Like a radio filter. Why?
She got kidnapped. And that's a great example of why women need men.
What? The way he says it with such profundity, just like mesmerized by the story and the powerful example of his words.
Turned out, she got kidnapped.
The story doesn't tell us that women need men. The story tells us that women need a Uber
kidnapped
driver. I don't know what's going on the internet anymore, but hopefully this guy got charged and that the lady was okay. Whoa, I believe in reclaiming yoga from the heathen, robust, masculine, high energy spirit rather than faux new.
What the fuck? What do you mean the heathen? The heathen? Yeah, all those heathens doing yoga. What the fuck?
New age Hindu-philic nonsense. Motley Crue blasting as fit practitioners.
Hindu-philic. What? You're recolonizing yoga. Does he mean women in tights? I guess, or worse, men in tights. Full of new age grift since it has been in Western awareness. Yeah, like you can't bring it to the West again. Like, what?
Hit impossibly deep stretches to achieve combative excellence. You know, the best part about this is this, you could do this. I encourage you actually do it. It sounds honestly kind of fun. But in order to do this, you got to reserve your own yoga studio at the Y, not kick out all the women, all the people that are not wanting to do what you're doing. What does it mean to masculinize yoga? Does that just mean getting oiled up and then sitting on the top of a skyscraper?
Apparently, with a fake tan. Like, what are we doing here? Yoga, but make sure you do a full lifting routine first.
Also, if you want to train for combat, you know? Do some yoga afterwards, maybe, but for me, when I'm in a downward dog, I'm not really feeling combative excellence. I'm just more saying, ow, ow, ow. This one's a triple whammy post, a post within a post within a post. My boyfriend cries a lot, and it's starting to get on my nerves. We have been together for about 8 years, and this crying thing is pretty new. He's been drinking a lot more, too. Music moves him to tears. Caring about his friends moves him to tears. Exciting special things brings him to tears. I don't know what to do. At first, I thought it was nice that he felt safe enough to let emotions out. Now, I don't know how to react. I find it irritating. Then
I find it irritating. Jesus Christ. Man was vulnerable around you, and you're like, this is actually kind of annoying. Can you not? What the fuck? Why are you with him? You've been together 8 years. He can't cry sometimes. If anything, like, I don't know, he might be like having a depressive episode. Like, be there for him. I don't, like, you have to be his therapist, but shit. Find it irritating.
And the quote tweet here from Carl, old anti-feminist YouTuber Carl, wonder how he's doing. As a man, you must never cry in front of a woman. You can cry in private, you can cry with your best friends, you can cry with your dad, even though you ought not to. But you
Sad. Sad. See, this makes me so sad.
must never cry in front of a woman. I'm trying to imagine having the type of brain that reads this first post and says that that's good. That makes sense. That should be a normal thing. We should follow this as the example of how to be a man. And all women are like this. That's why you shouldn't cry in front of them. Now I could see an argument that crying too much might get in.
It's okay to cry. Sometimes it feels good to cry. My partner displayed vulnerability to once. I'm filing for divorce. Literally. Like Steven Crowder. Literally. She said that she wasn't gonna give the dog a potentially poisonous medication while she was pregnant. Divorce.
In the way of a relationship. For example, if you're shooting tears out of your head like SpongeBob while you're driving or something and you crash and everybody dies. Well, I mean, that's self-explanatory. But these all sound like pretty reasonable instances to be crying in. Posts like this to me read like bait. Like it looks like it's made in order to validate the anti-feminist worldview that stoicism is the best thing to do around women because women will find you weak and pathetic if you aren't that. And maybe some do. Obviously this person does, but I feel like also a lot of people find it is brave to cry because society tells men and boys that it's weak to cry. And so if you do that, you're breaking society's rules, being a brave boy. Being a brave boy. All men who follow Nick Fuentes need to be built like this. Wit men unite. We must continue our
Wit men. What? Ah! What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I love crying now in a way. Me describing my emotions, getting in touch with myself. Nature is healing. Yes. Oh, I love that for you. That's like so heartwarming. I love to hear shit like that. Like, if anything, it like takes strength to like give into your emotions and be, even like to be vulnerable with yourself, you know, to be honest with yourself about what you're feeling, why you might be feeling that way, and that like to comfort yourself too. Like it's okay to feel that way, and like sit with the feeling, rather than just like trying to suppress it. It's really liberating.
Our race, Jews cannot be allowed to destroy our culture and heritage. And there's a picture of a guy doing some sort of thing in a mirror. This post is bait. It's very
Had to do it to him.
very clearly bait. Anyone freakish and deeply online enough to know who Nick Fuentes is, and let alone support him, will know that this post is obviously silly. It plays perfectly into that trope about how Nazis view themselves as a superior race, but a lot of them are just like pretty far from the Ubermensch ideal, and that's why, to me, it's bait. But maybe not, who cares? The first post here is born in the spring or summer.
You guys want stoicism? Try being a deeply closeted, masking trans person. Used to not react to anything on an emotional level. Yeah. Definitely. And God only knows what they're suppressing. You know? Like, it's one thing to be a Mark Rubin and be like a self-hating conservative, but like imagine being like in the closet as a conservative, like just internal torture all day, every day. Actually feeling and adjusting your full emotional range, yeah. For sure. It's hard either way, definitely. But I think like giving yourself the space to be an emotional being, it's just like much more beneficial in the long run.
The quote tweet says, "Oh my god, I used to say this and people called me mad." There's something very unmasculine about men who aren't born in October or December, but I'll forgive you if it's September, January, or February. With many of these posts, it's very
Astrology girls.
difficult to tell satire from reality. There are, of course, communities that are into believing this sort of stuff. You know, if you're a horoscope head, what's stopping you from taking the essential characteristics of your own horoscope and extending that to masculinity and femininity? But these are just so good. Look at the follow-up. When a man tells me his birthday is in July, I look at him sideways. Are you a girl? Fellas, is it, you know the thing. I used to say this and people got mad. Well, it looks like they're still getting pretty mad. What? You're getting ratioed. I wonder what the quote tweet said. I'm sure it's very nice. In the Northern Hemisphere, boys are generally born during the winter because it's very cold and boys are stronger and then so they can survive the cold. Whereas girls, they're born in the summer because they, genetically speaking, they love sundresses and being outside in the warmth. Sick.
No, I can't be in a sundress and be mad about that joke. Fuck.
He said Donald Trump talked about Ivanka Trump's breasts, her backside, and what it might be like to have sex with her. Remarks that once led former Chief of Staff John Kelly to remind the president that Ivanka was his daughter. And there's a pic of that, the two family members giving a smooch. Then there was a reply here from, oh, look at that, Twitter Blue user. I'm sure it'll be very normal. What Donald Trump said out loud, millions of fathers with gorgeous, sexy daughters think about. Why? You think fathers whose daughters end up in Playboy or are actresses and models who use their sex appeal to promote their attributes don't fantasize about them? It's called being human. The marker of a man is being an...
Jesus fucking Christ. Ew. Ew. Dude, I saw one that was like, oh, a horny motherfucker like me could never have, could never own a daughter. Disgusting. Disgusting. Repulsive. Can I take that unregulated spacecraft now, please? Put me on it. I'll go to Venus. Sure.
An incestuous pervert. I'm not touching this one, not with a 10-foot pole, nor with any other type of pole. Well. Leaving it. 5D consciousness, you win this round. Bye. Mental acuity, decisiveness, and leadership capability are downstream from physicality. Societies dissolve when people who haven't earned power are put in powerful positions. Bench, squat, deadlift maxes should be to determine presidential candidacy eligibility. I actually
True. Real. I mean, maybe.
Actually fully agree with this. I think it's good, and I agree. As a gym
We haven't tried it yet.
bro, you can check out my fitness channel as well if you're into that.
Imagine Joe Biden just getting crushed. And it's just the bar. Look, I'm sorry.
sort of crap. I go to the gym to strengthen my resolve, my leadership skills, and my geopolitical understanding. With every curl, I know more about world conflict. With every bench, I am become that cool and smart at presidency. Oh, and yeah, this is a Bitcoin guy. Of course, for sure. Doing a little trolling to promote your coins. Just go to Chuck E. Cheese, you little goobers. Erections will become as rare as gold. Twitter Blue, again, look at this bullshit. Unbelievable. Amazing. Every time. Boner scanners will be placed in hotels to identify men who still have testosterone. I don't know why I'm picturing the Nemo fish tank scanner searching around for some
What? Why would they check that? It shows their commitment to some value outside of career politics. True.
some hard meat. What happens when they identify that you're cranking your hog in a hotel room? You get shipped off to a breeding facility? What's up? Men will be kidnapped.
They put you in that milking room.
For their potency to satisfy the most savage and oh, come on, bruh. They will fight to the death for last drips. Prepare accordingly. This is cyberpunk sci-fi fantasy smut, and it's probably causing Margaret Atwood to gritty in her grave. That's a Handmaid's Tale and Fortnite reference. The ick I get when a man mentions going to therapy or having anxiety is unreal, like it makes me feel sick, Lamau. Why are you telling me that? No bigger.
I can't get over the gritty in her grave, dude. Stop. Stop. Themes are 2 days.
Turn off than a male going through, in quotes, anxiety. They used to go to war, Blair. Yeah, they used to go to war and weren't anxious about that at all. This, like a few other of these posts of women upholding these weird gendered standards. Assuming they're not satire, this one doesn't really seem like it because there was an elaborative response. This is patriarchal programming at its finest, folks. This attitude comes from somewhere. It's not biological. You learn this at some point. Pretty easily to internalize the messages from our culture that we get that say men shouldn't have anxiety, they should be leaders and good boys at all times. Therapy is pretty cringe though, because it's better if you bottle up all your emotions and then they let yourself explode like a bomb. Dear men, if you are married and your wife goes to the gym but you don't, I have to tell you something. At the end of the gym session, there's something some gyms called warm down, while others simply call it stretch. Your wife will lie on the ground facing up, her arms spread in surrender, while the gym instructor
Little known thing called stretching. I'm sorry. If you're losing your woman to stretching at the gym, it was already over. It was already so over.
Instructor stands between her legs. All right, this is smut. This is more smut. You're riling yourself up here, and it's okay, you know, but call it that. Don't call it guidebook for being a man. He will then take one of her legs and stretch it to the extreme until she unleashes some sound that I can guarantee has nothing to do with pain. She bought it. He will then do the same to the other leg. He will proceed to hold various parts of her anatomy. What? Stretching? This
is such an erotic way to describe partner stretching. Chill.
I guess technically touching your toes is getting all up in your anatomy by touching a part of your body, and push and pull them widely like he paid dowry for her. Then he will grab both legs together and push them towards her head, making her have this
dowry. What century is it?
pose taking straight out of Satan's adultery
100% this tweeter has jacked off to this. There's no way he hasn't.
guidebook. Did Satan write an adultery guidebook? That shit sounds hot. She will make that sound again. Yeah, that makes sense. Your feet are up. You're gonna fart. You need to see what these women wear to the gym to understand this pose. The institution of marriage is being burnt alive in these gyms when done in a voice your wife has never used.
It's either that he jacked off to this or his wife left him for the gym instructor. I can't tell. Oh yeah, or maybe both. Maybe both. Yeah.
When talking to you, she will say goodbye to him and assure him that Kesho tutafanya ili engine for sure. She will have a genuine smile and his feces enzymes will be at their most aggressive. As an elder, I must warn you that gym instructors are replacing us. We either go to the gym with these ladies or ban gym visits altogether. Don't say the servant.
Ban gym visits. Ban gym visits. Oh, God.
of the Lord didn't warn you. Hashtag masculinity Saturday. All I'm getting from the story while reading it is that he likes this. He thinks it's hot. There's no way you go into that much detail about this point unless you're writing smut. All right, we're gonna end it with one final masculinity Saturday post. Here we go. Men, symptoms of dysfunctional orifices. Oral orifice, talks recklessly, angry, emotions, noisy, eats like a glutton, likes vagina. Man, what are you, and what is going on here? These guys' lives. Urethral. Man, what are you? Angry,
I just don't understand this post.
symptoms of
Dysfunctional orifices. Dysfunctional orifices. Huh?
dysfunctional orifices. Oral orifice, talks recklessly, angry, emotions, noisy, eats like a glutton, likes vagina. Man, what are you, and what is going on in these guys' lives? Urethral orifice, promiscuity, reckless ejaculation, STIs.
Reckless. What is happening?
Reckless ejaculation just sounds like you're jerking off and you shoot yourself in the head. Anal orifice, farts carelessly. Bro. Okay, that's I'm done, man. These are fun, but these people are
Yo, maybe you just have an IBS though.
out there. Watch out on the internet. Stay safe. Bye everybody. Thanks for watching. See you later. Thanks again to Morgan and Morgan for sponsoring, and I'll see you next time with a big video. It's gonna take a little while, but I love you. Bye.
That was deranged. God, I love Noah. What a delightful guy with the most horrendous content on the internet. You know, it's about balance. Speaking of which, it's time for Fear and. Let's fucking go. They're talking about the Taylor Swift thing, which I already talked about. LaundryGate and more. LaundryGate. I haven't that.
All right. He said it already.
Yeah.
Smart
Summer again this weekend? No, it's one weekend.
One weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed it while you were playing.
I didn't miss shit. I was playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, you missed it playing.
Listen.
Yo, everyone is playing that. Everyone. It looks kind of good.
Fuck the
I met
devil.
the love of my life, and she and I are in a
Airsoft guns to be such a vibe. They really are.
committed relationship now. Carlac.
Oh yeah, I saw the clip.
They're so very. It just suits them, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what you've been doing. Let me tell you what I've been doing.
Oh.
Dealing with
God.
perhaps
I
the
just
biggest
burped, sorry.
diva that West Hollywood has ever seen.
Frustrated I can't play it. It sucks, and I'm not gonna come out on Xbox here. Oh no. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I don't think my computer can handle like a serious game like that. I don't think that's happening for me. I can't run Photoshop and stream, so.
I don't know what. And this is a target-rich environment for divas. God damn, there's historic divas out here.
Oh God.
But Austin Show
You must be talking
is
about you, Leslie.
no Austin
Oh.
Show. Perhaps one of the tippy top.
Uh-oh, here we
Let
go.
me set the stage real quick,
Start-
right as we start.
Hold on,
But
starting
before
off-
I do that, of course, I don't want to be rude.
Don't worry, I'm just a fly on the wall. I'm here to observe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with another absolute banger of an episode, and we got. I was thinking like hostess with the mostest, but like that doesn't count. You know, that's not good.
does that count?
I don't know.
not? Can I not
Is it because
be?
she's a
Because
woman?
you're not a hostess.
Oh,
He's not hosting. Yeah, like what?
Yeah.
thought I was here to
Oh, because I don't have the mostest?
Yeah. I thought-
officially replace Scooty. No, that
That's
was
true. That's right. Actually, we have
Let's go.
Foosly in the building.
That's right.
Let's go.
Here to replace Cutie permanently. She didn't even know about it yet.
Wait, why is the gate across the whole room? He's locked them in.
Foosly in the building.
That's right.
Here to replace Cutie permanently. She didn't even know about it yet.
I even have the Swifty.
Yeah.
I brought gifts.
Oh my God, what?
You're better than Cutie already. Just kidding. Cutie used to bring gifts all the time, and now she doesn't.
A stick of collagen.
Oh my God, really?
Wait, what does that do?
It's
Do
so
I eat it?
warm. Those are no, those are not supposed to be warm. Hey,
Yo, these are dead warm.
Wait, do we mix them in water?
I would say hot even.
Oh, you
It's
just take.
hidden by my belly.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so cool.
Wait, this is like 80, 90
Let it
degrees.
cool down a little.
Ew, what is it? What the fuck?
Okay,
Why
so-
is this?
The jelly's good, I
I'm
promise.
gonna slurp it hot.
Wait, what if we all have like an allergic reaction and we just go
won't,
into
you won't. I
anaphylactic
got it
shock?
off TikTok.
Oh, perfect.
There's
That's
no way it
easy.
gives you
Oh,
allergic
that's great.
reaction.
Pink slime.
I'm gonna
TikTok
see
never
how you guys
goes wrong.
react to it before I take
He
it.
loves it.
We can't be allergic to collagen. We all have it.
It's good for your skin.
It's like being
Oh my
allergic
God,
to.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh yeah, this is a collagen packet. What? What a strange gift. I mean, I would be grateful, but I can't say I've ever seen that given as a gift. Especially warm. And the way Will said, I'm gonna slurp it warm.
Oxygen, right?
Oh, yeah. We all have collagen already.
Right. We all have a collagen in our skin, right? I could use a little bit more.
Yeah, there's a little tear, and then you just eat it.
I'm a
and
hypochondriac. I'm gonna have a fake reaction on the stream. I'm just not.
You're
You know what I mean?
such a drama.
No, you know what I mean. Like I'm gonna think about a symptom
gonna
and then I'm
get
gonna have the
hives.
symptom.
No, I feel that.
I know
I
this
think
is-
about hives, and then I get hives.
This is him beating the diva allegations, by the way.
No, I'm not a diva. I'm just being responsible for my health.
Did you like the collagen?
All right, you know what? Fuck it.
You just slurped it.
Good for. You're supposed
Fuck
to have
it.
one a day, and then you're like
Yeah.
youthful.
Why?
Anyway.
Hey, I'm gonna turn it into the grape from Willy Wonka.
Just don't eat it.
I'm gonna
Eat
eat
it,
it. I'm gonna eat it.
I'm not gonna lie. It being body temperature kind of weirded me out a little bit. It feels like you're eating like a human's fat or something.
Well, it was right.
I would have guessed that it was more like eating an animal's fat. I don't know why you went straight to human. You okay there, Hassan? Do you wanna talk about that?
It's apple flavored.
I know, apple flavored human fat.
Warmed by my belly.
Wow.
Yeah, we just had your belly fat, which you don't have because you gave it
I have concerns.
to us.
Yeah, there we go. I mean,
No, you're not on your fat arc. You're on your fit arc.
I am
Actually,
actually on my fit arc.
are you? I was just
I
saying
went
that
the
to be
gym
nice.
This morning.
Good for you.
Yeah. I negotiated with my personal trainer. Basically, I have to like pretend I'm struggling a little harder than I am, or else he goes,
Okay.
"That's too easy," and then he adds 10 pounds.
That's tough. That's
Yeah.
tough.
That's
5 head. Game the system. Always make it seem hard. Got him.
That's tough.
yeah. Austin would know all about that if he actually came with me to work out. I have one rule.
Okay.
When you stay at my house in my casa,
Did not know about this rule.
come work out with me in the mornings with my personal trainers.
8
And for
o'clock
s-
in the morning.
For some reason, Austin Show also violated that cardinal rule. I mean, the Australian boys came from like
Classic.
100 hours time difference.
Dumb rule. That's a dumb fucking rule. Kind of ableist, Sweaty. Honestly.
Okay.
Did not know that this was a rule of the Hasanabi household. I've stayed here many times, never heard of this rule.
Because you probably stayed during a time where I didn't wake up in the morning and train. But if it's one of the days, then you have to come.
Oh, it's never. It's always on a weekday. Okay.
The rule is if you sleep here, you have to go to
I
the
didn't
gym.
know that. He didn't tell me that last night until I broke the rule.
Yeah, I definitely would never stay there. If I was his friend, I'm not staying there. No. And you wonder why Austin never wanted to stay. I mean, come on.
Well, now he's telling me on the podcast for the first time.
Yeah, that's not true. I told you last night that I was going to wake you up, and you were like, you got very stern with me. So stern that I didn't even wake you up in the morning.
Yeah, I was like,
even though I know you were up.
I was awake.
You were awake, even
because
though I knew
can
that.
hear your 250-pound ass
We
waking
need
me
to get to the
shit.
real diva allegations.
God.
Skipping the gym is not the real diva shit.
That's just what I wanted to
Thank
start
you for
off.
defending me.
Is it? Is it? That's 2 diva strikes for Austin so far.
I wanted to start out
Oh,
with
God.
light accusations, only to move on to more severe ones.
Shit, what did you do?
Oh, I'm gonna
Austin,
defend myself. I'm prepared.
let me set
I'm
the
prepared
scene.
Today. I'm not gonna get. Today is not the day I'm getting walked on the Fear Ham podcast.
Okay.
I want to
Yeah.
see this.
Let me
I'm
let
gonna
me set the
tear
scene.
his ass up. They're gonna.
Let me-
All the gays are gonna be after him.
Let me
He's
set the
losing
scene.
gays slowly but surely. He's down in the polls. Check the polls.
Austin Show comes to Los Angeles, and at the very last second, he says, Hassan, I'm staying with you.
I asked to
And,
stay with you.
and I was like, of course,
For the
that's
record,
not a problem.
I've got a text to say,
why?
may I stay with
I can't trust either one of them. I honestly don't know which one of them is telling the truth.
What changed your mind about staying here? Because you usually often don't stay here. You want to stay at a Marriott connected hotel.
Oh.
He said the gays have invaded West Hollywood because of the Taylor Swift concert. All the Swiftie gays have booked every single hotel.
Yep, it's true.
Is
I
it
did say
actually
that.
true?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Every Marriott hotel was booked within
He
a 15
could not find a hotel room, so he asked me last second if he could stay. Of course, I obliged.
And that is why the hospitality workers of Southern California asked Taylor to cancel her goddamn concerts. A simple ask. One that she could definitely afford, but refused to do. Anyway. I mean, how many shows has she done at SoFi? It's not like, oh, it's my first show. I was just really looking forward to performing at SoFi over the weekend. Like, I have to. No, the bitch has done 2,000 shows at SoFi. You can't cancel one weekend. One weekend. And, like, the thing is, like, Taylor Swift has expressed solidarity with other strikers, like WGA and SAG-AFTRA. So, randomly just refusing to cancel these shows in solidarity with the hospitality workers, it's kind of classist. It's not a good look. And I'm also afraid that Taylor fans are going to crucify me. Banners at Staples Center next to the Lakers and Kings championship banners. They're up year round. Yeah, come on, man. Come the fuck on. I mean, there's really no excuse. Like, you are maybe not scabbing yourself, but you are encouraging thousands of your fans to scab. You're encouraging them to cross the picket line. And I can't. Do I side with these 30,000 hospitality workers or one hot white woman that's kind of good at singing?
Obliged, because I'm a good friend.
Yeah. Or I'd have been at the airport.
Yeah, Austin came.
Or on Will's couch.
Yep. Austin came. He pulled up, put his stuff down, went to the Taylor Swift concert immediately, which is fine.
Yep.
Okay. And ever since then, he's been a menace.
Oh, no.
First night, I go to bed at 10.
Okay.
Taylor Swift concert doesn't end until 12:30. God damn the endurance on that woman.
Yeah.
The stamina. It's unparalleled.
Yeah.
Can't debate that.
Austin comes over. He has the code to my gate. He has the code to my door. He has all the keys to get in here. He has broken into this house while I was away in a different continent before.
Oh, I've got it.
That's how much experience he has with coming inside this house. Okay.
Ooh.
I don't know why I said it like that. Phrasing doesn't matter. We'll talk.
Okay, fuck it. You know what? This is a Taylor hate account. This is Taylor's home. One of them. She has multiple multi-million-dollar properties, as you could imagine. Let's see. Which one is that? I believe that's the Rhode Island one. Yes, that's Rhode Island. We've got Nashville. This shit is decadent as fuck. Oh my god. Beautiful Nashville estate. Is that a fucking plantation home? What is this? Kinda saucy if you ask me. Alright. So these are just two of her multi-million-dollar homes, right? You know where fucking hospitality workers live? Many of them live somewhere like this. Or like this. Or like this. Oh, look at that. Just off Ventura Boulevard. Yeah, hospitality workers, they're so selfish and they're just, you know, asking for too much for her to not become a fucking billionaire on this fucking tour. Give me a goddamn break, dude. Give me a goddamn break. Like,
talk about that as well.
Oh, well, wait for this defense.
Okay. Okay. Comes in, calls me at like fucking 2:30 at night.
Okay.
I am deep in REM sleep.
Yep.
I'm honk shoeing. I'm meing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. There's a little thing coming out of my nose.
Okay.
At 2 a.m.
I'm in my jammies.
Oh, wait, Leslie, you're waiting for
He
this.
wakes me the fuck up.
Yeah, I do.
He's like, I can't open your door.
Yeah, because it was broken and it's still broken.
I'm hearing Davide outside. They're trying to engineer the situation.
My driver. That's my driver.
I'm like, fuck. Okay, fine, whatever. Boom. Open the door. He gets it.
Okay.
Doesn't end there. Kaya's pacing around uncontrollably, doing little barks, like going woof, woof. I'm like, what's happening? Why is Kaya doing this? She's a guard dog. Obviously, that's probably the reason. Because Austin not only came in, but he didn't go to bed yet. He hadn't gone to bed yet.
I was hungry.
He is hungry, so we had to get his little sushi. This little gremlin.
Wait, where the fuck?
to get his little his little sushi. Fuck, I want sushi so bad.
Did you get sushi?
I don't know. It was
2:30 in the morning?
I don't know. It was on the app.
He had a hankering for some sushi.
I had some. I was hungry.
I
ordered
walked
some sushi.
downstairs.
What? Spicy tuna rolls. Who doesn't like that?
I walked downstairs.
The best roll. Across the board, anywhere you go, get a spicy tuna, that shit will be fire.
And you'll eat 2 a.m. sushi?
Yeah.
That's a little sus.
Insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
I walked down the
I was
stairs
fine.
and I'm faced with the wettest Austin I've ever seen.
Took a shower.
Hunched over my kitchen counter like a gremlin, not even sitting down, pummeling sushi. I'm like, Austin, what's going on?
You're describing very normal activity.
You're about to get your ass eaten by my dog.
Yeah.
Like she's like freaking
She
out
knows me.
upstairs.
Her and I are tight.
Yeah, but
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
you were making such a commotion downstairs,
Okay.
like you know.
Uh-huh.
Austin's first response is, "Your shower doesn't work.
It's true.
Your shower doesn't work." I'm like, "What
Very
do you
true.
mean?" It's like, "You don't have any hot water."
True. Very true.
I'm like, "Okay."
Oh, I've got a
It's
defense
like
for this.
I don't even know. I'm like, it's fucking
Well, you
3:30 in
guys
the morning.
Strap in. It's
We're
about
ready.
to,
Yeah,
it's about to get.
no.
He's like, "I had the shower in the sink
Mhm.
for the warm water."
Yep.
I'm like, "Okay, fine. We'll deal with it later." You know, sorry about that. I go back.
He showered in the sink. Bro, chill.
Back upstairs and go to sleep. In the morning, he continues his lies. I say, Austin, there is no way. There is no way that shower doesn't work. You've had this problem before. Other people have reported the similar problem. It's because the shower head has the hot and cold reversed, and you probably did it
Other
wrong.
people have reported the same problem. Keynote here. I'll use that in my defense. Thank you. Continue,
Yeah,
sir.
you were one of the other people. You had reported this problem before.
I know.
And we had solved the problem.
No,
it's not that
I
there's no
won't.
hot water.
No.
It's that you have to crank the
I
dial
will
to the other
get to
direction.
my defense. It's very clear.
Okay.
Will, you'll be on my side.
Okay.
At the end of this.
Yeah.
You'll be on my side. You'll be on my side.
Hold on, I need to take a little pause. He's dealt with this same shower thing.
Yes, I forgot.
You told him how to use it.
Yes.
You forgot.
I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot that I
Okay.
dealt with
Doesn't
that.
end there.
Continue.
He complains to Marat. And Marat, being the handyman he is, he's like, well, I fixed the shower. Just giving you a heads up. The water's going to be extra warm, extra hot because, you know, Austin complained to me that there's no warm water in the house. So Marat cranked up the dial on my heat.
I'm sorry, I can't stop fucking malding about Taylor Swift. But just imagine for 1 second if she had encouraged her followers, her fans, to join the strikers on the picket line. Can you imagine? They would win the best contract in history. Like, nobody wants that fucking smoke. Nobody wants Swifties fucking on their picket line. a missed opportunity.
Heater to make sure that we have even hotter water than we previously did, even though we already had hot water.
Still cold.
Okay. Only later to find out that it was literally the fucking dial.
Hold on. This man just went scalding hot and then immediately after went still cold.
No.
Like those are two opposite poles.
Okay.
Wait. Is that the end of the allegations?
There's another thing, but I don't want to talk about
Okay.
that. Am I allowed to?
Wait. The other thing where
Say it.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. No.
Okay. We'll talk about it maybe later. Maybe in
the
Patreon.
paywalled episode.
Maybe.
Huh? God damn it. It's always paywall.
Maybe in the paywall proportion.
Okay.
Patreon.com.
Here's my defense. I've got this. I've prepared for this because I knew he was going to come after me for this. Let's start with the Taylor Swift coming back at 2:30 in the morning, right? Queen, Perform Forever, wonderful concert. We'll get to that later. I'm still wearing my outfit, haven't taken it off. Okay, look. 2:30 in the morning, I had to call Hassan because his gate was broken. It still doesn't work. The monitor, the touch screen is broken. You cannot open it.
There's a latency delay.
Yeah.
There's a delay.
Oh, he says delay. 45-second delay. You touch the button 45 seconds later. I couldn't
Latency of a minute, bro.
get it open.
I call cap on that.
So I had to call him to get the
Jump
door
over
open, right? Well,
Fair enough.
No, it's no.
But
That's
you couldn't get in.
I couldn't get in.
He says, with a full six-pack, he's like, what do I look like?
I couldn't get in the door, right?
That part's
the natural
fine.
thing
Yeah,
is
that
to
can
call
warm
him
me up.
and
It's
get in.
fine.
Okay. Next thing is, who doesn't love a little sushi at 2:30 in the morning?
Nobody.
Okay.
I've never
That's
heard
like
it.
the last thing.
And also, I was not making a lot of noise. Maybe you should have paid for extra installation or something. I don't know. It's just, it's not. Okay, I mean, look. Come on. This guy's,
Roasted.
look. I can't, I'll be honest. I don't have a lot of excuse for the sushi part. Okay, I don't have a lot of excuse for the sushi. The third part, the water, your world's about to come crashing down. Okay, because let me explain.
Okay.
Let me explain, and I want everybody to give me a proper chance in the
God, he's talking about sushi so much. I want it.
comment section about this particular
He's not
issue.
even talking to us. He's talking to everyone that's going to yell at him in the comments.
Okay, look. Hassan has a knob, right? You pull it out. That's what releases the water to come towards you. All right? You move it to the right. That is cold for Hassan's shower.
That's weird.
Right? All the way. That is cold. All the way to the left is hot. Okay? That being said, when you move the dial out and you push it all the way to the right, which is the normal place that you get hot water, that's what the normal direction for hot water, it gets warm. Okay?
Oh, that's confusing.
It gets warm. So what I was thinking is, okay, it's warm. I'm waiting for it to get hot. So I left it warm. It would not get any hotter. It was like lukewarm, okay? So what did I do? I took it, turned it off, and I started to move it back towards the left, all the way to the left, in fact. It gets cold, okay? What I failed to realize, and that I realized a day later, was that it gets cold and then it gets hot again, but not for another couple minutes. So his system is so fucked up that it had me fucking sitting in there at 2:30 in the morning with lukewarm water. And then I was like, okay, what's going on? So I move it to the left thinking I've got it the wrong way. Then it's cold. And then it takes 3 minutes to get hot again. And I didn't realize that to the next day until I was on my third room in his house.
Austin.
I used his third shower.
He went in, he went into
three different
rooms.
showers. 3 different showers.
He went into different showers as well. But
3 different
Austin,
showers.
you had stayed in that room.
I forgot.
And had that issue already.
You know how many showers I've been in since then?
Okay, Austin, you had
Why didn't you fix it, Hassan?
stayed in that room and had this exact same issue where I walked you through the steps of why it would work the way you thought it would.
Okay, now give me a little credit here. That is confusing.
That's confusing, but.
But you've done it already.
I forgot.
Oh, it's not broken. He was just using it wrong. I see.
God, it's so insane.
But I told you.
You live in a $1 trillion house.
But I told you. I was like, oh, this happened last time. You were like, no, it's different than last time.
And I completely forgot because that's normally how you move the thing to the right. And people in the chat, come on. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just hot and cold is different on the dial.
I'm confused because you asked.
You would think you would figure it out. I mean, it is confusing, but usually, you just figure it out that it's inverted. Like,
you mentioned something today.
Yes.
That I think is worse than any of this.
Oh, okay.
When I was like, oh, have you been a diva? And you're like, oh, there's one thing. And Hassan was like, oh, we'll talk about it on the podcast. And you're like, well, I threw a full order of tikka masala in the recycling bin.
I take it back. I don't even know if it was the recycling. Okay.
No, it definitely was.
You knew it was recycling.
No, you said it was a recycling bin.
There was some trash in there.
The recycling.
No, I don't. Is the recycling behind your trash?
That
was the recycling.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah, you knew. You saw all bottles.
And it wasn't a I need to correct the record.
It was bottles and recyclable like containers.
It wasn't a tiki masala. It was a kebab.
At no point did you think like maybe
That's not better. That is not better.
Maybe I'll put it in the fridge. Or maybe Hassan will eat.
Everybody knows a kebab is recyclable.
No. It's not. It's definitely not.
No, you can't. It's like
look up the Green New Deal.
It's compost.
No, because here's the thing. He didn't even call you out on it. You knew what you
I
had
thought
done.
that's what he was
You
going to
were
do.
carrying
willingly-
around that guilt.
What was I supposed to do? It was 2:30 in the morning.
Throw the trash out.
Okay, so here.
Why do you keep eating at
Look at
2:30
the-
in the morning?
Look at the disturbance.
Where are you
Look at-
ordering from?
look
I've
at
never
the-
even ordered at 2:30 in the
Look
morning.
at the problem I have. It's either I'm outside disturbing him or I'm throwing stuff in the recycling bin. Where can I win? Chat, come on,
You
back
can
up.
win because just take the warm shower.
Okay.
And then order.
No, it was the warm shower. It was cold. It was like warm to your hand, but cold to your body.
I mean,
Speaking of warm showers.
yeah.
When was the
Now
last
we
time
don't
you
talk
showered?
about politics on this podcast.
No.
But I am still a journalist. And as it is my
with a
duty,
defense.
my
A
journalistic
journalist.
duty.
Oh.
I heard recently two separate pieces of information
I'm being attacked.
that are incredible.
Get used to it,
One,
honey. They hate gays and girls.
Yep.
the amount of time it takes for you to wash your clothes. The time period.
Emily. Sorry. Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, you revealed that you actually don't take showers all that frequently. That the last time you were on this podcast, you may have massaged the truth a little bit. Explain yourself.
Well, the laundry thing is I do my laundry about once a month.
Laundry gate and shower gate? Oh, no.
What?
But that's
Leslie.
because I don't sweat.
They said.
We're here
Wait.
again.
The information I had was 2 weeks. I thought that.
Don't sweat. I mean, that changes things. That does change things. How? Wait, how? Don't sweat at all. At all? So jealous. I mean, if it doesn't smell, I guess sure. I mean, I really have to do laundry like every week. So I just don't understand.
That was crazy.
No.
Like, sweat isn't the only thing that can make your clothes smell. You know?
Oh.
Once a month.
Once a month.
Leslie.
It depends on how. The sheets are different. Sheets, I will wash them when they feel dirty. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
Wait. What's that time
but
frame? What's that time
I
frame?
have a defense for
Okay.
the pillows. The pillows, you get this. Emily and I agreed on this too. You don't need to wash your pillows as much because you get your one side and then
Leslie,
you flip it to
no
the
one,
other side.
no
then
one
you
is
flip-
worrying about the pillows. What about the underwear, Leslie?
I have so
You are
many pairs
not-
of underwear.
Okay,
I
so
have
you're not recycling.
You have
No.
a month's supply of underwear.
No,
Thank God.
I
Do you ever
used to-
use them
No,
for
you
more
don't
than
have
one day?
30 different panties. No shot.
I promise, I do. When I find a good brand, I just
I don't even wear underwear and I have more than 30 pair. That's not that hard.
buy it. And the
What about
Victoria's
bras?
Secret- Yeah, I mean, I don't really
Reuse
sweat.
bras.
Yeah,
That's okay.
that's fine.
Can you
don't
re-
really
can you-
sweat
can
there.
you
As
reuse
someone
bras?
Absolutely.
I
who
You don't really.
enjoys his fair share of titty residue, that's okay.
I don't. There's no titty sweat.
Titty
I mean,
residue?
minimal.
Titty residue.
Does titty residue show up on bras?
No.
Wait, what's
I mean-
titty residue?
Yeah, I mean,
Residue.
you're a human.
It's,
you wear,
it's the essence
dog,
of titty.
you wear a fucking t-shirt.
What
You
is
wear a
breast
t-shirt
residue?
3 days in a
The essence of titty. Man, Will really loves women. He really does.
row. There's gonna be residue.
a little
Just
bit.
the essence of
I don't
titty.
ever see residue. I've worn a shirt.
Not residue that you can see, but like it's
No,
not.
it's like pixie dust.
You've worn a shirt 3 days in a row.
That's not that
Have
bad.
you ever been camping? Look at this fucking.
I
Look
know
at this guy.
that's not that bad. If you're sweating a lot, it's gross. But
Look
like,
at this guy. He never
yeah.
goes outside.
So you just have enough clothing to propel you through a month.
Underwear. I have now purchased a lot of the same underwear.
Do you do like a mass day of laundry, or do you just do? Okay, that to me.
Thank you.
Not that bad.
If I'm wearing I understand. If I'm wearing, you guys are under the impression that I have like 5 pairs of underwear, and I'm wearing the same one for like 4 days.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. Oh, but I do have a secret.
Oh God.
Oh no.
If I'm out of underwear and laundry day isn't coming,
Turn them inside out.
no, I'll put a pad on.
Oh.
It's like you cover.
Okay.
What? Wait, that's not a confession. That's not a confession.
You're wearing a what?
Like you just put a pad.
You're wearing
like,
a period
for a
pad.
day, for like a you know, one of the
Wait,
thin ones.
like-
instead of underwear.
No.
In lieu
on
of underwear.
top of the underwear, but you're just, it's like a one day
see.
tie over. And
On top of the dirty underwear. Ew. Oh wait. Oh, I thought she was putting it like on the pants, or whatever. That's. I don't know about that.
I guarantee you people will do this.
We've all been there.
Thank you.
I mean, not the pads. Not the
If
pads.
you're, and like,
Why don't you just hit it raw? Yeah. You just go commando.
oh no, that's not comfortable at all.
Yeah.
For women, is it not?
I mean, it depends on the pants, but like, I mean, it's comfortable. I guess for me.
Because sometimes
I
there's
feel like there's less friction for women.
Sometimes your pants get like in between, and then you're like,
Oh,
that's
true.
not comfortable. You need something that's like gonna be flat, and a pad is always really
So,
comfortable. So I'll say, and then sometimes there's just things that down there, I don't want to like get on your pants. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, I see.
we're
Austin
all
thinks,
human.
women pee from the same hole that they
Well, no. Let's
So-
correct the record on what Austin thinks. Whatever's
God damn it, son, stop.
happening down there is completely beautiful and natural and normal.
But you thought that we pee out of our vaginas?
I like that he's playing the hits again because there's a new woman. That's what it is. Because like Cutie knows your shit already by now.
Whatever you're experiencing is so beautiful.
We don't pee out of our vaginas.
I know
you
you
should
don't.
know that.
I've learned that. I've learned that you don't pee. It's in the same general vicinity.
He learned that like last week.
But you've seen.
Have I seen a vagina? Yes, I've seen a vagina.
Then, so last week.
But
I've seen a vagina.
But have you seen a vagina pissing?
I haven't seen one recently in person, but I've seen them online.
To be fair, my best friend in college is a girl. Sorry, she's a
Yep,
girl.
she died.
She's a girl. Okay, she's alive. She's and everything. Okay, she didn't know either. Like even as a period having.
What was that? What was Austin doing? Was he swatting a bug?
She didn't know either. Like even as a period having.
She didn't know where she peed from.
Yeah, see, there you go.
She was confused by her own like part. She was like, wait, I
think that's kind of normal.
I think I pee out of the same hole as
Everyone goes through that phase.
I think I pee out of my vagina.
It's a common misconception.
Like you don't even like if you don't really learn it, you kind of they're so close in distance that you're kind of like maybe I am peeing out of there. So I understand not knowing. I get
it happens.
Yeah, but it is very different. There's like burp, burp, burp,
Right. Yeah, it's a confusing situation.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the laundry stuff. Clarifying that. The showering stuff. So there's showering and then there's bathing. Last time we clarified that like if you get
wash your hair.
If you like when people say shower, they're saying get in like
Underwater.
Underwater.
Yes.
So I will
For your whole body.
Yeah. Well, now I'm in a phase where I shower every 48 hours. Actually, pretty good.
Okay,
That's great.
So do you?
I don't separately bathe.
Do you freshen up every day?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
You're lying.
Well, I'm gonna face a lot of judgment if I say I don't.
Yeah.
But I say every other day.
48 hours.
It's
fine.
not that bad.
I think that's fine. I think 48 hours.
That's not bad at all. What is that? Not normal. I feel like I've always kind of done that, more or less.
I take a bath more often, but I don't have a bathtub.
I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. People think that I traditionally would shower too much.
Yeah,
every day.
How often do you shower?
I'm like a twice or
You know
3
you know what it
Me
is?
too.
No.
That's so much. Oh my god.
It's because former fat kid.
What?
Yeah, and working out.
Yeah.
I'm not a former fat kid, and I shower 3 times
What
a
does
day.
that have to do with it? Do you shower
Well,
more?
yours is probably acne related.
Acne related.
Yeah.
Yep.
Immediately. I know that because I'm the same way. And the only reason why is because former fat kid, well, still currently kind of fat.
Shut up.
I was terrified of smelling bad. I was so scared of smelling bad that I would be hypersensitive. So I would
Aw. Oh, Hussy. I'm sure you smell great.
just like douse myself with with deodorant and shower twice a day.
Smell that? Like
no.
Oh.
You know what's interesting? I have very strange smelling BO. My BO smells like cactus.
I've never smelled you.
I've always known.
Like cactus. What does cactus smell like? Like aloe? I've never noticed a scent on aloe. What?
Notice
I don't think
that?
I've ever smelled you in all the years that I've known you.
I always smell pretty good, but
Yeah.
on the rare occasion that I don't, like it smells like if you break like an aloe vera and smell it. It's like this very weird.
That sounds kind of nice.
Like chlorophyll?
I have a weird smell.
I do not.
Is it a good smell?
I mean,
do you smell? I've never smelled you.
No, I always smell good.
You smelled a little bit when you got home from the gym. It wasn't BO, but it was gonna get there.
He's got a musk.
It's but that's something else.
It was a post gym musk. It was fine.
I mean,
It's like sweat. Sweat smells okay.
Yeah, it was an he smelled like appreciate. It was an appreciative
Yeah,
smell.
that's not bad. It's the chicken sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, enough of our bickering.
Yeah.
Leslie, what do you want to talk
Yeah.
about?
What's going on in your world, Leslie?
Well, I want to know how the Taylor Swift concert was.
Oh.
Yeah, because I know what you keep promising for to talk about it. I haven't been yet, so but I've seen a lot on TikTok and stuff.
I did actually watch a little bit of Cutie's concert, and it did look good. It does seem like a good show, but I'm still very mad.
So
Let me tell you, Cutie Cinderella. This is a little awkward because I, of all the people on the podcast, was chosen to enter the box.
This piece of shit.
That's insane. Thank
Okay,
God.
that's not how it happened. The
Show the evidence.
tweet
March,
was
pull the fucking tweets, March.
You're gonna do this
Why
to
would you do
me?
You were invited.
You're gonna do this to me?
Why would you do that?
No. It was a
His
joke.
nature is deceit. Look at him. He looks like Loki. He's over here.
It was a joke.
Let me see. Oh my God.
It was a joke. This is how it went down.
See what I
My eyes are not
texted.
good. You need to zoom in a little. Okay, enhance.
Yeah, I mean, Austin kind of is the Loki of the podcast. That's true.
It's okay. Enhance.
Cutie Cinderella says, my cousin can no longer make it to the concert tomorrow. Have one extra ticket. Who wants it? Austin immediately jumps and says, I'll take it. Cutie Cinderella says, Lamau. I'll take it. Did I win? Says Austin. Cutie immediately says, I'm second guessing now. Please let Austin go. That makes me happy, says Will, because he's a brown noser. OMG, you're the best, Will. You hear that, Cutie? I said, yeah, Austin needs this more than us. Cutie says, lol, okay, you're coming, but if your fit isn't good, I'll lose my mind. Lamau. Oh, that was you. Ha ha ha, this made my day.
Look, I can't believe he called you a brown noser after you
that's
were
fucked up.
If it isn't good, I'll lose my mind. I mean, true, and she's right. And she's right for doing it. Selfish, deceitful top. So true.
Austin should go.
After all the wonderful things that Will told me, which I am so
then there also
appreciative.
this.
I am so appreciative. Will was a true friend in that group, unlike Hassan, who called him a brown noser just now.
That was cute.
Wait, remember how we got to this conversation? Oh, that's because you lied about Cutie selecting you over any of us.
You did lie.
You made it seem
I did.
like
That
you
was
were
insane.
invited.
I did, but I was going to get to the joke, and
Okay.
it was a joke. It was a bit.
Well, you wore this,
What a
right?
I did wear
fucking
this.
liar, dude.
But no, look. After Will generously gave up his spot for me at the Taylor Swift concert, sacrificed himself to be at the Taylor Swift concert. So generous. By the way, it was so generous. Thank you so much, Will. I do appreciate
But
it.
you would have wanted to go, both of you, right?
Will could have taken my spot back, but I was really on top of the response.
I mean, everybody knows this is.
He really wanted to go. He wanted to go so bad. He's been trying to get in the box for 4 months.
Well documented now that I am Cutie's best friend in the group.
That's also cap. That's
That is-
not true.
No, this has been well documented.
I
at
went
this
to.
point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you go watch Barbie with me and Cutie Cinderella?
I did not go, but I was invited.
That's right, because you're a bad friend and you didn't respond to
No,
her.
I'm just a good boyfriend, and I stood by my girlfriend while she was streaming.
Yeah, that's crazy. So you weren't even streaming, so you don't even have a good enough excuse.
Well, I was on my girlfriend's
Okay, bud.
stream, so that was even more Philanthropic.
But Hassan did go see Barbie with Cutie.
Yeah, we did because we're besties.
That's fair.
We crack jokes. Also, Cutie bought me a Ken Enough. I am Knuff.
Well, you know, it's interesting because
Knuff.
Cutie and I had a show.
Wait, what's
together.
a Kano?
We actually had a
You didn't
show.
see Barbie.
I haven't seen it yet.
What's a Kano?
We used to do a show called
Kano?
Dinner and a Movie.
What's a Kano? I haven't seen the movie either. I haven't seen any memes. What's a Kano? Enough. 10 plus enough. Hello?
But you wouldn't know that.
Oh, yeah, true.
And also she was on
Is
Name Your
Knuff like an
Price.
I forgot
evil
about it.
villain?
Well, I've been on Name Your Price
Like,
too.
I'm enough, but I'm
That doesn't count.
It's at the end.
Well, anyway,
You'll see. No
that's
spoilers.
neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there.
Spoilers.
We're talking about the Taylor.
Yeah.
I was talking about how I got into the concert because my very best friend Will Neff selflessly gave up his spot for me. Right?
Christ-like.
And it's all documented right on Twitter for everybody to look at. I took this opportunity. I was like, oh my God. And then
Why am I not in the consideration here? I also said
because Hassan didn't want to go because he was afraid he was going to scab.
He never wanted to go. He doesn't listen to music, let alone Taylor Swift. Please.
What's that mean?
What? No, that's not the. That's not
He
the
didn't
main
want to go
reason.
because of service workers.
That's not the main. Why are you saying it with such disdain? You're like the service workers. You're like I'm a fucking filth.
No, that's not
stopping me.
Prissy, yuppie ass bitch.
That's not how it sounds. See how it
Enjoying
goes?
my Taylor Swift.
He's spinning the narrative. Thank you, Leslie. Finally.
Okay, listen.
So Hassan didn't want to go for because he was going to be he would be called a filthy scab.
If you want to know the real reason, it's way worse than that.
Oh, he didn't want to leave.
That's a very honorable. That's a very, very honorable reason. One, I didn't want to leave Kyle alone, and two, perhaps even worse than that is because SoFi Stadium fucking sucks. They put it smack dab in the middle of Inglewood, and there is no public transit. There's no exfiltration points. Unfortunately, for that reason.
Exfiltration. Exfiltration. Is that a word?
When you go to that fucking concert place, the venue,
Traffic.
if it's as big as an event, oh my God, I keep burping.
Let it out.
It's crazy.
Good.
Okay, I'm done.
Let it rip.
As long as if it's a big ass event like the Super Bowl thing that we went to, or if it's a big ass event like a Taylor Swift concert, which is probably bigger than the Super Bowl, that area is bedlam.
Social anxiety nightmare. My literal worst fucking nightmare. I can't imagine a worse place on earth to be. One of the worst, certainly.
And you will not be able to get in, or even if you get in easily, let's say, by some stroke of luck because you're late or whatever, you will not be able to get out of the area. It will take you 2.5 hours
And
to
that's
leave.
why I showed up at 2:30 in the morning is because it took me 2.5 hours.
I can feel my blood pressure rising just thinking about it. Like, being so crowded. Why do people like that? Never liked that.
Despise that structure. It is actually a crime, in my opinion, for public transit to not exist in that vicinity. It is insane that it is another abhorrent, awful scar on car-reliant infrastructure. It's really frustrating.
Fair. Honestly?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I went to Taylor Swift after Will Neff.
God, yeah. Just like a handful of trains. Just a handful. Like, could help the stadium so much. So much.
Selflessly.
You don't have to. You really don't.
I mean, it was
Get to the
incredible.
concert.
Yeah.
I think he's going to win Time Person of the Year after that.
Just get to the concert.
So I go to the concert. Cutie graciously gave up a spot for one of us, even though...
I'm sorry. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Minutes.
Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling like, fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again. Wish I was in it. Yeah, it's kind of like not.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you first it's all quite piss poor, and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Goodbye. Love every single one of their songs. Oh no, I forgot to pause my Spotify. Mashup.
Anyway, I truly feel that
it could have been Will. Most likely should have been. And I chose this outfit to wear that they also bought me, inspired by Reputation. And I've been learning how to be a Swiftie over the last month. I've been very passionate about listening to Taylor Swift music.
Aww.
And
are you talking like this is a chore? Like you
no,
just like
I've been
you've
trying
like
to,
building
I
up your
want to show up to the concert to be ready.
Was it life changing? Was it good?
It was incredible.
Yes.
It was incredible. It is so not. Can I just say Taylor was awesome. She was incredible. Her performance was insane. The ability to stay on there for 3.5 hours is insane in itself. But also to just be in that environment around 60 to 70,000 screaming, passionate fans, to see the passion of everybody was electrifying.
Wow.
It was such a cool
3.5 hours. That's a long show, right? It's been a long time since I went to a concert, but I think that's like hella long, right?
cool thing to be a part of. And just to think that I was just thinking, like, from her eyes, my God, you are selling out fucking stadiums. 5 shows in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Back to back, filling that SoFi Stadium. There's 60,000 people in the stadium right now.
Yeah, filling the stadium. For 6 shows. Even though every hospitality, especially housekeeper workers, asked her not to. God, it makes me so mad. It makes me really fucking mad, especially knowing that so many hospitality workers are migrant labor. And maybe are, like, being paid under the table. Maybe they're not even in the union. Like, ugh. Do I have to show her mansions and people living in their cars again? Like, fuck.
She's about to play.
Oh my God,
today.
yeah, an hour.
She's got a concert in an hour. It is insane. It was such a cool experience. The suite was great. We were on the floor next to the stage. The view was great. The music was great. She played for an insane amount of time from 8.
Her cardio has to be incredible.
8 to 11:30. I've been listening to Taylor Swift ever since.
What songs do you like? What's the best?
I like a lot of her old stuff, but there's a song that I like that a lot of people don't like, or maybe they don't like. It's not as popular, called "Hey Stephen."
Oh my God, I love Hey Stephen.
Yeah, I love it. Hey Stephen.
She's
Also,
a real Swiftie.
I do. My favorite song at the concert was "Look What You Made Me Do."
Ooh, look what you made me
do.
do.
Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do.
That's probably one of the only ones I know.
Look what you just made me. Ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Now that the Taylor Swift concert is over
So
and we're no
cheesy.
longer going to the Taylor Swift concert with Cutie Cinderella, I have to say something.
What's that?
Unburden yourself.
I don't much care for Taylor Swift.
I'm about to go to the concert in 2 days.
Are you kidding me?
Unburden yourself, Hassan.
You don't like Taylor Swift?
I don't much care for it.
Are you kidding me?
The top 40 stuff is great, I think. It is in like her body of content.
Speak on it, King.
Yeah.
Wait,
Unburden yourself.
Wait, do you feel the same way, Will?
I feel the same fucking.
No! Oh my God!
Let it out!
Not, that's just
You guys!
Oh,
K-pop
it's true.
for white girls. That's
Mart said Taylor Swift is K-pop for white girls, and he's right
All
to
right.
say it.
God damn it. That's just pop. K-pop for white girls? Guess what? That's just pop.
Oh, her lyrics touch us, dude. I was going through the worst breakup of my life in 2010. Speak Now dropped.
Speak on it.
She literally got us through so many times. She could capture, well, us Swifties, you know what I mean?
Marry me.
No,
Yeah.
Swifties.
Look,
We're saying.
Do you have a
Can I
picture
ask-
card of
listen-
Taylor Swift that you
listen
bring
to
around
her
everywhere
words.
and you like
Can I,
post it?
can I be?
I'm saying.
Can I be real?
Listen
go
to her
ahead.
words.
And I'm gonna ask you a real question.
Yes.
Do you listen to that?
No, I'm sane. I promise. I swear, I'm sane.
That much music?
Yeah, Taylor Swift. I do. I actually do listen to music.
Do you really think that she's like a better lyricist than like a Mazzy Star, or like? Okay, thank you. Fair.
Okay, I think she's a fantastic lyricist. Have you listened to All Too Well 10-minute version? Like,
Listen,
really
I don't
listen
think.
to it?
Listen, I don't think she's a bad musician. I think she's a really incredible musician, and I think that she has some songs that even I am like, okay.
Okay. All Too Well is kind of good. It is kind of good. I got to give her that.
This is a bop.
Yeah,
but
that's also like it's impossible for her not to. This is like concocted in a laboratory.
The cult of personality now around Taylor Swift is so insane that like it's like I get an uncanny valley where I see people and the way that they react to her, and I almost feel like I'm looking at like David Koresh in like Texas. Like a cult leader, like, and you will rise, and everybody's like, we'll rise.
I mean, I don't want to say like I'm a sane Swiftie, but like I don't give off that crazy energy. But I just like recognize how much her like songs have changed my life. I'm just like, like I don't fucking preach Taylor Swift.
She's not one of the normal ones, but
I
like
am,
also
like,
I would die for her.
I wouldn't die for Taylor Swift. Well, I mean, maybe.
Oh my God!
Like no, because
She couldn't even finish the sentence. I wouldn't die for her. Well,
I recognize that if Taylor Swift died, that would be like really bad. So if I could die
could see
instead of
that
Taylor,
point. I
I
could see
feel like
that.
it would
But
impact the world.
Can I say something though? Let me say something.
it's not a cult though. Not a
Before
cult.
people get like really agitated at what I said, I don't know if Taylor is guilty of any of
her
like
crazed fans.
Exactly. I think she's
She's doing it. She's proverbially diving in front of the bullet for Taylor currently. She's literally like, no, I'm the crazy one. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. That's what she said.
It's me.
girl. See,
I think
you are
she's
a Swiftie.
I
We're
think
all
she's a
Swifties.
tremendous musician, and from what I've seen of the live shows, incredibly impressive on the level of like a Rolling Stones, her ability to live perform. So in that element, I do think she's great. I just don't
It's
know
her
if
fans.
like
It's like One Direction.
well,
like you
it's
didn't
like
like
the
them because
worship of her entire catalog down to like these
I
very
understand.
minute kind of almost what I would call QAnon level conspiracy theories are so strange.
you get in the car and we'll just listen to Taylor Swift together, and I can show you like, all the other ones. You know,
This is the argument that you're gonna
There's
get
so
from
many
a mad
I'm gonna
person.
dive in.
a mad person.
I'm just beginning my journey as a Swiftie.
You care about yourself too much.
No, what do you
mean?
mean?
And you also didn't go through the phases of breakup when you were like a malleable, impressionable teen, where like she spoke to your personal experiences. So it's far too late for you to identify.
But I still get chills when I listen to love songs.
It's so funny.
I was listening to that same song.
I don't know if Marsh will get this. Marsh is probably the only person who knows this band, but like to hear Swifties go through breakup music, and then my breakup music is like Deftones. You know what I mean? Like just evil, twisted, dark shit. And they're like, "I'm sad you're gone, and it's hard on me." And my music is like, "I watched you change."
That was pretty good. Taylor Swift song impersonation.
There's a song called "Last Kiss" off of Speak Now, and
Sure.
I listened to that song. So it's
Kissing
about
is gross. I'm
No,
already out.
it's about not knowing you had your last kiss. Like
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like
out.
never thought we'd have our last.
You think
kiss.
I worry about kisses?
It's more of just like it's like so sad, and I would be like. I related to her music so much as a 17-year-old, 16-year-old going
Look,
through that stuff.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, and I related to 9 Inch Nails. Closer.
You know what?
I
Fair.
want to fuck you like an animal. I want to feel you from the inside.
Let me-
Nothing you do will bring you closer to
Those
me.
are song titles.
Let me tell you.
that's the lyrics.
Oh, fair.
I connected. You know what I used during a breakup? Dean
Mirror.
Martin.
A mirror.
Dean Martin. Mirror.
He's like, I'm learning how to be a Swiftie. So, dude, no shot. You listen to Frankie Valli and
Don't
the
be so sad. I know it's over.
I want to die.
But time goes on, and this old world will keep on turning. It's a song about spending one last night together, knowing that's your final night with one another.
so
And let's
sad.
just pretend that all the bad things that have happened to us don't exist anymore. We're just gonna spend one more night.
If you
together.
weren't
Be
gay, you'd
special.
fuck so many old women.
What a thing to say.
Yeah.
What a wild sentence.
You'd be fucking
loves
grandmas.
it.
Like
laughing.
how old?
Like old.
People who listen to Dean Martin.
Oh, wait, but I think Dean Martin.
Dean Martin is good. I listened. Am I old? Am I old?
Transcends time.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Don't be so sad.
No, it's just
How
absolutely.
lucky can one guy be? I'm
gonna be honest, not a single woman I've slept with gives a shit about Dean Martin.
Do you give a shit about Dean Martin?
No.
Okay.
But
I mean, they don't give a shit maybe, but if you put it on, they may like it. You know?
I don't know who he is, but you are slowly like that song was nice and the sentiment was beautiful.
You would never, if we pulled up Dean Martin. Okay, for the Patreon episode, we're gonna
Listen.
forcibly make you listen to
I'll
Dean
listen.
Martin.
Yeah, I'll listen.
Would you, if I was obviously in a
Until
situation,
you were begging us to turn it off.
I think Leslie brought up a good point, though.
Thank you.
Ultimately, what we can all fall back on is that everybody has different experiences, and Taylor Swift's music obviously speaks to an experience. And you know what? Maybe, Hassan, we can just agree on the fact that it's not our experience.
Yeah, I do agree.
I want to say I was the just, even though Will sacrificed himself, I was the just person of the three of us to get in the box.
Maybe if I had seen the magic, I would have.
That's
Maybe
what I'm
my
saying.
eyes.
Yeah,
would
what are you talking about? What if we fell in love with Taylor Swift's music
Yeah.
and became?
I will
diehard
say
Swifties?
I was
You're
already
still
in
over here
love.
preaching Dean Martin. It clearly didn't take.
No. I have enough room in my heart for Dean Martin and Taylor Swift.
No, you can only have Taylor Swift.
No, Taylor Swift.
You can.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't gatekeep.
We can share. And Elton John.
Swifties
what?
don't gatekeep.
Yeah.
Swifties don't gatekeep.
Swifties gatekeep who she dates. What do you mean?
I'm just saying. I'm a saying Swiftie. There's a lot of crazy
Yeah,
Swifties
okay.
out there.
Cutie's a galer,
I'm not,
so it's
I
like
almost
different.
fought-
Are you a
I told
galer?
you guys
She's a
on the last
galer.
time, remember, I almost fought a girl and she was a fellow Swiftie and I'd never been more upset. I was like,
Are you a galer? Okay, you
Galer?
might be a little
I'm
bit
not
more
gay.
sane than Cutie.
I'm not gay.
No.
Oh, what's a
I
galer?
just want to make sure we're getting your audio.
I am not a galer. Unless what's a galer? Define it first.
Galer is
people that
oh
think
my
she's
god, we might be
bisexual or gay.
we might be bigger Swifties than you.
No way.
Yeah,
Taylor Swift? Absolutely
through
not.
osmosis, being around Cutie Cinderella, we might have like picked up
Yeah.
more Taylor lore.
And maybe like my impression, because Taylor Swift wasn't even on my radar until Cutie started painting a picture of what this community is like, and maybe that is warped.
She comes in hot with a lot of PowerPoints.
Because at one point we were having a real conversation, and she said, "Well,
Full on PowerPoints. That's true. She did do like several stream edition of the songs related to her exes and whether we hate them or not. Something like that.
It's the 5th song on the album. And we were like,
well, that is the thing.
What? You can't do that. You can't just be like, I'm a Saint Swiftie and then do QAnon.
No, that's just like no. Taylor just does those things. She's like a massive Easter egg, like she drops hints.
Yeah, you know who else does that? You know who else does that? QAnon. That's who, like, oh, the bread drops, the breadcrumbs, we gotta follow them.
No, it's like, you know,
No, but
it's kind of cute.
but it's true with Taylor.
Yeah, she actually does that, and like, she'll letters in her albums, and
Yeah.
like she'll like hint at things 5 years in the future. Then bam, she's like, I'm like 5 years
Wait,
later.
hold on,
She's like,
hold
look
on,
at what I
wait,
did
wait,
5
hold
years ago. And
Hold
you're
on,
like,
hold on.
holy
Is there any
shit.
proof that she does this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so she does do this.
Oh, intentionally, she loves it. She's
Okay.
talked about.
Yeah,
loving
she
Easter
does it
eggs.
deliberately,
Anyways,
which is why she's partially responsible for the mania of her
I
fandom.
mean, that's fine. I'm just saying I'm a very big
You're a
Swiftie,
sane Swiftie.
and I'm a sane one, and
You
there's
seem
a
sane
lot
to
of
me.
us. I'm
I didn't even know you were a
sane.
Swiftie. That's how sane you are.
I don't like preach Taylor Swift. I talk about her like once a day. That's not much.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. Once a day.
That's
just
fine.
talk
Just
about
get it
my
out.
new
Just get it
favorite
out.
song,
You
and
gotta
that's
you gotta
it.
get it
I
out
gotta
once
say
a
how
day.
much I love
You're
her,
gonna,
and then
you're gonna have a
I'm
great time at the concert.
Oh my
I think we spend too much time on Taylor Swift.
I agree.
I love Taylor. I want to talk about something.
I didn't mean that.
This whole thing was about Taylor Swift and me trying not to fucking mauled about it.
I would like to talk about something else.
Yes, I agree.
That's happened recently. I want your take.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Recently, we have discovered, or maybe not discovered, depending on how you feel about it, that aliens are just a thing.
Potentially.
I haven't thought about this actually.
There is testimonial that we have the pilot, and there has been a lot of declassified footage of UFOs.
Wait,
recently.
we have a body?
That's what's being said.
It's claim. That's a claim.
But
There's a claim
he
that
said
we
it
have-
under oath.
That we have the pilot. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. People lie under oath all the time.
True.
But he's like, isn't he very?
But that's why I want to talk about it.
Okay, I want to talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Now, my first question is, do you believe? And then we're going to talk about that, each one of us. And then afterward, if it is real, are you changing your lifestyle at all?
Well, how threatening are these aliens supposed to be?
We don't know. How are you reacting?
Well, my first thought is that sounds. Well, I guess if I had to put like a percentage on like how much I believe that.
Sure.
And the guy's under oath, and he's supposed to be pretty reputable, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just curious, like what did he see? But he can't say.
No, he said that the government is in possession
Of UFOs.
The pilot.
The pilot, like an
Well,
alien.
no, the full thing was that it was non-human biologics, as in it could be bacteria, it
Well, he
could
called
be
it the pilot.
Like the pilot, like the
Like
captain?
The pilot of a
ship?
UFO, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
that's spicier.
okay. Go ahead.
Just
I
let
don't
them
wanna-
have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Have fun.
I hope it's
I'm not gonna
real,
say
but
anything.
actually that's terrifying.
No, but like, I mean, it makes sense as there's other life form. It would shock me that life form would exist the way we perceive it in like a sci-fi movie.
Sure.
Unless the producers of these sci-fi movies have some sort of government connection, and from the beginning of time, that we originally conceptualized what we thought an alien looked like
gray men.
Yeah. They knew what they looked like,
Sure.
and that's why we
Reverse
see
Stanley
them
Kubrick.
yes,
Yeah,
right.
reverse.
So from the beginning, they've always known, and the government has been feeding us the look of an alien, so that when we see it, we won't be as shocked.
Oh, maybe they did that so that when it does come out that they're aliens, you don't panic because everybody thinks it's made up.
That's a mind fuck.
But there's
right there.
ET, and then there's like the Arrival aliens. You guys remember Arrival, the movie with the pods that
Yeah.
come down in the
Yes.
way? I imagine it closer to that than like ET.
But okay,
type
but
shit, you know?
they exist. But why are they going to attack us?
But no one said that. This is all up to you guys now. This
So
is
I
your
don't
brain.
think they're going to attack us. Would
They're
you?
peaceful.
Would
They're
you have
peaceful.
sex with them?
That was a huge jump. Did anyone?
I've been asked this before. Would you have sex with them?
Well,
Let the record show. Yes.
I would say probably not.
Okay.
But
Boo.
like, I don't know anything about the alien.
That's true. They could have some sort of sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah, they could turn you into an alien. Ever
They
think
could have
about that?
spades.
All right.
What spades?
Space AIDS.
Oh my god.
Yes, that's true. That's very true.
Not too late to
And we
change
don't
our
have. There's
answer.
no prep for that.
No.
But the aliens.
Space AIDS. Oh my god. What the fuck, Will? How have you thought about this so much that you came up with spades? God damn it, Will.
Would have prep for that.
Alien condoms.
They
are-
probably would.
But I'm very serious.
Yeah.
If tomorrow the government does come out, right? The Pentagon makes an official statement.
This is so
yes,
awesome. I love talking
the
about this.
allegations are true. We have the pilot,
Okay.
alien life forms. We have the craft. Do you live your life any differently?
No. Well, can they show me the pilot? Like, I
They
wanna see-
declassify everything.
Is he this big?
What?
Then it depends on how.
Do you want me to
big-
give you? You want me to give you a scenario? Do you want?
There's so many variables. So many variables.
How big the alien is how much I'm changing my life.
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me? Do you want me to give you a scenario?
Yes.
Okay.
So
They
if it's human size, are you fucking it?
They
There's a
declassify.
closer chance.
They declassify everything.
Okay.
It's humanoid,
Respect.
Humanoid. Okay.
bipedal humanoid,
Damn, that's
gray man type, big eyes, big head.
Big
Oh,
sucks
let's
a
settle
mean
it.
cock, eats a
We
great
don't-
pussy.
And they are capable of intergalactic
God.
travel. That's all we know.
Then I'm changing my life a little bit.
But how?
Well, how many are there?
They just
Is
have
there
the
one single guy?
The dead. They just have the dead pilot.
Well, then I'm deeply fascinated and watching alien videos every single morning instead of the Fear and Fun.
Oh,
So,
excuse you.
Lost a viewer.
Damn it. Fuck.
We
Okay.
need that.
Unless you guys cover aliens.
Is the insinuation, Will,
Congrats, you played yourself.
that like because if you know these aliens to be real, you now
it's
know
like,
that
it's
God doesn't exist anymore,
Well,
and
you
so you
don't-
change your life for
you
that
don't-
reason?
You don't know that, but it is kind of that same dilemma, right? What if someone gave you undisputable evidence that God is real? Is your lifestyle changed? Because if there's indisputable evidence that there is intelligent universe elsewhere in the intelligent life elsewhere in the universe, does that change your day-to-day life at all? Does that change how you live?
Not really.
Does that change human beings' aspirations to reach for the stars?
I think that
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think people would be more motivated to contact them and communicate. But I mean, me personally, day to day, like, no, like, I'm just watching more alien videos, like Boosly said, like, that's it. Just more alien vids.
changes as a race.
Does it?
Yeah, I'm trying to be the first streamer on space.
I think we aspire.
Deeply religious Christians would change their minds. Maybe. I think it would just morph. They would just be like, oh yeah, Jesus was an alien, actually. That's how he came back to life. They were supposed to be mine, yeah.
To learn more and know more. It's in our nature to know more about these things.
Do you think that we can aspire to more at this point?
I don't know.
Is humanity trapped in our own filth and ignorance?
I hope that we can find the fountain of youth.
What?
Okay.
I think that by meeting these
That took a turn. That was not what he was asking, but okay.
aliens, we can unlock some sort of cosmetic
So
miracle.
what you want more than anything out of aliens is the ability to live forever.
Yes.
That's your
you
hope.
wanna live forever.
See, that's an
Of course. He wants to stay a hunk forever.
honest answer. Hassan, how do you change your life?
Okay, first and foremost, I think that the UAP congressional hearing was filled to the brim with some kooks. The guy that came out and was talking while he had this shit-eating grin was most likely delivering bullshit information. Oh. No. Bad. Sorry, she's just eating
my
Wolf's
shoes.
Crocs. No, not a chew toy. Where was I? Yeah, I think that the UAP conversation is interesting. I don't really trust the government on a lot of stuff like this, especially when they've notoriously declassified documents in the past, where they've manipulated public consciousness, especially overseas, by sneaking information about aliens' existence in an effort to do coup d'etats and things of that nature to drive the attention away to something else that the public would be more captive to.
Now
Having
allow
said all
yourself to believe Peter Pan.
Okay, so
I mean, also, the government did MK Ultra. I mean, if you think they're not trying to direct your attention, I think that would be naive. I mean, surely. But these pilots, they're just kind of weird guys, I think. They're just kind of kooky guys. I don't know. Maybe they saw some shit. Maybe they didn't. We don't know. We do not know.
let's say I do believe that aliens do exist, which, by the way, I do. I don't necessarily think that aliens don't exist. But if they had capability of coming here, they would have to be an advanced life.
Serial crank, total nut job. Yeah. Yeah, he's already making the rounds.
Life form. And also on top of that, they would have to, like, we wouldn't even be able to comprehend it with our eyes and feelings and, you know, with our lizard brain, which is not developed enough. But
I think that's true.
I'd still fuck it.
Would still fuck an orb of light. Based. Yeah. Yeah, I'd fuck an ultraviolet light being. Would you not? Kind of bigoted, bro.
That's crazy.
I fuck it.
That's where that all went.
So you don't know what it is, but you're gonna stick your cock in it. Is that right?
I'm just saying, dude, stick my cock in it. It would probably like laser zap my penis into the next dimension.
Well, you're gonna
making it.
How are you gonna fuck it?
It would be the greatest orgasm of all time. I'd probably have to. I would have
So
probably
it's
have to
gonna
kill
blow
myself.
your dick off, and it's gonna.
No, it would kill me. It would be the greatest nut.
Orgasm to death.
If you could achieve the greatest orgasm of
But you die.
in the history of mankind, would you? And it killed you. Would
I
you
mean,
do it?
we're talking about like cosmic oneness.
Yeah.
Like I become the Bodhi-Daisu
Yeah.
because I come so hard.
You elevate. It's an orgasm that lasts 37 minutes.
No, it's an orgasm that lasts a lifetime.
Why'd you roll your eyes at me?
It's an orgasm that lasts an infinity because you
infinity
die in
of
that
a-
state.
like a black
Oh,
hole.
you die in that state and you're just orgasming for the rest of time.
Are you kidding? Easy. Yeah, easy. Yes. Of course, yes.
And it's just forever.
Yes.
Oh God.
And it's like a pig. A pig comes. I think a pig orgasms for 30 minutes straight.
No way.
Really?
They have
This would be
Dude, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think that's true. That's crazy.
infinite.
Do women orgasm for a long time?
No, it's
Not
very
really.
quick. but
I mean,
many
I don't
times.
know. Yeah.
Not that long. Not that long. It's more like multiple times. I don't know. I think the longest I've experienced was like, it couldn't have been more than a minute. It always feels longer. I don't know. I haven't clocked it.
Maybe. Probably.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
be. I'm not used to talking about these.
Behind the
Sorry, you don't
paywall,
have
we
to.
will
I'm sorry.
ask
Am I making-
Leslie about her orgasms. Patreon.com/fearand.
Sorry, Leslie.
talk
I'm
about
so
it
sorry.
on Patreon. No, you're so good.
I'm
Just
so
save it for
sorry.
the Patreon.
It's beautiful and natural and normal.
It is.
All right.
Really.
We've talked about aliens. We've talked about Taylor Swift. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to speak about?
Oh,
ReactGate. No, I'm just kidding.
Holy fuck! I just googled the longest recorded female orgasm. 24 hours. $24. Oh yeah, I think there's like that medical condition where you like you sneeze and you come or some shit like that. Like you just like are super sensitive. I forget what it's called. Yeah, a state of constant arousal. God. Article is crazy. A woman who can have up to 11 orgasms a day says she is left in agony by her rare condition. Lorna Harrison suffers from a medical disorder that puts her in a state of constant arousal that can only be released by having an orgasm. She has orgasmic episodes caused by her persistent genital arousal AD while shopping in the supermarket, at restaurants, as she is cleaning the house, and while driving. That sounds dangerous. Sounds like it would be a good condition to have, but it's actually very uncomfortable. Yeah, I imagine so. It can happen anywhere at any time, and I have to hold my breath and even walk cross-legged. Damn. During an episode, the condition causes a woman's genitals to enlarge and throb painfully as they become sexually aroused for an experiencing pressure, pounding, or a burning sensation are all common. Lorna's first episode when she drove over a speed bump while making a food delivery for her Sunday lunch service. She was driving to church. I drove over a speed bump in my car and I felt this pounding and bulging sensation down below, and I didn't know what it was. Oh, that makes me sad. Like, being so out of tune with your body that, like, you don't even know what that sensation is. Man. I thought, oh my god, what is happening to me? It was really lucky I didn't crash as I was full of my body. Yeah, that is lucky. When I got home, I handed over the Sunday lunch with my legs crossed and tried to run to the car and drove home. Thought it was a bizarre one-off, but eventually decided to get checked out last July after it kept happening to her. Lorna, no. No, they put her next to the speed bump. They did her so dirty. They pictured her next to a speed bump. Okay, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. In November last year, Lorna suffered her longest orgasm yet, which lasted 24 hours. Started at home when her boyfriend was there, even though they hadn't had sex. Lorna says she was unable to do anything. I was throbbing so badly, she said. Luckily, I had a gynecologist appointment the next day, so she could see what I was going through, and that I wasn't making it up. I was so embarrassed, but glad to be taken. An internal examination confirmed Lorna's diagnosis of UGA, and the gynecologist offered vaginal. There's no cure for her disorder. Lorna now takes gabapentin, a medication for restless leg syndrome, partial seizures, and hot flushes. Interesting. Luckily, she hasn't had another Marathon 24 orgasmic episode since on it, but waiting for an episode to pass can be agonizing. Can you imagine? Oh my god, that's like torture. 24 hours of torture. I've tried everything, exercises, self-control, and sex, she said, but most of the time, nothing works. I still feel like I'm on the edge of an orgasm. I have to cross legs, sit down, and just try to find a position I can be comfortable having an episode as so intense. I can happen it anywhere, and I can't control it. Or I can't stop it. Once in a supermarket, I could feel an orgasm coming. I felt like I was going to lose control. I had to grab the shelves and stop a shopping trolley for support. People were looking at me really strangely. Yeah. That sucks. My main guy is a serial crank. But fuck. Well, yeah. You would think. But, fuck. God, this has gotta be so embarrassing. Another time, I was walking through a car park, and my friend Janet, with my friend Janet, and she mentioned my boyfriend. I began panicking, and I said, Janet, mention his name, but it was too late. I'd already started orgasming. And so I ran inside a shop. Just by mentioning his name. Bro! Oh, the pressure was so immense. I tried to go to the toilet, thinking it would relieve me, but it couldn't. If I'm walking up the stairs and I can feel one coming, I either freeze on the stairs or have to walk back down again, sit, and wait for it to stop. Crazy there's no treatment for this. Like, of course, like, we're not researching women's health and, like, finding treatments for stuff like this. She had to go to the gynecologist during an episode to be taken seriously. Like, that's fucked. Lorna's boyfriend Henry, 48, stays at her house on Wednesdays and Fridays when they have sex to relieve her condition. But Lorna says the rest of the time it's torture. Said only Henry knows what I'm going through and the reality of living PGA. It would be so easy, but it stopped me from leaving the house. But I'm determined to not become housebound by it. I can feel quite lonely as I don't know anyone else. Not something. Yeah, I don't think there's like support groups. I mean, maybe. But Lorna admits the condition caused a problem for hers and Henry's relationship as she can't kiss. They can't kiss passionately for fear of setting her off. Oh man. Can't just like make out casually. We do kiss afterwards. He counts down from 3 and then says, "There she blows." There she blows. Bro! There she blows? Stop. Now, I feel like that's not helping. Okay, I'm not a psychologist, but I feel like that might not be helping. Now he can only give me a peck on the cheek in case he riles me up. Oh. Lorna is desperate for a cure, but says she's concerned about what one might mean for her sex life in the future. I don't want to be like this anymore, as it's agony and embarrassing. And if there's any treatment to stop it, I would take it, though part of me would be worried in case it stopped me from the orgasm altogether. Yeah, I mean, fair. Fair. On one hand, I'm sick of it, but on the other hand, it's amazing and I'd want to keep it. Yeah, it shouldn't be like one or the other. PGAD is considered a rare disorder and can have severe effects on mental health with those suffering with it. There are no statistics for how many people the condition affects, as people who have it feel too embarrassed to get help for it. It affects people of all ages, and symptoms include wetness and itching, as well as genital throbbing and uncontrollable sexual arousal. I feel like this is like not well known about. One hell of a way to live, yeah. Like, I don't know. It's such a spectrum, right? Like some people will never have an orgasm in their lives. And then, like, some rare cases will just be orgasming all the time. I can see how it'd be tiring. Yeah, it's exhausting. God, it's exhausting. Like, if you ever have, like, an afternoon sex session, like, it's just, like, you're wiped afterwards. You just want to sleep and eat. Like, fuck, you're just coming all the time. You're just wiped constantly. And, like, trying to, like, hide coming IRL, like. Unless you have, like, a fetish for that, that would be incredibly, incredibly hard. Man.
Hassan, I broke your door upstairs.
What? Wait, did you not? Is actually news?
Last night.
I can't get over. There she blows. There she blows. Countdown to 3. And there she blows.
I locked myself out of the bedroom and I couldn't figure out how to open it. And so I just broke it.
I feel like
it still works though.
Why don't you just go sleep in another bed?
I couldn't get the door open, so I tried it with a credit card and I just opened the door and it eventually snapped. But to my relief, it still works and you wouldn't even notice.
Chris session. Cook and eat a big meal and nap, yeah. We're chilling only after that, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not trying to, like, go to a date after, like, no. Like,
it's not broken. But that's how I had to book it.
So it is broken.
I don't know. We'll go test it. I went in and I locked it again and it still works. Like you would never even know. But I just pulled it enough and it went and then it opened.
Thank you for revealing this.
But it's fine though. I think it should work. But it's a security flaw. You should probably get it fixed.
Is this like
a
every
security
week?
flaw? It's
Like-
inside the house.
Okay.
But like you.
Leslie, what else is going on in your
Dude,
world?
I've been so boring.
What have you seen on Twitter? That
Not true. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, a final culmination of all things Leslie versus Hasanabi comes to an end. We've had a little bit of a back and forth.
My calendar.
2 versus 2 versus 2.
Fuck!
The 15th.
He told me this morning.
That's on the.
He's like, tomorrow I'm doing something with
Wait,
Leslie.
You can still make it, right? We pushed the whole thing back for you.
Yes.
Wait, what is it?
It's a 2
Next week.
Who are the twos?
Well, so far it's like me, Hassan, Ray, Foolish, Ludwig, frick. We're still waiting on some yeses. If you guys are interested in those kinds of things.
What is it? What is it?
Okay, basically it's like 8 people and then you like.
Will is
randomize
only
them.
allowed if his partner is Austin.
Well, no, it's a random thing. It's a random pairing.
Why
That's
would
the
you
whole
not
point.
like me as your
We
teammate?
couldn't
Look
even
at
be on the same team.
He's just, you did the grumpiest face I've ever seen. You
I
went.
didn't do
You
it.
don't want to be partners.
Nothing happened.
Will doesn't like me.
Nothing happened.
Gaming.
Will doesn't like me anymore.
As a gamer.
Will hates me.
I looked
Listen,
over to see his
listen,
reaction. It was perfect. You went.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is there is a rivals event
What did you do?
that went a little poorly.
Okay.
I need to tell the story.
Okay, just because we played a chef game. Okay.
Overcooked.
Overcooked. Who fucking knows how to do this? If we were playing football, okay. Look, I want to remind you, Will.
We're playing football. We're playing video games.
I put up 12 touchdowns. Okay.
Austin,
380 yards passing.
I just want to put this in perspective.
It's an entirely different thing.
You want me on your team? At kickball, I was one hand catching on third
You are-
base.
yes, amazing.
You want me
Leading up to the
on your
rivals
team?
event, though.
Any sort of
Leading up to
athletic
the-
thing I'm
I
good
don't-
at,
I don't-
gaming
I don't-
related. I'm
I
not
don't-
going to do it.
No, I don't
Austin would be a jock. That checks out.
doubt that Austin can play games. But what happened leading up
Oh,
to
I
the,
can't play games.
leading up to the rivals event, though, I asked you probably 10 to 15 times.
Yeah.
Do you want to practice?
Yeah.
Do you need any practice?
Right.
Should we practice? I know how to play these games. Do you want to warm up at all? And you said, I'm just going to go in raw.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think it was that big of a deal. It was just a rivals competition. Right?
So you.
So what sort of competition are you running here? Is
We
it
took-
gaming
we took
related?
dead last.
Oh yeah, then of course Will would make that face. Why the hell would you choose
Oh,
me
I
on a?
see. That
yeah.
makes sense.
That's why I was saying. Will
What are the games?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's we pick them, but like we do like Valorant or like a Played Up or Keep Talking Nobody Explodes, fling to the finish.
These are all terrible games.
What would you play?
Keep talking, nobody explodes. What? What?
Baldur's
Baldur's
Gate.
Gate.
Fuck off.
2v2v2v2.
Yes.
Yeah.
2v2.
The first
First one
to
to have a
fuck.
sex scene.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Wait, are there sex scenes?
No,
in this
it's
game?
a fuck off in Baldur's Gate.
Oh!
How many ladies
Oh.
or gents can you lay pipe to? Sweet
38-hour
nothings.
competition.
Can you really bang as many people as you want?
Oh.
But I have never seen
Listen,
this.
listen, you can, but I'm in a committed relationship with Carlax, so I choose not to.
I challenged Hassan to a fuck off
Yeah, you get rolled.
in a gay
It's
fuck
so
off.
crazy that you.
Gay fuck.
Okay, yesterday on the broadcast, I said
It's a
something.
gay fuck off?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, I said.
Oh, you think he'd
I
beat me if
said-
I had to fuck a bunch of men and he had to
No,
fuck a
I
bunch of
thought
women?
you were fucking gay men. I thought he was fucking straight women.
No,
I would beat his
know.
ass.
I thought that too. I think we all thought that. Wait, what?
If it was fucking gay women, he was fucking straight women.
Gay-
I think you'd still lose.
But you think I would still lose?
Yes.
If you had to, all right. I think I'd whoop.
If you're fucking gay men and he's fucking straight women,
I would win.
Austin.
I
You
would
still
win.
lose.
You
You still
think
lose.
he would be able to fuck more straight women than I could
Ain't
gay
no
men?
way.
Yes. You still lose. You don't understand.
You are.
You
this
don't understand.
I mean, we have to do it for science. You have to prove it now because you're talking all this shit. Hell. I think my money's on Hassan just because of the recognition factor.
Man's passed.
You don't understand.
Wait.
Anyway, listen.
What do you
Listen.
mean I don't
You
understand?
just don't. You don't
Do
get it.
I not know who I'm dealing with?
No,
You have
don't.
no idea.
But
who
also,
you're
but
dealing
also,
well,
that's the funniest part.
5:30
Is,
tomorrow morning. Fuck off.
the funniest part of this conversation is that it started when I said,
Hope you have your
Austin,
oats.
you thank your lucky stars I'm not gay, Because if I was, I would outfuck you under the table. You would have no more twinks left. And he had the audacity to say, "Oh, absolutely not. I could, I'm in my prime. Like I could outfuck you."
His 2 decades.
To which I responded, "Austin, I fuck women," which is significantly harder than
Listen,
fucking
all I'm gonna
men.
say is, if this man ever came off his finasteride,
I don't even need.
What do you mean? Wait. Is it harder? I don't know. I guess. I don't know, because, like, it's harder for gay men because there's not as many gay men. Right? You know, you really have to, like, go out of your way on, like, Grindr, go to the Abbey. I mean, which, of course, Austin is familiar with, but I don't know. Like, Hassan obviously has Riz. The man dated a porn star.
He did.
That's what I'm saying. He'd be limp dicking it around West Hollywood. He couldn't even get it up.
That is this. Here's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's a good thing. Even with a performance dampener, I'm still out fucking you.
I'm just saying. Tomorrow morning, 5:30. Get in your morning oats. We're having a fuck off.
I can't believe you think that
A good old-fashioned
in a hypothetical
fuck.
scenario. I'm fucking in a hypothetical scenario. I'm a gay man now. If I'm fucking dudes, that you could outfuck me. That's insane.
You wouldn't. Oh yeah, his dick is too big too.
listen, all I'm saying is right now,
Hassan's about to fuck a dude just to prove a point. Oh my god.
right now, Austin, you're a rookie. You're having an impressive rookie season.
Okay.
You're having an impressive rookie season. We're going, this kid's got this.
Austin is adorable. I love him.
Ja Morant. This kid can elevate. He's
Okay.
got
Get
some
into his
ability.
head.
This is Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay, so are you?
He's already in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, but
They
you're,
hung his jersey
you're
up in the
telling me that I
rafters.
could get there.
Yes.
Okay.
Just not today.
Okay, not today.
Maybe if you work real hard.
What do I need to do? Do I need to go fuck a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm taking a little break. I'm on injured reserve.
Both Will and Hassan could outfuck him. Yeah. Especially if it's like their preferred gender. Like if Will and Hassan are fucking straight. Yeah. 100%. 110%. But if men, I don't know. I do not think Hassan could fuck more men. I don't think he could. Will does that acrobatic fucking? Yeah. No, I do think Will could. I think Will might just like discover his own bisexuality through this fuckathon. But I don't know. I think Hassan would wuss out. I think he would get weird. Demolish some femboys. True. Yeah.
Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm fine.
That sounded like I'm not fine.
But I just want to take a break because I've been doing it too much.
You know, that's good. Take a break.
All right.
Wow.
All right. But yeah.
The way they were all giggling right there, that was so cute. I need a
All right.
picture. Look at them.
All right. But yeah, no. I
Wow.
They're all
right.
so girlfriends.
but yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I need to get
But
the
I
right
just want to
shot.
take a break because I've been doing it too much.
You know, that's good. Take a break.
All right.
The way they're all just thinking about fucking. When you talking about fucking with the boys, and Foosley just like, all right, okay. Austin's face, so cute. God, I love them. The giggles, dude. Screenshots for days. Love them.
All right. But yeah, no. I
was thinking the overalls. So completely checked out of it. She just like me for real.
I do think tomorrow morning 5:30.
Fuck off.
Oh, good old fashioned fuck off.
Get your
What
odds.
about you and I?
You could probably outfuck me right now.
Really?
I'm an old man.
No, that was not an invitation. No.
I'm an old man.
No, well, You are not an old man.
I don't have the venom in my cock like I used to.
You still have it.
I got venom. I got to get it out.
You still have it.
Venom in my cock.
The only hand.
I don't believe that for a second.
The only disadvantage
Leslie,
you have
fuck
is
off. You versus Austin. Who
Oh, we're not. This is for the Patreon, guys.
Leslie, I
talk about it on the
challenge
Patreon.
To a good old fashioned mid-century.
Leslie, how many hogs could you destroy?
For the Patreon. For the Patreon.
Okay, well, we'll find out at
Guys, chill.
the Patreon at patreon.com/fearan, which is a good time to, I believe, throw it to us.
Are we in an hour?
That's right.
Leslie,
We are.
thank you so much for joining us.
Leslie,
If there was ever a time to join the Patreon, it's right the fuck now. God, I need like $10. Please like and subscribe.
thank you so
What do you
much.
want to
Shout out
promote, Leslie?
Leslie.
Other than the 2v2 competition you forgot existed.
No, you forgot. It's not tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's the week
you-
later, and then
okay,
you
you-
try to put it on
yeah,
me.
you're
And
right,
you're
you're
saying it could be like a 1v1 situation. We might be on the same team.
Oh, we will get destroyed.
Okay, I'll make sure to re-roll that if that happens.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Shout out your channel.
Boozley.
Boozley. And also, by the way, Hassan, your door's not broken. I did break it open.
I
but
don't
it's not
believe you.
broken.
I don't. Okay,
We'll go check on that.
We'll check. We'll test it.
We'll test it.
Yeah, that was fun.
But if you want to find out
Sure.
more, go to patreon.com/fearan.
Fearan.
And we'll see you on the
Bye.
other side.
Were you just flopping your cock around like that?
I was in a room full of men flopping their cocks.
Everyone, like 5 of you guys, 6, 7.
Boarding school is very homoerotic.
I was gonna say.
Super homoerotic.
I didn't experience
very
this
gay.
growing up.
Lord.
Very
Crazy.
gay.
No, but like I dated a guy, and back in the day, he also like it was very normal for him to like make
Helico-
out
helicopter
with each
experience.
other, with the bros. Like,
Yeah,
they
see,
all
this
just
is.
kind of.
I
like, yeah.
love. I missed out a lot of this.
Yeah.
They would never take their cocks out.
God, you would have fucked so many straight guys in a fraternity.
Yeah, because really.
Yeah,
Really?
No, experimental boys, big time.
Is that a lot big thing?
When you put a gaggle of men together and there's a lot of testosterone, shit gets gay real
Sure,
quick.
yeah.
Yep.
Real quick.
It sure
A
does.
2-man threesome is.
Yeah. Dude, I went to boarding school and it was very very homoerotic up in there. All over the place. For the girls and the boys. It was all very queer.
That's gay.
Yeah.
That's gay.
It's not gay if you got your socks on.
Right.
I literally had a guy
So true.
that I hooked up with say that.
No way. In seriousness? No way, dude. That's fucked. God. Oh. My God. Oh my God. I forgot. There's a new Garrett. That's an hour. It's 3 a.m. Suppressing the intrusive thoughts. Suppressing the intrusive thoughts. I'm not staying up all night. I'm not. Okay, I gotta go to bed. I've got a fucking jury duty. Oh no. Oh no. The trick is in the jury survey, I'm gonna lay it out for you. I did this expertly. First, you gotta say you got a DUI, or someone in your family got a DUI. They don't know. They're not gonna check. And then you have to say, no, I don't think I can be impartial to the cops. I think all cops are bad. No jury duty. Easy. Easy peasy. But thank you for the raid. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. I hope you sleep well, and I hope the jury duty isn't so bad. I doubt I'll be called. Yeah. Raised by a lawyer, usually one of the sides won't want me on the journey. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good excuse. Probably better than having a DUI. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. I am thinking. Maybe we just do Stabby and then a little daily dose and some Ryan Jordan. Yeah. Love you, baby. Love you, Jaina.
What happened? She was Snapchatting another guy while she was next to me. She was Snapchatting next to you. Wow, you were dating a 16-year-old who fucking used Snapchat? How do you call it Snapchat? Yeah, I was dating a girl in my algebra class. She was dating the high school quarterback. No, I'm sorry, man. That is very painful, but it is a hilarious way to know you got cheated on.
Instant fucking owned. Easy owned.
Anyway, so, he was being a nice guy. Yeah. Do you use Snapchat? I'm sorry. Do you use Snap? I know I seem to be hung up on this detail.
I think it's an important detail.
She uses Snapchat. You don't use Snapchat? No. I know that. I understand. I'm just saying. Are you a Snapchat user yourself? Not per. Okay. Damn, dude, you just right. That's pretty.
Good.
That's and then what happened? How did you?
I said, hey, it's probably not cool. Consider to block him.
Right. So who was this guy? You don't know the guy. He's just a guy from Snapchat.
Oh,
you
no.
saw a guy though? How do we piece this together? I'm sorry. I don't want to like. You're sure she was Snapchat? You're not just a paranoid man, right? She wasn't checking Twitter. You're like, look at that! Huh? Oh, it was an ex. Damn, dude. Yeah. How long do you guys have?
Yeah, that's not good. Not good to have the X on the snap. Nothing good is happening there. I can trust in that. I don't trust any man with a snap. I just don't. What are you doing there? Why are you doing it? I don't know.
How long are you guys together? We're like 7 months in. 7 months in, damn, yeah, that's a tough one. Odds are she probably fucked him a couple times. Sorry, I don't like, it's better that you know the truth and you can move forward.
Toppy, stop, he's already dead.
What are you guys fucking, like I'm the asshole? Fuck you. I didn't fuck his girlfriend. I'm his friend.
Maybe you did. Maybe you did.
Telling the truth. That's good. And you're like, it's done after 8 or 9 times catching her Snapchatting guy. I get it, dude. I was the same way. I was like, I remember being younger and being like, all right, some girls like, I accidentally got fingered at a party, and I was like, this is your 5th and final chance. You doing okay though? You bouncing back? You doing good? Good. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. No more Snapchat users. That should be your rule. Huh?
I deleted the app. Oh god. Wait, so he was on it. He was on it.
You deleted the app there. Very good. I'm happy for everybody. Are you just single right now? You dating? What are you doing? Doing a little dating. All right. When's the last time you got your little peccadillo sucked? Unless you, huh? A snap? Oh, her?
No. Oh no.
She's dating someone else in your snap.
You gotta move on.
The circle of life. He's a nice guy.
God. He's just absolutely heartless, ruthless. I could never.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. People in New York City are just built different.
Dude, that's a whole ass couch. I thought that's a whole couch. Dude, what? Is this real? What did I just see? The fuck?
This baby had to check to make sure that mom saw that she was crying. These guys found out how to make music using barcode scanners.
Wait, what? That's cool as fuck. Wait, that's so fucking cool. I love this. I love this so much. Wait, who is this? I need more.
How to make music using...
Electronics?
These guys found out how to make music using barcode scanners.
Yes. Yes. Please. God. This is so strange and I love it. What are they doing? They were just doing all kinds of crazy shit. Barcode jamming. A minute, I need more. I need more. To me, like, whatever kind of mind can just make music from this, like, incredible. Incredible. Really, really amazing. I'm obsessed. This is cool. Barcode Park. Dude, wait, it's like a guitar. It's so cool. Yo, what? They're maniacs. They're absolute madmen, mad scientists. Oh, it's so cool. Wait, does Tofu know about this? I'm so obsessed. Like, it's a whole performance and everything. It's so cool. Ah, I need more. I need more. It's so smart. Oh, I love everything they're doing, dude. Scratching with barcodes. Oh, God. I'm watching the future of music materialize before me. Vibey. Oh my god, I love them. Here's the link for that if you're interested. Love it.
I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, and then after 1, I want everybody to crack their knuckles, okay? Everyone silence. 3, 2, 1.
There was nobody on board this runaway boat, so a police officer had to jump on to stop it.
What? Where did they go? Why was there no one on the boat?
Movie theaters in Pakistan play the national anthem before the movie can start.
Dude, literally America just pledging allegiance to the flag before we watch movies in 2 years.
For some reason, this dog forgot to chew before swallowing. This trailer was carrying some brand new cars and got stuck on the train tracks.
Oh, shit. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, that's a bad day.
Oh, coming in hot! Coming in hot!
This person is dog sitting, and the owners never told her the release command that gives permission for the dog to eat.
Okay. Free? Yes. Good. Eat. Go.
This is why they tell you to don't try to outrun a bear.
Jesus. Fuck.
Someone brought their sheep to a
Fuck. Oh fuck, that bear's so fast.
dog groomer place.
Aww.
Does anyone know how
The good sheep.
this magic trick works? The dap herd
Was that? It had to be editing, right? What?
Does anyone know how this magic trick works? The dap herd around the world.
Pretty.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
So Larry, you started a home renovation project and you kinda ran out of steam.
That's right, Joe. I underestimated how much time it would take.
You bit off more than you could chew and you failed.
Yep.
Say it.
Oh, I failed.
Yeah, you did. Now let's go take a look inside.
All right.
So what we're gonna do in here, Larry, is we're gonna completely redo the kitchen because this thing is living in the 90s.
Yeah, it's pretty outdated.
Now I know you like to cook, so we're gonna give you a brand new kitchen island. How's that for counter space?
Oh, yeah, that sounds fantastic.
And what we're also gonna do in the
God, I would love an island.
corner is give you a little breakfast nook. Now that's gonna be perfect for having your morning coffee and scrolling through Reddit on your phone.
How did you know I do that?
Pretty common behavior. Let's go check out the main bedroom.
Okay.
Now Larry, I'm just gonna say it. This thing's living in the 90s.
Yeah, it's old.
So we're gonna slap on a fresh coat of paint and give you some nice wooden beams on the ceiling.
Love that.
That'll tie in nicely to a wooden wall-mounted backboard for the bed, complete with a little shelf for your sleep apnea machine.
Did I tell you about the sleep apnea? I don't remember telling you about the sleep apnea.
What's more is by pushing out this wall by 2 feet, we can fit a king-size bed in here, Larry.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, and that's gonna be perfect for Tuesday night date nights with your wife, Samantha.
What?
You know, the one night a week your marriage counselor said you should set aside for some intimate couple time. Keep that flame alive.
Okay, that's really personal.
Now this is the spare bedroom, and I mean living in the 90s much.
How do we...
Everything is in the 90s. Yeah, if it's not made yesterday, it's from the 90s.
change rooms like that?
Since you and Samantha don't seem to be able to conceive, we're gonna turn this into a walk-in closet. Complete with a tie rack for you and ample storage for Samantha's C cups.
What?
Her bras, her 36C bras, Larry.
Okay, how did you know that?
Now for the entryway, which is f***ing living in the 90s, we're gonna wanna put some kind of catch-all here, so when you get home, you just toss the keys to your 2013 Honda Accord, which does need an oil change, by the way.
Stop, please stop.
You'll be able to just empty your pockets
Please
in there,
stop.
whatever's in there, like your prescription chewing gum for persistent...
So creepy. And TLC really was kind of like this, though.
halitosis. Hey, or your social insurance card. Hey, now Larry, let's go check out the bathroom.
No.
Let's go check out the bathroom.
I don't want to.
Let's go check out the bathroom.
No.
Living in the 90s, I'm gonna install a reinforced toilet in here, Larry, because of how big your bowel movements are.
Why are you doing this?
I mean, these things are alarmingly huge, Larry. You really should see a doctor.
Stop.
Also, I'm thinking subway tiles on the wall.
Please get out of my house.
Now outside in the backyard, which is somehow living in the 90s, I want to put a state-of-the-art yet classic-looking tree house.
A tree? We don't have any kids.
No, that's for me.
What?
Yeah, I think that'll be much comfier than the bushes I've been watching you guys from.
I'm calling the cops.
But we're best friends, Larry.
Too real. Too real. When the home reno guy gets too comfortable. Do not. Please do not. Alright, it is far too late. Late. I've stayed on too long yet again. Classic. Classic Laney move. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know with what, but something surely. I've been wanting to do more art reacts, art stuff, art coverage. So maybe tomorrow will be art day. Art Thursdays? Thursday? We'll workshop it. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jaina, for the raid. Appreciate you very much. Let's see. I don't know if there's really anyone on right now that I know of. Let me... can send you to kitten. Would you like kitten? Like that?
Plants and feedlots have immense control.
Sorry. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I'll probably just end it here. Thank you anyway, in any case, for being here for the raid. Thank you for the follow. I'll see you tomorrow or later today.
You, dude. Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking